Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody joining us on YouTube and for all of those that have already joined us and continue to join us on TikTok. Thank you so much for being here on this fine evening. Tonight we're going to be doing a late night stream. We hit a 4-hour drive back from Boulder to where I live. I took a little bit of nap, ate some dinner, and here we are at nearly 7 p.m. out here in Colorado. MST. Now, if you haven't been here before, I'll quickly tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds with fact, reason, and logic, but quite frankly, that's not the usual outcome when I'm talking to a guest. So the more important reason why I host these live streams is not only to try to change the minds of maybe some of the Trump supporters watching the stream, but also to give the facts to you guys that you could then use and turn around and deploy on maybe some MAGA friends or family members within your own life. Now, we already have the very first Trump supporter of the day loaded into the stream. Their name is Glorious Adam. Am I saying that right?
Adam, yes.
Adam.
Yes,
perfect.
Adam.
So, Adam, go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us how the hell you still support Donald Trump as president. Fact. Sorry, you heard my voice double there. From my perspective, Mr. Adam, just to give you an idea of how I think and how I feel, I think that Donald Trump is the worst president of my life. I think that Donald Trump is the worst president of your life. And I am always mind-boggled that there are still people that support him after everything he has just done in the last 10 months. And then, of course, the 4 years in his first term. But I'm going to pass you the mic. My attention's on you. Tell us why you're MAGA.
Well, how you doing today, Dean? I hope you're doing good.
Very good, but busy.
I feel that. All right, I got you. So, first of all, because Trump does not get paid as a president, he don't want to get paid because he's already a billionaire. First, second, he dropped the prices of the gas and everything else. Where I live at, it's a poor area kind of way, but still, he dropped the price of gas, the groceries is dropped, everything is dropped. So why wouldn't I support him? Because he said he gonna do that, and he did do that.
Okay, well, listen, I'm going to respond to the first thing that you shared with us there, saying that he doesn't get paid to be the president. Sure, he doesn't accept a presidential salary of $500,000 per year, but that doesn't matter when he accepts money and funding from PACs with like one individual total from AIPAC, APACs, Jesus Christ, APAC being over $130 million in the last 10 years. Not to mention that when he needs something, he either has some private donor pay for it in return for the expectation of a favor, right, as his own Trump supporters pay for it in the turn of them buying his golden sneakers, Trump Bible, cryptocurrency, so on and so forth, or has the taxpayer pay for it, with the new remodel of the Lincoln bathroom inside of the White House, or the $230 million that he is demanding from you in your bank account from the Justice Department for the emotional pain and distress he felt for the 4 years the DOJ was prosecuting him for the crimes he committed. Now, okay, that lawsuit...
He did not do those crimes, though.
Which ones didn't he do?
Like, when they raided his house and they found files there, that's files is his business files, not government files or anything like that. And everything they talk about him, it's bad. Well, I'm not gonna lie. There's one thing though, it's Epstein's file, which is killing me. But other than that, that's the other things I'm talking about. Like he dropped a lot of prices.
You don't think he committed? So what do you want to talk about first? Your argument that he made everything more affordable, or my argument that you're disputing, which is he's committed a shit ton of crimes?
Shit ton of crimes. Let's start with that.
Okay, well, for sure. I mean, he was found guilty by a criminal court and a unanimous jury of 12 for 34 felonies in the state of New York, not even 3 years, well, not even a year and a half ago. Not to mention the civil court that held him liable for the rape of E. Jean Carroll, right? Or the infringements on the Constitution that he's been guilty of in the last 10 months, such as his infringements on the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 14th, the 10th, or the 22nd, and including, but not limited to, other civil proceedings that he's faced, such as denying black people housing in the 1970s, then being sued by the New York State Justice Department for it, or being held liable once again in New York for lying about the valuation of his properties to a bank. And I mean, this is just, right, a small window inside the criminal mind of the wannabe dictator-in-chief, Mr. Trump. And I just find it so anti-intellectualist and harmful to the future of this country to deny this.
So hold on. Let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this. Do you think he he deserves jail time then?
Yes, I
Why
think
he's
that
not in
Donald.
jail?
I think that Donald Trump should go to jail for the rest of his life for the rape of E. Jean Carroll, and the comments that he
Why
shared
though
on
he's
Howard
not
Stern's
there?
radio show when he boasted about sexually exploiting little girls and grown adult women.
So why he's not there though?
Well, A, he's not in jail for the rape of E. Jean Carroll because he was found guilty inside of a civil court, which determines financial responsibility, not criminal responsibility. And B, he's not in jail for the sexual exploitation of women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA because he was never prosecuted for it, but we still know he did the crime since he admitted to it. And
Yeah.
and C, he's not in jail for the 34 felonies, since the judge let him off the hook and gave him a sentence of nothing, even though that same judge and jury found him guilty, since he was the sitting president by the time the sentencing rolled around, and it would be a national crisis to throw a sitting president in jail. Oh, and D, he's not in jail for the attempted coup and insurrection on the American Capitol on January 6, 2021, because although he admitted he did it in a court of law, right, he argued that he should be immune from all criminal repercussions under presidential immunity.
So who was the president back then when he was all under this criminal? Joe Biden? But Joe Biden does not know his shit though.
Okay,
Like he's
no
not
clue,
focused.
no clue what you just. So is your response to everything I just said about Trump being guilty for these heinous actions, violent crimes, infringements on our democracy and constitution, just to say Joe Biden?
No.
Okay,
No. Listen,
I
I'm
feel
not
like
gonna lie to
you could
you.
do a little
I,
bit better than that, man.
no,
The
I'm
butt
not
Biden
gonna lie to
argument
you.
is getting
Joe
old.
Biden.
Not only does a butt Biden argument prove nothing, like what the hell are you saying? This isn't responding to anything I said, but it's also getting old, man. I feel like you could do better than that, Adam.
Well, not gonna lie to you. I'll be honest with you, Dean. I do like the guy, but not really too. Like I'm in an edge right now. You know what I'm saying? Because of all what I see, like the prices of the gas and everything, and he was a criminal. I agree to disagree on that because I don't see him in jail. And America is a free country, and everyone can
Yeah, so if he
they
was
can
a
rescue him, but it's not him.
So if
You
he
know what
was
I'm
a
trying to
criminal,
say?
if he was a criminal, would you still support him?
Of course not.
Okay, and in order to be a criminal, you need to be found guilty of like a crime or crimes in a criminal court.
And he found 34 felonies on him.
Well,
I get that.
I just want to clarify, right? If somebody's a criminal, like what is it? What does it mean to be a criminal? It means to be found guilty of like a felony or a misdemeanor or a crime instead of a criminal court, right?
Yeah, you're right.
So therefore, because you wouldn't support him if he was a criminal, and being a criminal just means to be found guilty of a crime. If I could prove to you that he was found guilty of a crime, you wouldn't support him. Well, I want you to go ahead and
Yes.
read off the name of this article. What is the headline that you see there?
Trump guilty on all counts. New York criminal trial.
Okay, and who published this article? Top left corner.
Fox News.
Okay.
His favorite. His favorite.
Now, according, if you were intellectually honest, okay, you would no longer be a Trump supporter, and this would have been a successful debate because I have changed your mind. Because right before I showed you that, you said if I could prove Trump's a criminal, you wouldn't support him any longer.
Yeah, a promise is a promise. But let me ask you this though. Let me ask you one more thing. It's out of all everything we talked about. So why Kamala Harris is better than him?
Well, Kamala
I know.
Harris was better than him for about a
Sorry,
billion and one
Kamala.
reasons, right? I mean, honestly, I feel like what the first thing that comes to my mind when I'm asked that question, right, isn't necessarily like a desire to tell you that she wanted what she wanted to do and how it was better than what Donald Trump is doing. You know, it's not to go over, you know, the tax cuts for 100 million American workers and the low and the middle class, but it's more so just to like point out things that Trump is doing that she certainly wouldn't have. I mean, dude, he said it's now illegal to criticize him in the media and that he's taken our quote unquote free speech away. She wouldn't have said or done that. He declared war, quote unquote, on American cities, said the real enemy is the enemy from within, said that ICE isn't going hard enough after the 60 Minutes reporter asked him about the naked children being ripped out of their bedrooms and thrown in the backs of U-Haul vans. And he said that he could send the Army, the Marines, and the Navy into these democratically run cities if he declared an insurrection and nobody could stop him. You know, like she wouldn't have done these things. And I could continue to go on, but I mean, I'll keep it concise. Matter of fact, Donald Trump is, presenting an unprecedented, funny enough, scenario where we have a president that doesn't want to play by the rules, but rather wants to rewrite them. And I think that is so incredibly detrimental to this country. The mere fact that Kamala Harris wouldn't have done those things already makes her a better candidate. But the secondary facts that her policy was actually great for the average American, is kind of like the cherry on top.
Okay. But what about the taxes wise? Because I'm paying less taxes, it looks like, with him than I used to pay. Though why? I'm not making over 100 grand a year. I don't make that. You know what I mean? I make almost 60, 70,000 a year. Okay. And I still pay less taxes what I'm done before on my own business. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Because of him.
so taxes wise, like what did he do to make you pay less in taxes? Tell me.
Well, all his policies he has for taxes. You know what I mean?
Like
He
which
said he's
like
gonna
which
lower
ones?
taxes, and which is looks like obviously lowered too. I used to pay larger amount what I used to pay right now on properties and everything, but now I pay less.
Like which policies? I just out of curiosity.
I got no idea, but I know he
Right.
did.
Okay. Well, I mean, he passed the big beautiful bill. Sure. You said that you make 70 grand
It's
a
not
year.
fucking beautiful. It's not beautiful. It's
Well,
not beautiful.
well, I mean, then the conversation's over because the big beautiful bill included his tax cuts, right? But what I was gonna say is that you make 70
Fuck.
grand a year. I think the big beautiful bill slightly helped you. Okay, I'm not gonna deny that. But matter of fact, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, it's hurting everybody making under $51,000 per year, taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income American citizens, and is the largest redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich in modern American history. But you said you make 70K, it's going to slightly benefit you. But matter of fact, I would say the harm that it's causing to the average American and everybody making less than them, right, kind of outweighs the benefit that it may provide to you.
Makes sense.
Right. But
Well,
listen, I think that people making $70,000 per year deserve a tax cut. I think people making $50,000 per year deserve a tax cut. I think that people making $40,000 per year deserve a tax cut. I think the working class deserves a tax cut. And guess what? Kamala Harris agreed, and that's what she ran on. But at this point, that's almost old news since the election was nearly a year ago.
true.
But if that's maybe something that would help you to stop support Trump today, I'm more than happy to discuss it.
Well, I will say this though, Dean. Thank you for letting me know all this because I was wanted to talk to you, always wanted to. Thank you for doing that. I will like literally. Hopefully, I will. Next time I'll talk to you, probably this will be a different story. But thank you though.
Adam, you have a good rest of your night, man. Appreciate you for coming up.
You too.
All
Thank
right,
you,
we're
bro.
going to go get that next guest loaded up in here, folks. Let's go ahead and go over the rules one more time, guys. We are only looking to talk to American adults that support Trump as president. We have three very simple rules. The first rule is to be an American citizen. The second rule is to be 18 years of age or older. And the third rule is to be a Trump supporter. Now, if you're following those three rules, feel free to hop in the guest request and come up here and have a conversation with me. If you're breaking those rules, I'm going to ban you the moment you connect. Now, we do have a couple people to thank you for the love. Thank you guys so much. Let's go ahead and start with Lauren with the $5 on Venmo who says, "Happy Sunday, Dean. Hope you had fun in Boulder. I had a great time." Thank you for the $5 and the kind words, Lauren. Andrew, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo who says, "What are your predictions for the NYC mayoral race?" Zoran's soloing easy. I mean, we all know that. Everybody knows that. That's not the interesting part. He's going to win. I think the more interesting part is who's going to come in second and third. Is it going to be Sliwa and then Cuomo, or Cuomo then Sliwa? I would sure like Sliwa to beat Cuomo. I think that would be a big middle finger in the face of the secret Republican. But Mamdani, he's gonna crush it. Okay, that's just simply what's gonna happen. But thank you so much for the good question and the $15, Andrew. Show some love to Andrew down below in that chat, everybody, and welcome in our new guest, Gianna. Am I pronouncing your name right?
Yeah, you are.
Age, please.
19,
What year were you born in?
2005.
2005. Gianna, I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to choose to not believe you. Now, you could totally have been honest about your age, and I could totally be wrong, and I kicked you for no reason. I'm using an abundance of precaution here. If I'm wrong, my apologies, Gianna. Now, we're actually going to go ahead and load up the next guest here. Now, this guest, I think I've seen around. I think that this is a crazy Republican that likes to debate on like smaller panels, and is like really like pro-Trump, like insanely pro-Trump. Their name is Patriot 1776. Now, if we could get him up here, Mr. Patriot 1776, I would love to ask him a question, but it actually doesn't look like he's loading in. All right, it looks like Patriot's not here with us. We're gonna go ahead and remove the fake Patriot and move on to the next guest, Caden. Guys, only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter, folks. What's up, Caden? Do you
Hello.
support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
All right, Caden. Well, welcome in, man. Welcome in, man.
Thank you
Hopefully we
so
can have a
much.
good conversation. Real quick, let me thank 3 more people here. P, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you so much for the love, P. Good to see you. Claudia, thank you for the 5. And Tracy, thank you for the 5, saying have a great week. Looking forward to more debates. Oh, we're going to be bringing them at you every single day. Thank you so much for the love. And then, I want to see 500 Carolyn W's in the chat for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Carolyn, thank you so much for your kindness. That is CAROLYN. Carolyn, well, the $50 says, hope your debates go well tonight. It is my birthday. Carolyn, happy birthday. I thank you so much for being here. Chat, let's show some love to Carolyn. Spam some happy birthdays for her. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the $50, and I hope that you've had a great birthday so far. But listen, Caden, anyways, back to you. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump, man. You got my attention.
All right. I support Trump because just kind of the things he's done to like Israel. I mean, I think what he did there was great. I feel like Kamala wouldn't have done that.
Okay, well, actually, funny enough, exactly what Trump did is also something that Biden and Harris have done, okay? So he was able to achieve like a peace agreement that then fell through less than 24 hours later, okay? We've already had like 4 or 5 of those. Right? Like, you understand that peace agreement was violated by Israel. They went right back to killing Palestinians. They went right back to furthering legislation through their parliament to ethnically cleanse and illegally annex the rest of the West Bank. They went right back to cutting off food, water, and trade routes. And they went right back to their continued ethnic cleansing. That's something that has already happened 4 or 5 times. And because of that, that agreement was not remarkable. It was a trend.
Oh, wow. Wait, Dean, can I tell you something?
Sure, Caden.
I'm actually a Democrat.
Oh,
I would.
okay. All right, Caden. Well, you take care. I hope that I still gave you a good answer to your question. But I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban you for lying to us. Just kidding. I'm not going to ban you, but I am going to ban the next person that lies to us, okay? All right, don't lie, or you will be bad. I'm going to repeat the rules every single time we're looking for a new guest. The rules are simple. You got to be an adult, 18 plus. You got to be an American citizen, and you got to be MAGA. You got to support the crazy orange Cheeto, okay? Now, if you're following those rules, we'll have a good stream. We'll have we'll have great conversations. If you're breaking those rules and you come up here, I'm going to ban you. What's up, Blake? Age, please? The cross makes me think you're 14. I don't know why.
Dean, why do you vape?
How did I know? Dude? Oh my God. I'm getting too good at this. Right? I have a 6th sense for fetuses that join the live. We're going to move on to our next guest, Ash. Here we go. All right. Ash is loading in. Hello, Ash. Are you MAGA or banned? Oh, well, it looks like Ash left, so that likely means banned. Mods get her. Moving on to the next guest, we got PJ loading up in the box. And while we do, I didn't see this. This came in about 10 minutes ago. Miss Victoria. It is so good to see you. It's been a while. I hope you're well, Victoria. Victoria donated 100 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat on YouTube. Thank you, Victoria. That is so incredibly kind. I think this guest is a child. Goodbye. Victoria with 100 Canadian dollars says, haven't been on for a bit. I hope you get some good debates today. Thank you, Victoria. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for your generosity. I don't deserve that. That is so much goddamn money. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you so much. And I hope that you've been well, and I hope that you are well, and I appreciate you so much for joining us tonight. Show some love to Victoria while we're looking for that next Trump supporter. And folks, if you're watching and you are a Trump supporter, feel free to, let me know in that comment section. I'll bring you up. I'll let you skip the line. But thank you so much, Victoria. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? You got 5 seconds before you're banned. Oh, jeez. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Oh my god, dude. Get the fuck. There's somebody in the queue that I don't want to be in the queue. Hop the hell out of here. All right, moving on to the next guest here, folks. We got Luca loading up into the box. Maybe, honestly, we're going to load up a couple people. Let me know in that chat if you're MAGA. We'll get you up right now. Luca, hello. Do you support Trump?
I'm not the biggest Trump guy, but yeah, I would say I support him more than our Democratic options.
Okay, so knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November, would you still vote for Trump?
Yeah, if I was teleported back to November, I would still support Trump.
Why?
Because I think it's the greater of two evils.
You're right. He is the greater of two evils. That's why you shouldn't.
Yeah, like if Nick Fuentes was running, which I know he can't because of ages, I would definitely.
I'm not even going to let you finish that sentence. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. All right. We got that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Okay. All right. Yeah, right now we have 8.5 thousand people hanging out with us in the stream here tonight, and we're just really struggling to find anybody to come up here and talk to us. Really, really struggling. Hello. Do you support Trump?
No.
All right, then stay the hell out of the queue, folks. You know the rules. The rules are simple. You got to be an American adult that is at least 18 years old that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If that's not you, then please don't join the queue. Our next guest, I'm hedging a bet. 13. You're 13 years old, right? How old are you?
67.
I was right! Ugh! I was right. Now get the hell out of here because we're only looking to talk to adults. How did I know, dude? Oh my god. Dude, that sixth sense, man. Dude, we got Talon loaded up in the box. We got Talon loaded up. What's up, Talon? Do you support Trump?
A little bit.
A little bit? Okay, listen, how old are you?
I'm like just turned 18.
Yeah,
September 29.
What year are you born in?
September 29, 2007.
Yeah, I don't believe you. It sounds like you just did the math in your head. But listen, you were right about the math. Like, good job. But I just think because it took you a second, you had to do the calculation. Hey, welcome in. What's up, Blake? Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hey, Blake.
What's up?
Man, you MAGA?
Yes, I would like to have an abortion debate.
Well, you're in the right place to talk about why you're a Republican and support Trump. Mr. Blake, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2007, September 23rd.
Why does that just so happen to be so incredibly close to the birth date the last guest gave? Listen, are you a fetus? You said you wanted to have an abortion debate. You just want to come up here and argue that you have rights? Are you trying to protect yourself? Is this self-preservation?
No.
No. Okay, listen. Do you swear? Do you swear? Do you swear that you are 18 years old?
Swear to God.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Actually swear to God.
Swear to God.
Like on God?
On God.
On God.
On God.
I'll choose to trust you. I'll choose to trust you. Let me thank 4 people that I'll pass you the mic and you can tell us why you're MAGA. Sin, that is CYN. Thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Sin. Sin says, I hope you had a great Halloween. Thank you so much for everything that you always do. Thank you, Sin. I had a great Halloween. It was awesome. I hope you did too. Show some love to Sin, that is CYN down below in that chat, as well as Darius. Thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, and good to see you again, Darius. Mia, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says, thank you for all that you do in educating me even more on the Democratic side. Let's go, Mia. I'm happy. I'm happy that this streams could educate you. I think this streams are great, and I'm happy that you're here with us, as well as Tracy. Thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, and Claudia with the $5 as well, and Bailey with the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Bailey says, I've never been able to understand politics much, but I've been watching your stream for a few months, and I've learned so much. Awesome, Bailey. That is literally why we do what we do here. I think that's so cool. Thank you guys so much for the love. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree and my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message on my YouTube stream. Now, everybody in the chat is spamming fetus. I understand why you guys are saying that. I'm on the fence. I'll be honest. I'm really on the fence. I think that we can, determine if he's telling the truth or lying about his age when he says he's 18, predicated on his argument, okay? If his argument is just so unfathomably bad, right, that it seems like it's something a child would say, then we are going to assume that a child actually is saying it and that he lied to us about his age. So take it away. You said that you wanted to debate about abortion, so why the hell are you pro-life?
I think life starts in conception, as science says.
Right, precisely. A science says that's a scientific fact, not a moral argument.
Yes.
So, what's the moral argument that women shouldn't get abortions?
Because it's murder.
And what's murder? Can you define that silly little word?
Stopping the process.
Fetus! Get the hell out of my life. We're going to move on to the next guest. All right, guys, hop inside of that queue. If you happen to be MAGA, we'll happily get you loaded up into the live. We got the next guest loaded up in right now, guys. Only hop in the queue if you're following the rules. Let's go ahead and actually take a look at the rules. Let's take a look. Woo! Only join if you are 18 plus American MAGA and ready to debate. Take a good look. If you're on YouTube, you can't see this, but I have like an overlay with the rules on it, and I'm dragging it around the screen so fast that nobody could read. Okay, I got to just let it be. Take a good look, guys. Let's read it together. Only join if you're 18 plus. Yeah! American. Yeah! MAGA. Woo! And ready to debate. Now, okay, if you break the rules, okay, what does it say down here? You're going to get banned. All right? I'm going to start banning everybody that breaks the rules, so don't let that be you. Don't be a rule breaker. Let's go and get that next guest of the day loaded up in the box. We got user connecting, and while we do get user loading in, thank you so much for the $15, Christopher. All right, get out of here. Christopher, the $15 says, this is like day 3 of you getting a conservative to give you money. I don't like Trump and enjoy your dialogue, my friend. Keep it up. You know, Christopher, I'm always interested when someone will donate, say they're on the right, a Republican or a conservative, and say that they don't like Trump. I got to tell you, I am really happy that you have a larger spine than most people on your side of the aisle. I'm proud of you for that. But I think the question remains, like, why do you still stay affiliated? You're a freaking loser, bud. Okay, thank you. Why do you still stay affiliated with the Conservative Party? Now, to you, guess, why the hell do you think I'm a loser?
You're a loser.
You're
why
a
is that?
liberal.
Oh, because so liberals are losers?
Yes, sir.
I think that Kamala's a pussy.
Oh, okay. Ages from both of you real quick?
I'm 18 years old. I just turned 18 on November 1st.
Okay, so you said that Kamala Harris is that. So tell me one policy that Kamala Harris ran on. I assume you can't. Prove me wrong if you can. I feel like you say that because that's what your dad told you to think, or that's what Fox News told you to think. But then for whatever reason, you want to turn around and you want to support the guy as president that's been adjudicated to have raped a woman and perved on kids. But Kamala Harris, she's the idiot. She's the loser. She sucks. But then the 34-count felon on the Epstein list. I mean, he's the best POTUS in the history of this country, right?
I was just going to ask you, did you watch the 60 Minutes with Donald Trump?
No, I didn't. I was traveling. So now, do you want to respond to what I just said?
Sorry. I was just wondering if you watched that, and can you repeat that, please?
Oh, you need me to repeat it? You weren't listening the first time?
No, I'm sorry. You said a lot of words, and my Republican brain can't process it.
That's right. I don't know. I asked you how old you are. You said that you're 18. I don't believe you. I think that we got a lot of children joining tonight. And that is A&E. Thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And I'm not going to read your message off live, and you know exactly why. But I appreciate you for the $5. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Dean, you a little bitch.
All right. Why is that?
You a little bitch.
I know. I'm asking you why.
Yeah, because you a faggot.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, you're definitely a Trump supporter, 110%. But listen, we're going to find somebody that, could come up here and use big boy words. All right. Moving on to the next guest. We got Layla connecting. Guys, only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please.
19.
What year were you born in?
06.
Okay. And quickly, what is 4 times 4?
16.
Okay. Sorry. Listen, last couple guests, I don't know, I'd place their intelligence level at around like a second grader. I had to make sure that you're at least a fifth. Now, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president. You got my attention.
I support him for what he's done for like peace treaties along so far. Can you give me your opinion on that?
Well, I mean, yeah, if you give me some specifics, like what peace treaties, tell me.
The Israel one that was just done.
I mean, I told this to a guest that had joined earlier in the live. Israel violated that in less than 12 hours, and they're already back to passing legislation to legally annex and ethnically cleanse the West Bank. That just went down as another unremarkable failed peace treaty violated by Israel, just like the last 4, including a handful signed into law under the Biden-Harris administration. All unremarkable because they're all violated by the genocidal state.
Okay, one more question. What is your opinion on how Trump is doing the stuff to the ballroom even though other presidents in the past have also added stuff to the White House.
Yeah, I mean, it's really sad to see the East Wing go. I mean, I think that there's a lot of history in the East Wing. That's where they used to throw parties. I think the space that they had was more than enough. I went to one myself. Alongside, that's the wing of the White House that is decorated by the First Lady, and it's always fun to to see what decorations they do during holiday seasons. I just think it was a waste of the taxpayers. Sorry, not the taxpayers' dollar, because that was privately funded. I think it's a waste of Trump's attention, and it also kind of screams like, Marie Antoinette, have some cake when, like, during a government shutdown where there's like millions of workers that are being furloughed, millions of workers that aren't being paid but still having to work because they're essential, or the 41 million American citizens that are losing access to food stamps, lost access to food stamps yesterday. Meanwhile, our president is building a $300 million ballroom. It's really out of touch.
All right, thank you so much.
So, yeah, of course. Now, tell us. So, why do you support Trump as president? You said peace treaties. I gave you a little bit of information to demonstrate how the one with Israel and Palestine was unremarkable and, just a part of a trend since it's been violated by Israel since.
I'm gonna be
so
honest.
why do you support him as president?
Just stuff I've heard. Did not like stuff of Kamala's achievements of what she's done.
Like what?
And she just has nothing to prove for, because technically she was a vice president. She didn't do much, as really vice presidents could. Yeah.
She was the most active vice president in American history per her constitutional duties. She passed the most tie-breaking votes in the Senate out of any VP in American history. Not to mention, I think that she was more remarkable and got more done as VP than Donald Trump did as president in his first 4 years, right? Like for instance, name like 4 things that Donald Trump got done in his first 4 years, because I can name 4 things that Kamala Harris got done as VP during her 4 years. The infrastructure bill, the PACT Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act. What's your turn? What are 4 big things that Donald Trump got done as president in his first 4 years?
You're right.
Okay, all right. Are you lying about your age? Are you seriously 19?
Yeah, I'm dead ass.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, I mean, and also not to mention that you're saying the worst thing about Kamala Harris is the fact that you think she's underqualified, even though she served in all 3 branches of government, and has been working in politics and as a lawyer for the last 35 years. Well, the worst thing about Donald Trump is the fact that he's raped a woman and sexually exploited kids.
Quickly, real quick.
Right,
What about
which one's worse?
Could I ask a question real quick?
Can you respond to the question I just asked you?
Yeah, wait, can you repeat it real quick, please?
Well, I mean, I just said it. I'll repeat it. You said the worst thing about Kamala Harris is the fact that you think she's underqualified, even though she served in all 3 branches of government, worked as our vice president, and has been working as an attorney or in politics for 35 years. Well, one of the worst things about Donald Trump is the fact that he's raped a woman and sexually exploited kids. So which one is worse?
Definitely the Trump thing, yeah.
Okay, so then why do you still choose to be on that side of the aisle? Why do you still choose to support him?
All things I've heard and stuff.
Well, be more specific.
I just don't like the crowd, really, of the Democrats, of what's happened over the last couple of years.
Then you probably don't hang out with Democrats often. Hanging out with Democrats is significantly more fun than hanging out with Republicans.
All right.
Right, but not to mention, I mean, that's still a super vague statement. That's still like an incredibly vague statement.
Also, what flavor is that vape? I know you've been hitting it.
I'll answer your question if you could, specify your comments a little bit more. You said that you support Trump because you quote unquote don't like the crowd on the left. I'm sorry, but this is like just a nothing.
I know,
burger.
but like,
right? You're saying that you support the guy that is running this country into the ground, refusing to fund SNAP benefits for 41 million Americans, took healthcare away from 10 million Americans, and is directing ICE to kidnap naked children out of their beds, raped a woman, sexually exploited kids, was best buddies with Epstein, and is on the Epstein list because you quote unquote don't like the crowd on the left. Okay, you are going to need to be significantly more like specific, right, with your claim here, and in order for it to truly justify the support for the men you want to. If you can't get any more specific than that, I'm going to kick you off as like a small brain conservative and hopefully find somebody with better talking points, because this is just bad.
But here's the thing, though. What I mean by on the left, how, say, even though as conservatives, we still, when Biden came out with this cancer thing, they all supported him and stuff with what was happening.
That's not
but
true.
Still, though. I've seen so much stuff of him getting supported,
You said
helping,
you said all
good
the
treatment.
conservatives supported him. That's not true, dude.
I'm not
Zohran
saying
Mamdani
I
is a
didn't mean it as all the
Muslim, and they're
conservatives.
treating it like the worst thing since 9/11 that he's running for the mayoral seat in New York City. And what I just said wasn't a joke; it was literal.
Yeah. But then still, when it goes on to the left side, everything that has been the most of the past 2 years have been gun silence, as you've seen, as the almost assassination of Trump and the assassination of Kirk. I know you don't like that topic, but still.
Okay, so you're
That is
saying
what's-
so you're saying that you think some people on the left have done violence. Okay, yeah, sure. So if you collect data to represent political violence or violence as a whole, and then you ignore all the data, violates. You said vape and I didn't kick you.
Huh?
Damn, you said vape and I didn't kick you. Now I got to restart the stream. Remember you when you said vape? Now we got a warning that says consuming substances featured in this live could harm your health. Shit.
Darn.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you for that. Get the hell out of here. Okay, I guess I gotta kick people when they say vape. Who knew? Who knew? I gotta kick people when they say vape now. Okay, all right. Well, at least I know. At least I know. That's good. That's good information to know. Now, chat. Unfortunately, that means that we have to completely restart the stream. This is never fun, but unfortunately, it's necessary now because that's not just a something that's showing on the live. It's a permanent restriction. Now, I'll actually show you guys how to come back after the restart. It's pretty simple. First and foremost, just hit that follow button top left-hand corner. You'll be able to find me on your following list in 5 seconds. I mean, that's how quickly the restarts go. Now, here's how to come back very, very quickly. Once the live ends, something that looks a little bit like this will pop up on your phone screen. It will say, if we could get it clear here, it'll say live has ended, and then it will show you a picture of my profile picture right there. Now, on the screen, if you hit my profile picture, if you go boop, what will happen is it will send you over to my account page. And then once you're on my account page, if you count to 10, like literally count out loud, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, pull down on the videos to refresh my account page, then click back in through my profile picture, you'll be on the new live. Your restarts take less than 5 seconds. We're going to go ahead and do that now, folks. I'll see you in 5 seconds. I'm going to start counting down from 10. By the time I hit 3, we'll already be back on. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're already back. Look at that. For everybody on YouTube, let me know how you're doing so far today. Drop a like on the stream, you guys. Claire Bear, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, I love your streams, but sadly, I haven't been able to tune in as I'm always working. But I watch your VODs at night and admire your dedication to change MAGA minds. Fight the good fight. Well, thank you so much, Claire. It looks like you caught one of the streams live today, as well as Rebecca. Thank you so much for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, thank you so much for keeping us informed and keeping it real. You're awesome. Keep it going. Thank you, Rebecca. And then Jesse, thank you so much for joining the team. Hell to the yeah, Jesse. And then Danielle, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal, who says, I turned 43 today and I'm inspired by you and others in your generation who are standing up for what is right and for wanting to create a future that is best fit for all of us. Well, Danielle, happy 43rd birthday. Thank you so much for spending some of your time, very valuable time on your birthday, by the way, hanging out with us in the stream. It's good to see you, and thank you for being here. I'd also like to thank Kira. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. That is KIRA. Show some love to Kira down below in that chat, folks. Kira with the $20 says, thank you for what you do. I'm from a small town in Kentucky. It's refreshing to watch your lives. Kira, well, good to have you here. Small town in Kentucky. I can't even imagine. I bet it is a little bit refreshing not to be surrounded by the mind virus that MAGA is 24/7. But thank you for your kind words, and thank you for the $20. As well as Lily, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Yes, feel free to get your conservative amped up. Jessica, thank you for the $2. And Tom, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Tom. As well as I've seen the clip that you're referencing. I do need to play that on live. Thank you. And then I also want y'all to show some love to Sharon down below in that chat, who just donated $15 on PayPal. Sharon didn't leave a message, only the love. Let's get 150 Sharon W's down below while we take a look at that queue and get that next Trump supporter of the night loaded back in for the 7.2 thousand people hanging out with us. Good to see you following the restart. You were awesome. Jay, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Don't believe you for a second. Sorry, Jay. Get the hell out of here. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Follow the rules or get banned, folks. We're looking for adults. John, thank you for the dinosaur. I appreciate that. Hello, John. Age. Felipe. Age, please.
51.
51. And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm pronouncing your name Felipe. I just want to make sure I got that right. Felipe, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Well,
Yes.
Felipe, why the hell do you support the worst president of your 51 years of life? Donald Trump is a disaster. He's raining tyranny on this country and the people within it. And I just cannot imagine that there's any cogent reason to still support him.
Well, I support him because we are witnessing something that's never been done before. He is
Exactly. We have never had a president that wants to break the rules and become a dictator so much.
yes, and he's winning.
He's what?
He's going for president for life.
Which is a
And
really
he's
good reason to not support him, right?
Yes, that's true. But he's making money for everybody.
According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, he's taken it away from over half of America. That's 156 million Americans that he's reducing the purchasing power of.
Yes, and he is getting away with it.
He's getting away with taking people's money away by reducing their purchasing power with the most expensive bill that's defunding essential social programs, making healthcare more expensive, making energy more expensive, so on and so forth. This directly contradicts the reason that you gave for supporting him, which was, and I quote, he's making everybody money. He's making himself money. He's making his rich buddies money. He's making the top 1% money, but he's actively taking money away from the average American and hurting you more the less you make with his regressive tax policy found in the Big Beautiful Bill, his regressive foreign policy found within tariffs, and his inflationary economic policy that costs $4.5 trillion.
Yes, and he's getting away with it. And there's more to come.
So why do you support him?
Because he knows what he's doing. He's the smartest president ever, even if it's bad. He is gonna become president for life. He is putting his players where they need to be president for life. He already put the defense secretary and Naomi to go live with the military because he knows the military is the only one that can stop him. So he's manipulating the military.
What's
He's
going on
already
with
got
this guy?
judges. No, but it's true.
What the hell's going on with you? I'm confused. Dude, you brought up the claim that he's going to be president for life already. And I was like, hey, that's bad. Right? And then you're like, yeah, I agree. Dude.
Yes.
So you're telling me that you support
Yes.
him as president because he's doing things that are bad.
Yes, and he's getting away with it.
Are you stupid?
No?
Then why do you support him as president? Because he's doing things that you think are bad.
Because everybody wants to make money, right? You're making you're racking up money right now.
So he's making you. How is he making you money?
Cryptocurrency.
Which coin?
It's not about the coins. It's about the relationship between tariffs and crypto.
Tariffs and crypto? There's no relationship. Okay, I think you're a troll, Felipe. You have a good rest of your day. He's either a troll or just too incoherent to have a conversation with me. We're gonna move on to the next guest now. We got Trey loading up in the box. What the fuck, dude? Holy cow. Hey, Hannah, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, Hannah. Chloe, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you, Chloe. And Thomas, thank you for the $5 on Jesus. And then well, and then Thomas with the $5 on PayPal, he says, with love, the DNC. Thank you for the love, Thomas. Thank you, you guys. Show some love to all of our donors down below, as well as Caitlin. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, who says, I always admire your streams, despite from being from Canada. One moment. I love being educated, and you help that. Well, thank you so much, Caitlin. Shout out to you. Shout out to Canada. All the love, and thank you for the $10. What the hell's going on, Harry? Do you support the worst president of your life?
I think the stock market's at an all-time high right now, to be honest. I have a lot of money in.
Okay. All right. I asked you if you're MAGA. I asked you if you support Trump. Can we get a yes or no, Mr. Harry?
Oh, yes.
And how old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
Okay. What year were you born in? Fast.
I was born in 2005.
You can't be 18 born in 05. Get the hell out of my life. child. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. What the hell is going on? This is not a daycare. This is a debate live. I don't know why we have so many children joining the live. It is already 9:37 p.m. on the East Coast. It is a Sunday night, meaning they have school in the morning. Why the hell are they still up? Hello. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please.
21.
Your birth.
January 17, 2004.
All right, that would make you 21 years of age. Dude, why the hell do you support the worst president of your 21 years of life? Trump is a threat to America. He's a threat to our Constitution. He's a threat to the democracy. He's a threat to low-income Americans. And I could go on and on and on, but I'll stop it there. Why the hell do you support him?
Yes, sir. I got my notepad here because I realize that everybody here is not coming with facts, and I want to come with facts because I want to have a good debate.
Okay.
So,
all right. Give it your best shot, man. I like that.
Pre-pandemic and the 2019 era, I believe, unemployment reached a 50-year low at almost 3.5%, and that was because of that Job Act that he put. But it was also, I do agree that the tax cut in the Job Act of 2017 is negative because that only supported corporate America in the higher bracket people. I understand that part, but on people like me on the everyday basis of just trying to get by, whatever, I've noticed in my term of not having a job or whatever, looking for jobs, I have noticed that a lot more jobs that were minimum wage or whatever, I have noticed that there is a more livable wage with certain jobs, and more essential jobs are getting the payment that they deserve. And so with that, the wage growth of low-income workers by 2019 increased by, I think it was, I forgot the percent. I think it was 3.5% as well. But I think I have my numbers mixed up here in my head. I'm sorry about that. But so I honestly, my only arguments of his support is economy-based arguments. And I do agree that it's wrong to support him because of the sexual portions of it and the Epstein. And that's all proven facts. It's facts that he has done these things. And I've always been raised as a Republican, so I think that's why I kind of grew to have that mindset. But I want to have an open mindset to learn more. And I feel like so far my only argument as I speak is economy-based, and I don't feel like this is a very strong argument now that I've continued to talk.
Well, sir, you were right. It's definitely not a strong argument. So your first point was saying that, well, we had a super low level of employment prior to the pandemic. That was in 2019 with a 3.5%, which was a 50-year low. You said Donald Trump caused that with his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Well, we actually have a study conducted by two Harvard economists, one right-leaning, one left-leaning, called the Macroeconomic Effects of the 2017 Tax Reform Bill, that proves that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only contributed to 0.04% GDP growth per year. And we have another study from Brookings, which proved that it led to no new macro-level business reinvestment, which means when these companies got these tax cuts, they did not reinvest that additional profit back into their businesses to either hire more people or increase their wages. Okay, because the claim that it led to lower levels of unemployment and higher wages would necessitate that these companies were growing at an expedited rate and reinvesting more of their money back into hiring more people. But the two studies that I just pointed out proved that it only led to marginal GDP growth, and it led to no new macro level business reinvestment. So it led to no new jobs. Not to mention that under the Biden-Harris administration, we had 2 points with a unemployment rate lower than 3.5%, beating Trump's 50-year historic low and setting a new one.
I'm just going to apologize ahead of time because I don't have my sources here to support that. But
well,
what did you say that was
the claims about the data that you made were true? I don't need your sources for them because I've done that research myself. Like, we did have a 50-year low historic level of unemployment in December of 2019 per the BLS. We just had two lower points of unemployment in 2023 and 2022. 2023 and 2024. There we go. Under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, and then like I said, now that I'm realizing all of my points are really economy based, my final point was to follow up on kind of what that one guy said, but he just didn't really state any facts with it. But the S&P 500 and Dow Jones stocks, I did notice a spike in that, but I don't have the facts on that one. numbers, at least the statistics, but I do believe that it did grow tremendously, and a lot of people benefited from that had initial stocks with those people.
Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't really take too many brain cells to conclude that the S&P 500, the Nasdaq, so on and so forth, go up over time. The S&P 500 has averaged a rate of return of 10% in the last 100 years. So we expected new highs under Donald Trump in his first term. We expected new highs under Biden in his term. And we're expecting new highs under Donald Trump in his second term. That's just a positive rate of growth in the American economy. Now, the question that you should be asking is, well, what pressure is Donald Trump putting on the American economy, and what are the future predictions that we could expect about stock market performance? And when we consider the fact that in the first quarter of this year, our GDP went down, when the GDP of no other developed country went down, when we can consider in the fact that in the second quarter of this year, 52% of S&P 500 companies reported lower profit margins than they did in Q1, where we experienced negative GDP growth, when we consider the fact that the Feds are now reporting an annualized rate of growth in the American economy of 1.4% compared to 2.5% last year, and we also consider the fact that every single other macroeconomic variable has only gotten worse, such as employment, long-term unemployment, individual optimism and stability inside of the American economy, GDP growth, business investment, so on and so forth, not to mention the instability and uncertainty in the future onset by Donald Trump's imposition of tariffs on other countries. We're not expecting stable, reliable, long-term growth in the economy nor stock market because of him or his presidency.
So I see where I went wrong with my argument now that you stay. So I apologize for that, not coming correct with those things. But I'm looking at my notes here. I believe that's all I have. So I thank you for your time. And I've been trying to get in here for weeks, and you've definitely opened up my mind to a new perspective. Because like I said, I was always raised to, just if dad likes Trump, you got to like Trump, whatever. But
so was I.
Now,
so was I. I understand.
And as an adult, I want to have my own facts. Now, for example, like today, I just went to church for the first time in years. And I'm finally getting my own perspective on religion and not other people's words of it. And I actually enjoyed it and loved it. And so seeing you on here these past few weeks that I've been watching, I've been trying to get in, but I also wanted to come with facts. So I'm kind of glad I have not been accepted until now. But maybe if that chance comes again, I'll come better with some better facts just to practice debate, and maybe not even be pro-Trump, just say I am just to practice debate. Who knows? But I do appreciate your time.
I appreciate you for exploring reality yourself and trying to gain an understanding of what's true or false on your own compared to baselessly believing those around you. I'm proud of you, bro. A lot of people don't do that, and I honestly wish that I would have done that myself at a much younger age. And just good for you, man. I hope that you have a good rest of your night.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
You take care. We're gonna go ahead and get that next guest loaded up in here. Let's go to get Mike connected to the stream. We got Mike loading in right now. All right. Yeah, man. Hey, dude, it's people like him when I do these streams, dude. I mean, that's. I feel like that's really who I'm after. Is 19, 20, 18-year-olds, right? That just became an adult and are for the first time, really truly critically thinking about this country, politics, social issues, so on and so forth. Those are the people that I want to reach. So thanks for coming, up, man. Hey,
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, the GOAT.
What's that?
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is the GOAT.
I don't know who that is, but I'm going to go to assume that you're not a Trump supporter, so I'm going to ban you. Moving on to Owen while we get Owen loading up into the box. Hey, Scott, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal, and I appreciate you so much for listening to me and Parker. You're awesome. Shout out to you, Scott. And then Corey, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says, run for president, dog. I don't know. Listen, hey, re-ask me that question in 10 years, Scott. Sorry, Corey. Thank you for the $10, Corey. Show some love to Corey. As well as In. Thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you, In. Let's show some love to In. In with the $15 says, you should know me and my boyfriend randomly go, quote unquote, baby loves Dean Withers, end quote, in that one troll guy's voice. It's part of her stibbing now, apparently. Dude, that motherfucker is so bored and funny. He pops up here every once in a while. Maybe he'll be back tonight. Thank you for the $15, and you're awesome. As well as Prescott, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much. And then Abby and Hannah, appreciate you both for the $5 over on Venmo as well. And then Connor, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, bro, you're literally shadow banned because I had to search up your name in order to bring up your live. Yeah, I don't know, Connor. TikTok does that to me every once in a while, but thank you so much for the $10. You're awesome. What's up, Owen? Do you support Trump?
Yo, yeah.
Oh, God, Owen, ew. No! No! Owen, no!
I'm sorry, man.
How old are you?
Sorry,
How
bro.
old are you?
I'm 19.
And why do you suck, Owen? I'm just kidding. That's too much. Why?
I don't
Sorry,
suck,
no,
man. Damn.
sorry, Owen. Sorry, I'm being a little bit too targeted. Why do you support Trump?
Sorry, man. I mean, I don't study a bunch of politics and stuff. I guess I just watch what he says, like his speeches and things, his rallies, and it just sounds good to me. So
You listen to what he says and it sounds good. Well, can you get a little bit more
I'm
specific
saying,
than that?
yeah. I mean, I like his immigration policy. I mean, sometimes I've been seeing these videos like ICE. I think sometimes they take it a little too far, but generally, I like the overall idea. You know,
Okay. What's like one like
it's
specific
not.
way that mass deportation materially benefits this country?
I don't think.
I'm
I
gonna make
think
you think,
people look
Owen.
at it. Yeah, of course, man. That's all right. That's what I came here for. I don't think we should look at it in kind of a materialistic way. I think it's more of just like if you come into a country illegally or America illegally, it's the law here. You can't do that. You can't cross our border illegally.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be, bad for the economy when we deport these people, but in the end, we're upholding our laws.
Well, I
We're
mean, do you think
upholding the
that upholding the law
Constitution.
is always good?
Yeah.
I disagree. I think that sometimes laws are harmful, and it's a good idea to change them. Right? I'd say that the
Yeah,
state
I
has
mean,
an
you can go out
obligation.
and change it.
I'd say that the state has an obligation to draft and enforce legislation that makes the country better and protects the people within the country, right? And the state has an obligation to get rid of policy that makes the country worse and hurts, the citizens of the country as well. And I think that mass deportation is one of those policies that makes our country worse, right? Not to mention, I think that our government shares a lot of the culpability for causing that undocumented entry in the first place by making the legal means of entry so unattainable. So when we kind of consider those three ideas, first, the conceptual idea that we have an obligation to get rid of policy that hurts us, the second fact, which is our state created and promoted the system that allowed for so much undocumented entry by neglecting the legal means of entry. And then the third fact, which is mass deportation hurts the hell out of us, destabilizes our industries by firing 8.4 million of our workers, removing 11 million of our consumers, makes our companies produce and sell less, reduces our GDP by 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, and reduces the government revenue by 100 billion dollars per year. I mean, I think it becomes pretty clear that maybe we should consider policy better than mass deportation. And it seems to be the case that there's really good alternatives like mass amnesty, which is offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship. And I'll let you respond to that all. Go ahead and just digest that. But my next point that I'm going to bring up is I think that you're a hypocrite for suggesting that if somebody breaks a federal law and commits a misdemeanor, that they deserve to be sent out of the country. But if somebody, commits 34 felonies, rapes a woman, and infringes on 5 constitutional amendments in 8 months, and tries to coup an election and rig the outcome of a presidential election in 2020 like Trump did, you're a hypocrite. But before we get on to me calling you a hypocrite and giving you an argument for it, feel free to respond to the argument that I gave you to dispute mass deportation, which was the consideration of the facts that I gave, considering that the government shares culpability for undocumented entry. Mass deportation would really hurt us. We have an obligation to get rid of policy that would really hurt us. And there's really good alternatives like mass amnesty.
Yeah, I mean that is a lot to digest. To start, I think that that's not the law right now. So if you want to go out and change the law, you want to start like a movement to change the law, you go ahead and go out and do that. But I mean, are you a Democrat? Did you support when Obama was deporting illegal immigrants?
So when Obama was president, I was like 10 years old.
Oh shit.
Right.
All right.
So I
Well,
didn't,
as now
I
as
didn't
how
really
old are
have,
you?
I didn't really
No,
have
you're
too
good.
many conscious thoughts going on in my head. I'm 21 now, but listen, I mean, I'll tell you about Obama. I don't support the deportation of any undocumented immigrant that doesn't have prior, violent criminal offenses or pretty insane nonviolent criminal offenses on their record, man. And Obama deported a lot of people like that. I disagree with that. But for the most part, Obama focused on the deportation of undocumented immigrants with those prior violent offenses. The evidence was not only is it something he said, but also the fact that he started like a work-based program for undocumented immigrants without those offenses to stay in this
I think
country
that's
and work on
important.
an ITIN. And then even if like you theoretically support deporting undocumented immigrants, I still think that the harm onset by Donald Trump doing it in such a fascist, crude, illegal way kind of outrules any potential benefit that, by the way, you haven't been able to tell us. You know, like removing immigrants without due process, shoving them in terrible, terrible conditions in like alligator Alcatraz where they were fed one meal a day, some of them having maggots, no clean running water that was then shut down less than a month into it, or deporting them to CCOT where they have been beaten and tortured like Abrigo Garcia, black bagging college students by plainclothes ICE officers, then hauling them to ICE detention centers 1,000 miles away, violating the withholding order of judges, or even like detaining legal immigrants like Mahmoud Khalil in an ICE detention center for 3 months, or just the racial fucking profiling, dude. I mean, you could go on the internet and find so many videos of people just with skin that's not white being stopped by ICE agents, asking them where they were born. You know, or Donald Trump's attack on the right to birthright citizenship that children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil have by attempting to sign an executive order into law, taking it away from them, even though that's unconstitutional.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I mean, you have said a lot. It's hard to keep track of all the stuff you said,
I
but
get that.
if you want to move on to what you were saying about calling me a hypocrite, that's crazy.
I
Just
love
joined the live, man.
Yes,
Damn.
I love that argument because it's so true. It is absolutely so true. How can you sit
Maybe
here
it
and
is,
say
man.
that you want to remove somebody for this country because of a misdemeanor, regardless of how much they help the country, then turn around and say that you don't care if a 34-count felon adjudicated rapist is our president because you think they help the country?
Because he's Trump, man. Come on.
So if it's Trump, you don't care about his
Yeah,
felonies. If it's Trump,
that's
you don't
exactly
care
right.
about the fact that a court found him guilty of rape. If it's Trump, you don't care that he boasted about sexual exploitation of Howard Stern. If it's Trump, you don't care that he's on the Epstein files. If it's Trump, you don't care he infringed on the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 22nd, and 14th Amendment. But if it's somebody that's not Trump, if it's not a billionaire white man, if it's an undocumented immigrant just trying to provide for themselves, their families, and this country, all of a sudden you care so much that you're willing to advocate for running this country into the ground just to get them out. I mean, that is hypocrisy 101. And if you can't see that, well, hopefully you can now.
So half of America's hypocrites, man?
Yes.
For real? Damn.
Yes.
Maybe half of America's just misinformed. Maybe
Knowingly
that's,
or
I
unknowingly.
mean,
I think that some of those circumstances are hypocrites that don't know they're hypocrites because they're misinformed or aren't informed. I still say that doesn't that doesn't change the hypocrisy. It just changes if they know it or not.
yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna be real, bro. I hate Trump. I'm sorry for wasting your time.
You did kind of waste my time, Owen. But at the same time, you know, everything I said was true, and I'm happy more people know about it now. Right? It's a good thing that a lot of people got to hear that. But you did waste my time since we are looking to debate Trump supporters. What's up, Perry? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How old are you?
16.
Do you think I could? Gotta be at least 18 to be on TikTok Live. Get the hell out of here. You gotta be 18, guys. Only hop into that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please, okay? Really, really hone in on the adult aspect. You gotta be at least 18. And also, really hone in on the MAGA aspect. You gotta support Trump as president. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Holy crap. What's up? Do you support Trump?
That's right, sure do.
Okay. All right. And how old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
You don't sound it. What year were you born in?
October 4th, 1978, son.
All right, son. I'll believe you, son. Listen, son. Do you think I could get a W. Jolene from you, bud?
What's W. Jolene?
W. Jolene. Can I get a W. Jolene from you? Could you just say that real quick?
W. Jolene.
For the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Jolene. That is Jule. And show some love to Jolene down below in that chat. Jolene with
I
the
love
$50.
Jolene. If I would have known that I just need to give someone some kind of encouragement for helping you out, son, I'm more than happy to do that for you.
Okay, all right. Jolene with the $50 says, I appreciate what you do. I wish I had your courage and strength to take on these people. I have learned so much from you as an SA survivor who's gone so much stronger because of you. Thank you, Jolene. Jolene, you've been tuning into these lives and watching for a while now. I love you. We all love you. You're a very active member of the community. all the love to you, Julian. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the $50, guys. Let's seriously for the 11,000 people with us on TikTok, the couple thousand people with us on YouTube. Show some love to Jolene down below. Also, show some love to Angelina for the $30 over on PayPal, who says, "Hey again, Dean. It's totally okay if you're live, but I was wondering if you could make me a mod. I'm here every day. Actually, Angelina, I'm gonna message you privately because I need some more mods. But thank you so much for the $30. Show some love to Angelina and Jolene down below, as well as Maya with a $20 over on PayPal. Maya didn't leave a message, only the love. Thank you so much. Show some love to Maya down below, as well as show some love to Zoe with the $10 over on PayPal. He says, "Thank you so much for everything that you do, Dean. Sending love from Canada. Love to you and love to Canada. Appreciate you for the $10, Zoe." As well as Ariel, thank you so much for the $8 saying yes or no on Prop 50. Yes, 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 yes. Yes on Prop 50. Hell yes on Prop 50. And then Ben, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. He says, "Please say hi to Patty Owens and Santiago Chile." Hello, Patty. Thank you so much for showing your friend Ben the stream. Shout out to you, Patty, and shout out to you as well, Ben. And then Juliana, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Tom, thank you for the $5. And Allie, thank you for so much. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, "My wife and I come from a very Republican," and it cut off. Of course it did. That's crazy. Households. We cut our ties with those who only quote unquote support us. We are LGBTQ plus IA with a 1.5-year-old daughter, and we owe a lot of that knowledge to you and Parker's videos." Allie, I feel like I've seen your name before. Maybe it's in the chat. Maybe it's on an old dono. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you and your wife are living an incredibly happy life. Thank you so much, Allie. Now, Mr. Guest, I'm not quite sure what your name is. If you want to take it away and tell us why you support Trump, you have my attention.
I support Trump because he is the arm of God here on earth. He's the hammer that does the work of the Lord, Jesus Christ, right here today for us. And your problem, son, is you're stuck in these facts. It's an argument of quality, buddy.
Oh my God! Yeah. Was Trump really bringing the hammer of the gospel down on this country when he refused to fund food stamp benefits for 41 million low-income Americans? Where in the Bible does it say if you're poor, fuck you, go starve to death?
You're saying that the Republicans have done something, whereas the Democrats need to bend to the will of the people.
Bend to the will of the people. What does it mean to bend to the will of the people? Does it mean
we won the election?
You won the election,
and so you must bend to our will.
Okay.
And see, you have to understand there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Let us skin the cat.
I have a question. I have a question. In the
we're very soft if you let us touch your belly.
Wait, what?
I'm saying we skin a cat really well. It won't hurt at all.
Why are you talking about skinning cats? Don't talk about skinning.
Because I'm saying you got your way of doing it, we got our way of doing it, and our way has won this election.
Okay, the whole skinning cat, is it like a metaphor? Is that a saying?
You've never heard there's more than one way to skin a cat, son?
No.
You need to get with some of your American
I've never heard about the saying there's more than one way to skin a cat.
You got Google, buddy. Why don't you Google it if you haven't heard it?
You got Google? Wait, I thought Google was satanic. I thought it was demonic.
No, it's how I get in touch with my friends and family.
Are you sure you don't want me to? Are you sure you don't want me to use DuckDuckGo?
Into the country.
Are you sure you don't want me to use DuckDuckGo?
What's that?
You don't know.
You can if you like.
You don't know what DuckDuckGo is,
whatever
son.
You need to get your answers.
You don't know what DuckDuckGo is, son.
If you want to understand why it is a person like me would support Donald Trump, check out Isaiah 10 and 5 through 7. It says,
sir,
"What sorrow awaits Donald Trump, the rod of my anger? I use him as a club to express my anger. I'm sending Trump against a godless fiend, against radical liberal extremists with whom I am angry. Trump and his minion Vought will plunder them, trampling them like dirt beneath their feet."
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what, sir? I couldn't have said it any better myself. All right, sir. I'm gonna need you to listen up. Okay, let me have a go at this. I think I'm starting to get it. You're waking me up, sir. I'm not woke. Son. You're not making me woke. You're waking me up, though. You're making me wake up to those woke, godless demons. Okay, let me
You're a
tell
little
you.
more fired up than me there,
Let
buddy.
me tell you. Let me tell you. Listen to me, sir.
I'm listening, son. I'm listening, son.
Yesterday, I was scrolling on my phone on that godless TikTok app where the God-forsaken
I'm here
atheists
with you, pal.
hang out. All right, and you know what I saw? I saw a video from a liberal saying that food is a human right and that poor people should have food stamps. And the first thing that came to my head when I thought about that was Jesus giving his Sermon on the Mount, charging $25 for the wine, bread, and fish, and then never giving it to them and pocketing the profit and running away. I saw another godless, forsaken demon screaming on this app about equality and invitation for all. But we all remember when Jesus turned his back on the Pharisees, said, "Fuck you." We all remember when Jesus turned his back on Mary Magdalene because she was a woman, said, "Fuck you." And we all remember when Jesus turned his back on anybody that thought differently than himself and said, "Fuck you too." All right? Republican Jesus is a fact. All right? And these liberals, these Satanists, these demon devil worshipers need to wake up.
You're close. Now, see, this is the thing. You call me crazy, and we call you enemy. And this is the other thing I think needs to be worked
I
out.
said I'm
Is
close.
if you want to be able to talk to people who are unwilling to hear the truth, you have to use a back door, son. You have to come with their voice,
He said I'm
and you
close.
have to work with them on
I'm
their
close.
ground.
Dude,
You
come
have to
on.
get them to
Come on.
recognize the truth first before they can understand the truth.
Come on.
But right now, you aren't even able to get them to understand or see the truth because you spit facts, but you don't got an argument of quality, buddy. You think
Listen.
it's crazy.
Listen, come on.
It's called.
Listen,
Have you ever
no one
heard
knows
in an
what you're
argument
saying.
the term kairos?
No one knows
It's
what
where
you're
you bring
saying.
all the elements together, not just one, not just emotion, not just process, not just logic. You bring them all together, and maybe you're single dimensional, pal.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and hone in on something specific here. I just said that Jesus hated women. I said that Jesus hated anybody that thought differently than
And I
him.
disagree with you.
I said that Jesus hated the Pharisees.
I'm not going to argue with
I
you
said that
because
Jesus
we disagree on
scammed.
something.
I said that
It's a
Jesus scammed people for money and the promise of food, then gave them nothing. And then you said, Dean, you're close. All right. And I think this is why you think the way that you do. It's because you have a fundamental misunderstanding of the gospel, of the scripture, that's driven by demons on earth compared to the word of God. All right. I'm not even a Christian and I know this. Listen, man. All right. There is absolutely nothing Christian about the Trump administration. Psalm says, the glory that you give to those with less will be given to you in the kingdom of God. Matthew says, the way that you treat those with less than yourself is the way that you're treating the Lord your God. Trump says, fuck poor people. Let's take their money away disproportionately with tariffs. Let's deny them food stamps, 41 million low-income Americans. Let's deny them health care, 10 million low-income Americans, right? And let's take their purchasing power away with the largest redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich in the history of this country under the big, beautiful bill. Jesus said, accept everybody. Donald Trump said, let's find a way to ban new entries from Muslims in this country. Jesus said, treat everybody fairly. Trump said, if you're an undocumented immigrant, you don't have rights. We could send you to torture prison in El Salvador for terrorists, labeling you as a terrorist with no evidence, without a day in court, and without due process or upon your removal. Jesus said, right, it doesn't matter, right, where you come from. It doesn't matter who you are, right? You deserve the same treatment as everybody else. Donald Trump says, if you're E. Jean Carroll, I'm going to rape you. And if you're a 15-year-old girl competing at Miss Teen USA, I'm going to sexually exploit you by looking at you naked while you change unconsensually. So just to go back to your very first comment that you made on this stream, God is using Trump as a weapon to propagate the gospel, to achieve the greater good. I say you're fucking delusional, and my evidence is the gospel. Go ahead and unmute.
There we go. See, first of all, you need to understand to be in the mind of a Christian person, we take the We take what you use in reading a novel to understand the Bible. We take the suspension of disbelief because we have to understand it in a way that must be perceived as true. And so then we take that and we transpose it onto the real world, son. And so
Guy's
that's
not
why we're
making any
having a hard
sense.
time breaking through, pal.
Is this
Let me
guy
read
making
you-
any
Let me
sense?
read you the conclusion to that statement by Isaiah. The Lord will consume Trump's avarice like a fire consumes the countryside. In Southern California, it will waste away like sick people who fade and die. Of all that proud army, only a few straggling almond trees will survive.
Wait, you're
So
saying that the
few
gospel talks
that a
about Trump in
child
Southern
will count
California?
them. I'm saying to the Christian, they believe that this evil man will get his due in death. And that's why you
Should
misunderstand
we
it
kick the
all.
yapper? Should we, dude? This guy's completely delusional.
It's a back door, buddy. Sorry you misunderstand.
Oh, you? No, never mind. I think that you're completely delusional. Let me ask you
I
this.
am that.
What are
I
what
think,
are the what
I
are the
think
first?
that you're
what,
close
listen,
to understanding,
what are the
but you
first?
don't get the
what-
motive, and that's fine with me because I
Can I ask you a
am
question? What are the first
enemy
4 books in the New
within.
Testament?
Pardon me?
What are the first 4 books in the New Testament?
Mark is the first attestation. The other 3 books were
Wait,
written
what?
based off of
No! What are the first 4 books in the New Testament?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But they were all written off of Mark. You see, son. And so they're just a retelling. And Mark never actually had a resurrection. If you go and you look at the end of the original translation of Mark.
Richard, thank you so much for the galaxy. All right, son. I'm gonna go to move on to the next guest. You have a good rest of your day.
Right. I'll keep doing my work. You do yours. You do yours your way. I'll do mine my way. And maybe you'll understand where I'm coming from sometime. Just think a little harder about it. We'll see. You have a good one, son.
What the fuck? Dude, okay. We're gonna get the next guest up here. Man, listen. Sometimes I talk to somebody that's so insane, I don't even know how to respond to what they're saying because they're not making any sense. Like, I didn't even like catch half the shit that came out of his mouth. It was just gibberish. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? I'm gonna go to take that as a no, guys. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that's MAGA. We'll get you loaded up into the live. While we do, Mr. Kai, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. That is Kai, sorry. Kai with the $10 says, I've been watching you for a while and I donate pretty often. I just wanted to say thank you so much for sticking up for victims of SA. As one myself, it's helped me heal to see you stand up for people like me. Kai, listen, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. That what we discuss here has been able to help you heal. That makes me happy. I'm happy that this stream can be a positive influence in the lives of so many. I'm really sorry that happened to you, but thank you for being here. Thank you for the $10, and I'm really happy that it could help you heal. Thank you, Kai. Show some love to Kai down below in that chat, everybody. What is up, Jay? Do you support Trump?
Kind of, but before you deny me, did you see my PayPal message?
I was actually just gonna go check through PayPal right now. How old are you?
I'm 19. You kicked me before, but I was born March 29th, 2006. Like, I swear, on everything.
Okay. What are your pronouns?
She, her.
Okay. And you, knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back to last November, would you still vote for Trump?
No, I would not.
Okay, unfortunately, that is going to kind of be one of the requirements of being on the live. But if you have any like specific questions, feel free to join my Discord. I mean, we have like further discussion in there. Let's go to get that Nexus loaded up here. What's up? Do you support Trump? Dan, you got 5 seconds? I guess not. Moving on to the next guest. While we get that next guest loaded up in here, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, Nikki. Nikki with the $10 says MAGA is going to become the next Bible store for the New Testament. New Testament. Yeah, absolutely, right? Thank you for the $10, Nikki. Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
I mean, he's going on to him like he did. He can lie.
Way too much noise. Was that Elon Musk? I think that might have been Elon Musk. Moving on to the next guest, we got Daryl loading up in the box. While we got Daryl connecting, Maya, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, who says, yeah, Dean, how dare you give people facts? They just don't like it. Maya, they don't like the facts. And then Lily, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo chat. Show some love to Lily while we got our next Trump supporter, Dylan, loading up. Lily with a 25 bucks says, I'm listening with you on my ceiling with a projector, and I just look up to the tinfoil hat making another appearance. Dude, that's fucking cool shit. I need a setup like that in my room, Lily. Shout out to you. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Lily in the chat. And Dylan, you got to be at least 18 to join the stream. I got to kick you, Dylan. You take care, though. Show some love to Lily. All right, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the stream right now. We got AUG connecting, and then also Isaac. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I'll read your message off here in a minute, Isaac. Welcome in, Og. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, all right. Yeah, one moment. Isaac with the $10 says, my wife and I took your advice to heart the last time the tinfoil hat came out. Never leave the house without it. Hashtag Republican Jesus. Let's fucking go, Isaac. You and your wife are true goddamn patriots. You're going to heaven. You're going to heaven. That's right, Isaac. As well as Olivia. Thank you so much for the $5 over at Venmo. And then Ronally, thank you so much for the $10 as well, saying thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Ronally. I'm happy that you're here. Thank you so much. And then Haley, thank you so much for the $20, saying growing up in Northern Florida, I've always been a Republican, but never a Trump supporter. But you and Parker's debates helped me realize how unhinged the Republican Party has become. I've proudly since made the switch to Democrat. Thank you. Haley, you are the reason why we do what we do here. Huge fucking shout out to you. I'm proud of you. Thank you so much for doing that, Haley. Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for caring about this country. Show some love to Haley down below in that chat. And then one last one here over in Venmo. Miss Brooke, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo, who says, it is always great to watch your live stream. Thank you for being here, Brooke. As always, thank you for the $25. Let's go and get 250 W Brooks down below in that comment section. There's a couple more people on Super Chat and PayPal. I'm going to hold them off in the meantime. Og, the mic is yours. Tell us why you support Trump as president. And for everybody that has donated, thank you guys so much for the love. Seriously. Go ahead, Og.
All right, so just to start off with, I was born and raised in a family that, that mainly support, we support Trump, obviously, but a main thing that I noticed is he is really good with the economy. First I see he renegotiated the trade deals. And when I seen that, I saw he was doing great in the economy. And
I have a question. He
Yes.
renegotiated the trade deals. So I'd assume that you're talking about renegotiating NAFTA to the USMCA.
yes,
So if I were to say that the USMCA was terrible and we need to automatically get rid of it and replace it with something else, would you say that I'm probably not that good with the economy?
yeah.
That's what Trump said.
So you're saying that he said those exact words that you just said.
Yeah, he thinks that the USMCA is a bad deal. He wants to renegotiate it, and that's why he's been imposing tariffs out of the ass on Mexico and Canada. You just said that Donald Trump is bad with the economy.
Okay, but the thing is though, if you notice that, so obviously with the
But
government.
the thing is what? You just said if anybody thinks the USMCA is terrible, they're bad with the economy. Donald Trump thinks that, therefore Trump's bad with the economy. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. I think Trump is great with the economy.
So when you said that if you think the USMCA is bad, then you're bad with the economy, you were wrong? I'm just confused.
So
Why would you say if somebody thinks the USMCA is terrible and that we need to replace it, they're bad with the economy, but then still think that Donald Trump is great for the economy, even though that's something he said? It just makes no sense to contradict yourself to such a grave extent within less than 30 seconds.
I'm just gonna start off strong right here too. You see, after the government crash, the stock market going down, crypto draining. Obviously, that was a bad part from the government from the side. After seeing all the stock market, going down, crashing. That's a historical event. That's really bad to see. As a day trader, I focus on the market really importantly, and as a day trader, I should know the economy, and that is correct. This president that we have right now I'm gonna tell you right now, he is a good president, and I just wanna get your POV of why do you think Trump is a threat to America? Aside from all the economy that we're talking about right now, why do you think Trump is a threat to America?
I have about 1 billion reasons why I think that Trump is a threat to America. Where
Well,
should I
your one
start?
main reason.
There's just not one main. I could try to give you my top reasons.
Okay, Top reasons.
Donald Trump is a threat to America because he doesn't care about rule of law, the Constitution, democracy, or checks and balances of power. He wants to consolidate power to one man himself, and he wants to hold on to that power against the voice and the vote of the people for as long as he can. All right? He doesn't care about the Constitution. December of 2022, he called for its termination. In the last 8 months, he's infringed on the 1st, 2nd, 14th, 10th, and 22nd Amendment. He doesn't care about the democracy or the voice and the vote of the people. That's why in 2020, when Biden won, he sent fake votes for himself, saying that he won into Congress, then pressured Mike Pence to certify them as real, and then put pressure on Mike Pence and the rest of the congressmen and women to doing exactly that by causing his supporters to raid the Capitol, try to kill cops, and smear their shit on the walls, right? I mean, he doesn't care about rule of law, or else he wouldn't be an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon. He wouldn't have done any of the things I just said either. And I would say, those are, the main ideological reasons why I think that he's a threat to America. Now, in a more material and immediate sense, he's currently threatening the well-being and safety of 41 million low-income Americans that he's refusing to find a way to give food to because they're starving, right? He had to have a court order him to give food to starving Americans. I think that should be a red line for any reasonable person to stop supporting him as president. And I could go on for another 15 minutes. I mean, if you're a frequent viewer of the live, you know this. You've seen me do it before, but I don't want to overwhelm you with points, so maybe we'll stop there.
Going to what you just said, the U.S. has shown strong job growth over time, though, as you can see.
As you can see, we actually have had an increasing level of unemployment since the beginning of Trump's second term, and long-term unemployment is at an all-time high since 2017, ignoring the pandemic, and the job reports in the last 10 months have been so bad that he had to fire the first head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, accusing them of being a secret liberal, and then his replacement for them, only gave worse job reports the next month.
I can also mention that he boosted America.
You're going on pause or tabbing in and out of the app. Can't hear you when you do that, sir.
All right, sorry. I can say that he boosted America's energy independence.
Biden and Harris were better for energy independence. Go to EIA.gov, type in U.S. production of crude oil. You'll see that the most oil ever produced in any given month under Trump in his first term was 12.8 million barrels of oil per day in December of 2019. Meanwhile, the Biden-Harris administration produced more than 13 million barrels of oil per day from July of 2024 until 2025. And this is still being reported by the EIA, the Energy Information Administration, under the MAGA Trump leadership today. So as you can see, you're wrong and the facts prove it.
You realize he claimed that U.S. became a net energy exporter.
And we exported even more and imported less proportionate to his first term under Biden and Harris. And considering the original crashes in our production onset by COVID, I mean, I'd say that's quite the accomplishment of Biden and Harris.
All right, this is a good debate. You have many good points to make. I'll say I have all respect for you, Dean. I love watching your videos, man. I just want to say thank you for letting me up here. Thank you for giving me a chance to debate you.
Well,
you have a great night.
I appreciate it. Before you leave, though,
Yeah.
you made a lot of points. I made a lot of counterpoints. You didn't respond to any of my counterpoints. You want to try to argue that I'm wrong on any of those points, or should I just move on to the next guest? And I'd say here, if you don't want to rebuttal any of the points that I made, you should stop supporting Trump.
Thing is, I'm gonna continue supporting Trump. Unless I see some very wrongdoing.
So then the facts don't matter.
The facts do matter because I'm gonna keep supporting Trump if I, for example, I see any wrongdoing. If he murders someone, for example, you know what I mean. That's what crosses the line, though. You know what I mean?
What if he sexually exploited naked women and our kids?
Are you talking about his association with Jeffrey Epstein?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying if you confidently knew for a fact that Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked women and or naked little girls, would you still support
I've never
his
heard anything
president?
about that, though, so I can't really defend that.
So it's a hypothetical if-then question. If it was the case that you knew for a fact that Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked women and or naked girls by looking at their naked bodies unconsensually, then boasting about how great they looked while they were backstage before a beauty pageant, getting undressed in a private women's only space that he unconsensually barged into, would you still support him as president?
No, I wouldn't.
Are you a man of your word?
Yes. And I know what you're trying to look up.
Are you sure that you're a man of your word?
Yes, because if there is actual
Okay.
evidence
Okay.
Him
let's
doing that though.
let's go to get that clip real quick. 1 second. Was the case that you knew for a fact that Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked women and or naked girls by like looking at their naked bodies unconsensually, then boasting about how great they looked while they were like backstage before a beauty pageant, getting undressed in a private women's only space that he unconsensually barged into, would you still support him as president?
No, I wouldn't.
Clipped. Okay. Yeah, here's Donald Trump admitting to sexually exploiting naked women and or naked girls by barging into their women's only private spaces while they had no clothes on backstage before beauty pageants on Howard Stern's radio show in August of 2005. If you're a man of your word after you listen to this clip, you should turn around and tell us that you no longer support Trump. And if you don't do that, then I'm going to replay the clip you just heard of you saying that you would stop supporting Trump. Here we go.
Girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a
is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Wait, so where in that video does he mention, yeah, I'm looking at naked women. Yeah, they look incredible. Where does he say, I'm looking directly at naked women?
You're like
everything
a doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you
How would he know they have no clothes on if he wasn't looking at them?
Say that again?
How would he know they don't have any clothes on if he wasn't looking at them? And why would he say that you see them and they look incredible if he didn't see them?
It's good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women.
You see these incredible-looking women. In order to see something, you have to look at it, right?
All right. And the thing is, though, you're talking about he's going backstage, and just staring at them, but the thing was those females, were they actually naked backstage or wherever this was hosted at? Were those women physically naked backstage?
Yeah, and you said it. You said they have no clothes on. When I don't have any clothes on, I'm naked. What about you?
Yeah, of course. So when he asked, do you see those females? They look incredible. Yes, to see something you have to look at it. But that's like saying hey, do you see like me like running across the street? Someone can be like, oh yeah, I just seen him running across the street. But did they actually look at them? We tell many different POVs. And we don't.
Yeah, listen to this spineless fucking hypocrite say that he would stop supporting Trump if he knew Trump had done this right before he knew that Trump had done this. Listen in. Had sexually exploited. Saying if you.
Are you talking about his association with Jeffrey Epstein?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying if you confidently knew for a fact that Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked women and or naked little girls, would you still support
I've never
him as
heard anything
president?
about that though, so I can't really defend that.
So it's a hypothetical if then question. If it was the case that you knew for a fact that Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked women and or naked girls by like looking at their naked bodies unconsensually, then boasting about how great they looked while they were like backstage before a beauty pageant, getting undressed in a private women's only space that he unconsensually barged into, would you still support him as president?
No, I wouldn't.
What the fuck happened to that energy, you spineless hypocrite?
Explain how am I a hypocrite?
Because you hear the clip of Donald Trump doing exactly that. I'll go ahead and replay it for you.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
And then your response is what?
What?
And then your response to hearing that clip is what?
I can see that he says that I sort of get away with stuff like that. And he says that he's owner of it. He makes sure everything is okay.
Exactly. When it's merely a hypothetical question, and I asked you if Donald Trump were to unconsensually barge in on the dressing rooms of naked women and/or naked girls, and were to look at their naked bodies unconsensually, would you still support him as president? Your answer was no, Dean. I'd stop being MAGA right now. But then once you actually hear a real, undeniable clip of Trump admitting to exactly that, your response is to not redact your loyalty nor support from Trump, is not to, eradicate yourself of the MAGA mind virus, but is to rather take another step into the cult by being a hypocrite, contradicting your word, embarrassing the fuck out of yourself in front of close to 15,000 people right now, and then saying, well, you're just making sure everything's okay. Right? Where was that energy when I originally asked you the question? When I first asked you, didn't say, well, maybe he's unconsensually looking at the naked girls to make sure they're okay. You didn't say that. You said, obviously, fuck no. I wouldn't support Trump if I knew he had done that. You weren't doing the sophistry. You weren't doing the mental gymnastics. You weren't trying to convince yourself that sexual exploitation is normal and fine. But then once you learn Trump actually did it, and you can't deny it because he's the one that said it, all of a sudden now you're trying to convince yourself that sexual exploitation is normal. Now you're trying to convince yourself that sexual exploitation is fine. Now you're trying to find a way out insofar as still justifying your support for Trump by saying he was just making sure they were okay when he was exploiting them. It's just like so blatantly obvious that I'm right and you're wrong. It's so blatantly obvious that I'm the one dragging you through the mud, begging you to be a better person, and you're fighting back, kicking like a toddler, saying, no, 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 no. I want to stay a member of this harmful cult that perpetuates rape culture and accepts sexual exploitation.
So you just defined MAGA as a cult. You just said MAGA is a cult, right?
Yeah, I did. Don't pivot.
That's what you're trying to refer to. Going back to what we were just talking about, I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm not trying to make it seem like that's normal. Obviously, I don't support that, but he says that he is the owner of that. Whatever was going on, he is the owner of that.
Yeah,
whole
he owned the
thing.
pageant. He didn't own the women. Dude.
Yeah, I get that.
Dude, fuck. Think about it. First time in your life. Fucking hell. He owns the building. Sure. He owns the pageant. Sure. He owns that 100%. He doesn't own the bodies of the women. He doesn't own the bodies of the girl. Just because he owns the pageant that they're competing in doesn't give him the right to unconsensually look at them while they're naked.
Okay. But does that also refer to him making sure everything is okay? And also, those women, when they were backstage...
Men don't make sure that everything is okay in private women's spaces. Women make sure everything is okay in private women's spaces.
Obviously, that is true, but when you go back to the point, you're saying those women were 100% naked, they were backstage, but is there just any proof that they were physically getting ready to do something when they were actually naked? Like, is there actually hard evidence proof?
Proof of what?
Is there proof of, like they were naked? Not obviously like on camera or anything, but I'm just
the proof
saying.
that they're naked is that Trump said they were naked. Nova, thank you
So-
for the racing debut.
Wait, so he said that they were naked. All I heard is just said, "Did you see those women? They look incredible." Not saying, "Did you see those women naked?"
You heard him say
look
that they had no
incredible."
clothes on. We already went over this. I said, when I don't have any clothes on, I'm naked. Then I said, what about you? And you said, obviously.
Wait, so replay the clip. He said that they had no clothes on.
Yes, he said they had no clothes on.
You know, replay
Anywhere.
the clip.
And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking.
Standing there with no clothes. Okay, listen, man, I'm gonna give you a second just to think about your fucking tomfoolery. I mean, this is embarrassing for you. It's fucking gross. Matter of fact, before you heard that clip, you told me that if you knew Donald Trump had done this, then you would stop supporting him as president. After you heard that clip, the mental gymnastics started, and you've since then been attempting to justify your support for somebody you know is sexually exploited naked women and/or naked girls. And while you're really thinking about your response here, because you can't deny they were naked, you can't deny they were naked in a dressing room. You can't deny that was a woman's dressing room with no men around. And you can't deny that Donald Trump went in there unconsensually. And you can't deny that Donald Trump knew he did something wrong, or else he wouldn't have said this is something to get away with. And you can't deny that I asked you immediately before I played that clip that if Donald Trump had admitted to this, would you still support him as president? You said you wouldn't. Okay? Consider those facts. Well, I think a couple people for their love. What? Fucking hell, dude. Holy shit. Just long night. Just fucking long night. First and foremost, Daniel, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. Daniel, show some love to Daniel, saying, as a Gen Xer, I was crushed to see Trump win the election. I'm glad that voices like yourself are helping to mobilize Gen Z to get out and vote. I think the Dems are going to crush it in the midterms and in the next general. Huge shout out to you, and I appreciate you for the $10, Daniel. As well as Mickey, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, love the stream but not cool. Associating a Southern accent with a lack of intelligence perpetuates harmful stereotypes and contributes to the broader issue of linguistic discrimination. Signed, a Southerner who proudly voted for Andy Bashir. We are a monolith. So the reason why I threw in a Southern accent when I had the tinfoil hat on is because a guest was speaking in one, and I was mocking him, not mocking people with Southern accents. And then Ronna Lee, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. David, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Show some love to David down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to David. Let's get 250 David W's. Thank you so much for your kindness, David. Madeline, thank you so much for the $5. Saying I had a long day. Hashtag breakup and just ended a call with my friend saying in my shows and even on today, seconds before I opened TikTok and found out that it is. Thank you for making the day just a little bit better. I'm really sorry to hear that you're going through a breakup, Madeline. That's actually the reason why I started these streams. These streams help. I don't know why. They just, they take your attention away and just hop out for a moment. So I hope that you're doing all right, and thank you for the $5. As well as Jesse, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says my wife is first generation American and seeing the treatment of undocumented people and citizens has made me realize that this is the worst possible time to be an American. Thank you for speaking up for what is right. Well, thank you so much for speaking out against human rights abuse. We are now on a UN human rights violation watch list because of Donald Trump's treatment of immigrants. It is absolutely abhorrent, absolutely disgusting, and I hope that your wife is okay, David. Thank you for the $20. As well as Stefan. Let's also get 200 Stefan W's down below in that chat for the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Stefan. Huge shout out to you. Thank you so much. And then Russell, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo as well. Show some love to Russell, who says, I love the tinfoil hat bit. Always enjoy watching you from San Fran Bay. Well, shout out to you, Russell. I love bringing that tinfoil hat out. It is fun. Thank you for the $20. And then, holy fuck, we got a big one here. Dude, Mr. Nate, thank you so much for the $150 donation over on Venmo. Jesus Christ, Nate. Nate with $150 says, taking a pharmacy break for the next week and looking forward to hanging out more on live. The oncology ward is probably happy that they won't have to deal with my leftist ways. Nate, it is so good to see you again, my friend. You have supported me so much over the course of the last couple months. Just know that I really appreciate you for the love. $150 is a shit ton of money. I don't deserve it, man. Thank you for your generosity. Let's get 1,000 Nate W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much, man. And then Becca, thank you so much for the $15. And Shanara, thank you so much for the $10 over at Venmo. Shout out to you too. Shout out to all the donors. Thank you guys for the love. Now, redirecting my attention back to you, Og. What is it going to be now that you've had a minute to think? Are you going to continue in your hypocritical ways, or are you going to renounce your support of Trump and maintain your word?
Before I say anything to that, I do have a whole separate argument to make, but I don't want to, mess up what we were talking about.
You don't want to pivot, and I don't want you to pivot either. I want you to stay on topic. Please do.
Okay, yes. So, obviously, I am still going to support him. I say I am a man of my word, but, and I just realized what he said. Did you see? Okay, what was that whole event about? Was it about like women going on stage, or what was it about? Because I had no knowledge about it.
That was about Donald Trump walking into a women's only dressing room and looking at the naked women and naked teen girls in that space.
What was the whole event about? Like, were they going on stage and dance?
So, like, what were they changing for? A beauty pageant?
Yeah, okay. I realized what he said. Did you see those women? They look incredible.
Yeah,
so he's talking.
He said that they looked incredible when he was unconsensually perving on them while they were naked. Yeah.
I think he was referring to was once they're all ready and once they had all their outfit on and everything, and once they went, out for the pageant, they look incredible. Obviously they look beautiful. Those women are all changed. They look awesome.
Did you know that they have clothes on when they're ready? And he said, you look at them, they have no clothes on, they look incredible. Drop the bullshit. This is like genuinely embarrassing for you. Yeah. Get fucking gagged. You deserve that shit. You're the one that decided to blatantly side with the misinformation, gibberish, nonsense over siding with the victims of sexual exploitation. I hope you feel that burn in your soul, right? Because you look stupid right now. I'm going to be honest, okay? You look stupid.
You know, I can also, you know, I just want to bring up this one argument, but I don't want to pivot so bad. We can go right back to.
I don't want you to pivot either.
But can I just mention this? That's the thing, though.
No. No. You could happily bring up whatever the hell you want once you are able to concede to the fact that you are a goddamn hypocrite and you support Trump, even though we all just heard him admit to the sexual exploitation of naked women and/or naked girls.
I just don't get it. Like,
What don't you fucking get, dude? Sexual exploitation includes the abuse of like a position of power or authority, alongside the abuse of a position of vulnerability, which these women and girls were in while they were in the private women's only space when they were getting naked to take their clothes off and put new clothes on. And he abused that position of power of authority of owning the pageant by allowing himself to barge into that space without the consent of the women or the girls. Keep in mind, girls can't even fucking consent. They're minors to look at them while they were naked with no clothes on. Okay? That is definitionally speaking sexual exploitation. And the reason why you are so lost for words is because there is no word or set of words that you can find in the English dictionary to argue otherwise. Okay? That's why you don't know what to say. Because the only thing to say here is that you are either a man of your word with a decent head on your shoulders and you no longer support Trump as president because you made the promise that you wouldn't if you knew he had done this, and then I played you the clip of him admitting to it, or it's just to say that you're a fucking hypocrite, you still support Trump even though you just heard him admit to sexually exploiting teen girls or women, and you don't care.
you know,
This isn't complicated, man. Go ahead. Seriously, this isn't complicated.
I do care. You know, I do care about women's rights. I care a lot about that. And the things, like, if he did, go backstage and see like those women naked, obviously, like, I don't like that. I lost a lot of respect for him if he has done that, but. The thing is, I was, like I said earlier, when I first joined, I was born and raised in like a Trump family, everyone around me, they support Trump, how am I just going to, go ahead and say, you know what, just because of something, that Dean, played something on stream, you know what, guys, I don't support Trump anymore, you know what I mean? Come on.
You said you wouldn't. I'm so sorry. Shut the fuck up. You're the one that said if you knew Donald Trump had sexually exploited women and or naked girls by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at them with no clothes on unconsensually, that you'd stop supporting Trump. You said that. You.
Yeah.
You have free will. You do. I swear to God. You have free will. Okay? Like this mind virus doesn't need to control you. It doesn't need to. Grow a spine, dude. Okay? Right? I'm not going to give you validation for your bullshit. I'm sorry, I won't. Okay? I'm more than capable of having reasonable, rational discourse where I'm level-headed. I'm not using words like stupid. I'm not using words like spineless. And I'm just here trying to change some minds with a respectful demeanor. I think the guest before last was a great example. He came up here. He was talking about the unemployment rate under Trump in his first term, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and I was just able to respectfully describe why he's wrong. You, on the other hand, right, are much different than that, because the issue with you, right, is that you're not like seemingly conforming with what you think reality is. You're not like telling me that you think Donald Trump is good for this country for reasons X, Y, and Z. You are blatantly denying reality because it contradicts your confirmation bias of being pro-Trump to the extent on when you hear him say that he sexually exploited teen girls and women, you don't care and you try to find a way to defend it. It's spineless, it's gross, it's disgusting, and it is something that we as a society need to get rid of, right, and get better, right, for the sake of the women and girls that are experiencing the sexual exploitation. If you just brush it off your your shoulder, if you say it's defensible, if you act like you don't care, then more shitty men will go out and do those shitty things to more innocent women and girls, right? Because you don't care, because you brushed it off your shoulder. They'll say, well, if Trump can do this, admit it and boast about it like it was cool, and then serve as our president, and then still have people supporting him, even if those people know that this is something he's done, and they'll still defend it like you are. Well, then just maybe if they go out and do it themselves, right, they won't have too many repercussions, okay? Right? What's on the line here, right, isn't you feeling uncomfortable because you have to contradict something that you thought you was true growing up. What's on the line here is the safety and well-being of potential victims, okay? Of women and girls, of innocent children. And I'm going to say that your comfortability, right, is a little bit, lower on my priority list than the safety of women and girls.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I can't really say anything. I already said what I needed to say.
No, you didn't.
But
No, you didn't. You never gave a response. You tried to. You tried to say, how do you know they were naked? How do you know it was unconsensual? He owned the pageant. And I was able to respond to all three of those things to the extent of you just going dead radio silence. So tell me, what do you have to say in response to hearing that clip, in response to listening to Trump admitting to those things, and in response to you saying if he did admit to those things, you'd stop supporting him, yet you still support him today? I'm going to shut the hell up. I'm going to give you the mic. What do you have to say?
I will say that I lost respect for him, but I will keep supporting him. I just think he does really good with the economy, and I think he puts America first. That's all I'm going to say.
God. So go ahead and respond to the fact that you said if you knew he had done this, right, you'd stop supporting him. Why did you lie?
I didn't mean that fully. I was saying I would just lose respect for him, honestly.
Okay.
Like I'm saying I lost respect for him right now.
Right. So you didn't mean that fully. Okay. So you just lied. All right. And then even with this, putting America first bullshit, okay, he didn't put America first when he chose to blame the Democrats for 41 million Americans starving, compared to finding a way to make it so they didn't starve by allowing emergency funding to go to fund SNAP benefits during November for the government shutdown. He didn't put America first when he incited an insurrection, right, on the American Capitol on J6. He didn't put America first when he passed tax policy that's reducing the purchasing power of 156 million Americans. He's not putting America first when he took the health care away from 10 million low-income American citizens. He's not putting America first when he gives $40 billion to Argentina. Okay, he's not putting America first when he supports and endorses, right, racial profiling of citizens and non-citizens inside of this country by allowing his secret mass police to go out on the streets and kidnap naked children and throw them in the backs of U-Haul vans. He's not putting America first when he's imposing tariffs on all of our allies that disproportionately increases the prices of goods sold in the American marketplace, harming poor people the most. He's not putting America first, when he's going on stage saying that we need to arrest Kamala Harris, arrest Joe Biden, arrest Obama, prosecute his political opponents, right? He's certainly, right, not putting America first, right, when he's giving a big middle finger, big fuck you to half of America, saying that he hates Democrats, saying that he wishes them the worst, right? Everything that's left your mouth is so undefensibly false. It's abhorrent.
You realize he does put America first because he makes sure that American allies pay more for defenses. American allies to pay more for defenses.
I'm gonna need a big drink of water.
Me too.
So you're actually not gonna respond to anything that I just said, and you're gonna bring up the fact that he argued that other countries in NATO should pay more into their own defense budgets. Funny enough, benefiting their countries, not America.
It does. It's a strong ally of America, so it benefits us. I can tell by...
Yeah, and how are those ally ships going? Right now, 23 countries have stopped all small partial shipments into this country because of Donald Trump's treatment of them.
You don't have an argument back to that, what I just said. I can tell by your reaction. You don't have anything to say to that.
I just said just said something in response to that. Jesus fucking Christ. You said he was putting America first when he got them to increase their military budgets. Okay, well, what I said is that, like, funny enough, right, that's actually not benefiting America. That's benefiting those countries. And I think that any benefit that you could argue we would experience because of that is significantly outweighed by
That's one
everything
of our
else I
strong
just said.
allies.
He said that he wants us to leave NATO. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh,
But you
so,
realize
so NATO's so important, and you think he was putting America first when he tried to increase the military expenditure of other countries in it. So therefore, he's putting America last when he said he wants to leave.
Where did he say that he wants to leave NATO?
Dude, this was big news. Go look it up online. Trump wants to leave NATO. Like Elon Musk, when he was serving as his right-hand man, was like tweeting out about it, saying that he loves it. Donald Trump has resuggested that many times.
I think I can't look it up because I'll get kicked from the live.
Yeah, he's long been critical of it. Okay, yeah. This is, dude. I mean, this is from his first administration. At the end of it, just go on Google and type in Trump discuss pulling U.S. from NATO. You could also find something from October of this year, like last month, saying quote unquote Trump says I'm quote unquote leaving. There's no reason to be here anymore. Like, come on, man. March of this year, Trump considering major NATO policy shift to leave it. Looks like that the U.S. House Republicans that just serve as Donald Trump's, minions overwhelmingly, support the U.S. exit from NATO. Holy shit, chat. No fucking way. Guys, we might have a crazy stream tomorrow morning. Yeah, go ahead and respond to those things.
All right, so I just want to say back to what you said. You said that he was paying for the allies. But you realize that's one of our strong allies. NATO is one of our strong allies. You realize NATO benefits us.
I'm kicking this idiot out. Oh my god, guys. Okay, I can't tell you what it is. Y'all are gonna, oh my god. Okay, we might have a very, very, very special guest on the stream tomorrow morning. Okay? I'm not gonna tell you who they are in case it doesn't happen. But holy dude, oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. I've been working on this one for a while. I'm sorry. I'm like literally gonna like take time out of the stream just to like specifically respond to their team. Somebody in the comment section just said, "Is it Charlie, dude?" Not funny. Let's go and get that next. That's terrible. Stop. Don't laugh. We're gonna go to get, dude. What was, dude? Oh my god. Mods, ban him. Mods. God. We're gonna go. We're gonna go ahead and get the next guest loaded up into the stream. Only hop inside of that queue if you support Trump as president. We'll get you loaded up in here right now. While this next guest is talking, I'm going to be debating them, but I have to respond to their team. I really hope this works. Chat, I can't give you a hint. Because if it doesn't work out, right, I don't want to like, I can't even say that. I just don't want to hurt anything. You know what I mean? I'm going to be very vague. No hint. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Tommy. We are just looking for individuals that do. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Time, if it does happen, it's going to be like really early tomorrow, between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. Eastern. Welcome in. Chris, hello. Do you support Trump? All right. It doesn't look like Chris is here. We're going to go to kick them and move on to the next guest. I'm totally like multitasking here, messaging their team and trying to get the next Trump supporter up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? No, I'm not here, guys. Go ahead and hop inside that queue, guys. We are only looking for Trump supporters. All right, we're actually going to go to get Santana up. Really good timing, Santana. Welcome in, Santana.
Hey, I figured that you do that. I got you.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Do you have guest access?
I do.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, man. Ron Coleman, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, Ron Coleman, take it away. Tell us why.
All right. Well, his policies, for one, he's promised everything he said he was, cleaning up the streets, immigration. Talk about the border. That's very safe. Less drugs in America, less crime in America.
Okay.
You know, 401k, everything's going up. Things are coming down. I heard you
all right.
earlier saying that, talking to the young man earlier, that about when he was talking to Howard Stern. You know, that's all for show and play. But
Well,
to
yeah,
make your-
Ron.
to
So
make
there's
yourself-
a
hold
couple
on,
things.
let me
Hold on,
speak,
no,
let
no,
me
no,
speak.
Ron, because now
No,
you're
no, no,
wait.
look,
Slow down,
let
Ron.
me speak, bro.
Ron,
Let me speak.
You're
No, I don't want to
Ron.
hear your listen. If you
Ron.
don't let me speak, I'm done with you.
Yeah, that's fine, Ron.
Okay,
I got
Ron, we're
this.
going to let you speak. We're going to give you the mic. We're going to let you speak. We're not going to interrupt you.
Right.
Just
So
be succinct
you're
and to the
talking
point.
about he should denounce Trump and Republicans and all. So how did you feel when Bill Clinton was doing that in the Oval Office? Should you denounce every Democrat?
Bill was impeached for that.
Oh, he was impeached. But okay. So should you denounce every Democrat that's after him for what he did?
You should denounce every Democrat that's a rapist. You should denounce every single Democrat that sexually exploited kids. You
Okay,
should
but you
denounce
still
every single
voted-
Democrat
but
that is
you voted
engaged in
for
sexual
Hillary.
violence.
You voted for
And-
Hillary.
Yeah, because Kamala Harris wasn't a rapist, wasn't a sexual exploiter, wasn't on the Epstein list, wasn't best buddies with Epstein either, wasn't
He's
sued
not
and
on
held
the
civilly
Epstein
liable
list,
for
though.
raping Agent
See,
Carroll,
listen.
wasn't guilty for 34
Listen, listen,
felonies.
brother.
This is all bullshit.
Yeah, you're speaking bullshit because he's not on the Epstein list. They would have brought that out long before he even he ran and again.
He's literally on the flight logs with Epstein.
Nah,
He was
okay,
best
but
friends
who-
with
who am I
Epstein for
talking?
15 years.
Who are you?
I'm the co-host. I'm Santana. Who are you, Ron?
My name's Ron Coleman. That's who I am.
Exactly. Can you engage? He was on the flight logs. He was best friends with him for 15
So was
years.
Bill Clinton. So was Obama.
and,
There's a
and
lot of
Donald
people on
Trump
that
actually
flight list.
said, why did Donald Trump
Right or
stop being
wrong?
friends with
Am
Epstein?
I right or wrong? Isn't Obama on that flight list with Bill Clinton?
No, he's not. Obama's
No?
not on the
Oh,
list.
you've seen
No.
the flight list? So you know
Yes,
who's
I've
on
seen the
there
flight
who's not?
logs. I've seen the flight
Yeah.
logs.
You're full of shit.
I've
They
seen the
haven't
flight
even
logs.
been-
Why did
You're full of
Trump
shit.
stop
They have
being
not
friends?
been released. You're full of shit. They have not been released. A Democratic judge has not released any of this, and
The
that
flight
judge
logs have
was
been
appointed
released,
by
Ron.
Bill Clinton. So you're a liar for one.
Ron, the flight logs have been released. Hey, Ron, how about we go one at a time, okay? Seriously, like, I would love to have a conversation with you, but you can't keep talking over me, and I won't keep talking over you. How about that? Can we make a deal?
That's fine with me.
Okay. All right. Ron, you said some things at the very beginning that I wanted to talk about. I wanted to go back to what you were saying when you said that he was actually, improving things. You said prices are down and,
They
crime
are.
is down.
That's where I
Can
live,
you-
and groceries where I live are down. Yes, they are. I don't know where
Okay.
you're living, but where I'm living, they are.
Okay. So, Ron, is it just about where you are specifically, or is it about the actual prices throughout the country?
I'm not sure what's going on throughout the whole country. I don't live in the whole country, so
Okay,
I
but
don't know where you live. Probably in California. Do you live in California?
No, I live in Washington State, but the health of the
well,
country
that's
doesn't
the
matter to
same
you,
thing.
Ron?
No, actually, I live in a Democratic-run state in New York.
Right, but the health of the country doesn't matter to you. Is it
It
just
does-
about
it
where
does
you are?
matter to me. So
Okay.
let
So
me
then-
let me answer you this. This guy's sitting here bragging about I got $150 here, I got $50 here, and you guys cry about people being on Snap.
wait,
I mean,
wait,
you know,
wait. Oh,
like
actually,
you guys
can I-
are crying about all this immigrant and all
Can
this
I-
Snap.
can I
So
hop
why
in?
don't you take some of that money that's being donated to you and donate it to some of these people that are on Snap and these
doesn't
immigrants?
have
Why don't you
impulse
take some
control,
of that
man.
money? Answer that question.
So, Ron, it's funny because I actually do donate some of my income. But speaking of those donations, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo, Kim. Show some love to Kim down below in the chat for the $100, saying love your quick wit. Another Gen Xer here. Remember though that making people feel stupid won't win hearts and minds. Keep up the good fight. Listen, man, I only want to make people feel stupid when what they're perpetuating is so unbelievably harmful. They
make
need
yourselves
to be
unstupid every word
criticized.
you say.
Like that last guest. Thank you for the $100, Kim. I wanted to see 1,000 Kim W's for the $100. As well as Christy with the $50 over on Venmo. Christy with the $50. Thank you so much for the love. Saying Donald Trump has also said shit like he's a star and he can grab him by the pussy. Thank you so much for the $50, Christy and Kim. As well as Adam. Thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the... I'm still thanking my donors. Because Ron, I'm thanking my donors.
Right. Okay. So how much of this money that's donated to you do you donate to the other people?
I'll answer your question after I thank Adam for the $30 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much.
100% of it.
Because I'm thanking Adam. Thank you for the $30, Adam. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Abigail, thank you so much for the 2. Victoria, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Holy shit. Thank you, Victoria. As well as Victoria, I just read that message. I'm really sorry that you went through that breakup. Thank you for being here. And I'll keep the rest of it to myself. Just thank you for the love. Let's show some love to Victoria. As well as Jalen. Thank you so much for the $28 on PayPal. Let's show some love to Victoria and Jalen. And then Rebecca with a $17 says, love. Thank you so much for the love, Rebecca. Megan, thank you for the $10. Athena, thank you for the 4. Genevieve, thank you for the $20. Who says thank you for all that you do. Love watching your lives. Thank you so much for the love, Genevieve. Ada, thank you so much for the $14 over on PayPal. Appreciate you so much for that love, Ada. That is AYDA. One moment, sir. Blanca with the $5. Ruth with the $3. And Angelina, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Thank you guys so much for the love. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Not to mention Marilyn over on YouTube with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much for that love, Marilyn. And Tara, TARRA, with a $50 super chat on YouTube, who says, thank you, Dean, for standing up for women. You give me hope for the future of Gen Z and for generations to come. Thank you so much for the love, Tara. Holy shit. And Juliana with the $80 on Venmo, who says DNC payout. Thank you so much for the love, Juliana. Show some fucking love to Juliana for the $80 down below in that chat. And then Christopher with the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Christopher. Abigail with the $2. And we are all caught up. If you're watching and you want to support me, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok.
I'm sure
on the top of the phone screen right there.
He seems pretty mad. You seem pretty mad about that. Also, Ashley, thank you so much for the 10. You're awesome as well. Thank you so much, Ashley. I appreciate you.
It's pathetic. You guys are pathetic that you're taking all this money from people when you cry about the SNAP program. I want to know how much you're donating to your local churches and food bank out of this money that you're getting to feed these people.
Donald Trump's a billionaire. How much should he donate to SNAP?
No. I'm talking to you. Oh. You're on here running your mouth.
Oh, yeah, sir. I'm actually not going to be giving you private information about the percentage of my income that I donate. Because it's not an obligation that I have. Go ahead and unmute. I apologize for muting you. I just don't. I'm not obligated to share that information with you, so I don't intend to share it with you.
Bet $1 he has no clue how to unmute.
I don't donate the percentage of my income that I do to come on live and boast about it.
That's what I was just about to say. You don't do good things just so you can brag about it. Well, Trump lies about doing good things so he can brag about them, but that's not a normal person, Ron.
No, what he just did is not a normal person.
No, I mean, you can't be upset. Wait, why are you upset, Ron? Why are you upset that people are sending donations, but you're not upset at the billionaire that's taking money out of, literally using the office of the presidency to enrich himself at the same time causing 42 million Americans to actually...
Make one statement that he's enriching himself in that White House. Make one statement.
Cryptocurrency. He's enriched. And also, holy fuck, Carol, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Holy fuck, thank you so much for the $100, Carol. Donald Trump has made $5 billion since he's been back in office. Can you get some W's in the chat for Carol, though? Thank you so much for the $100 donation.
Right now, because he's not worth an additional $5 billion.
He's made $5 billion since he's come back into office. That's not a lie.
And that is a lie. Why don't you go look up what Nancy Pelosi, who's a career
what does Nancy Pelosi have to do?
Salary is worth $50 million or so dollars. How does she get to that money?
Donald Trump and his family has enriched themselves.
You're full of shit, dude.
And used the office of the White House to do so.
Dude. Hey Ron, can you show? Hey Ron,
let's get back.
Hey Ron, shushies. Ron,
I was made the country safer. Let's get out of this bullshit.
Hey Ron, can you show some love to Lindsay? Could you say W, Lindsay?
Yeah, I didn't think you guys wanted to get
Ron,
real.
can you say W. Lindsay?
Can you?
No.
But why? She just donated $20 on Venmo
You
and
say
donating
Larkin
just to piss
Riley
Ron off.
about the immigrants
Thank you
that
for the
killed her?
$20,
Can you say
Lindsay.
Larkin Riley's name? Can you say her name? Can you say her name?
Yeah, I could say her name. Now, do you know who Molly Tibbetts is?
No, I don't.
Oh, because that was a woman that was murdered by an undocumented immigrant under Trump's first term, proving that you don't actually care about violence towards women. You only care about politicizing these events in an attempt to make the left look bad. Thank you so much for the $20, Lindsay. Jen, thank you so much for the $10 who says guest seems really mad about you getting paid. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Jen. Abigail with the $5. Olivia with the $5. Michael with the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Michael. And then Chelsea! Oh, wait, did you just say rape?
Yeah, you don't want to get into that.
Oh, wait. I need to thank Chelsea for her $50 donation. But before I do, so the average undocumented immigrant is 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime such as rape on American soil compared to an American citizen. Considering the fact that you are a citizen, you are statistically speaking more likely to do so than the average undocumented immigrant. And obviously, you don't understand what per capita means. You don't understand what per capita means. We're talking about per capita likelihoods. Listen, oh my God.
Per what they're allowed in this country, it outweighs any American that does any crime.
Hey man, it's
That's
called a
not
per.
true.
It's called a per
That is
capita
a
likelihood.
fact.
In saying that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less
That
likely.
is a fact. Look it up.
Hey Ron, when I look it up, what I find is that the per capita likelihood accounting for population size still demonstrates that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less.
That's American. That's American citizens you're looking up.
He just said, Dean, he thinks that the actual crimes committed by undocumented immigrants way more than crimes committed by U.S. citizens. That's
No,
his
a crime
entire
is a
premise.
crime. It doesn't
Maga
matter if
Christ,
you're
thank you so much for the
American
$2
citizen
for
or
fuck
illegal
Ron.
undocumented.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you for the
A crime
$2
is
for
a
fuck
crime.
Ron, Maga
So
Christ. I
what
really
are you
appreciate
talking
you.
about?
Oh, and then Chelsea
Hey,
with the
can you-
$50. Chelsea with the
Yeah,
$50.
here
Listen,
we go.
Ron,
We're gonna talk about money again.
Ron, can I just
That's how
thank?
pathetic.
Can I
You
just
guys
thank
are
my donors real
pathetic.
quick? Hey Ron, can I just thank them real quick? It'll only
Yeah,
take 3
thank your
seconds.
donors. Hey,
Okay.
thank you, Chelsea, Amy,
Maga Christ. Don't forget about Maga Christ.
Hey,
Yo, actually,
Mega.
actually, talk. Let me
I
speak
wrote
now.
Trump donation. Would you take Trump's money if he donated to you?
Oh, yeah, I think his money would be much
Yeah,
better.
you
with
would.
me.
You would. Even though he's a piece of shit, you take his money,
His
right?
money would be
Yeah.
much better with me.
That's a slime ass motherfucker who would do that.
Wait, why? I'd take his money just to make him
Why would
less
you
rich.
take his money if you hate
To
the
ma-
man
to
so
make
much?
him
Why
less
would you
rich?
take his money?
To make
Why
him
would
less
you
rich.
take somebody's money? If I don't like somebody, I sure the hell wouldn't take their money.
Because I would use those billions of dollars to make the world a better place, compared to
You're
justified
full of
raping women and
crap.
becoming
So take
president
some
to
of
play
this money
fascist.
that you're making
You know what I
tonight
mean?
and make
You
it
know
a
what I
better
mean?
place.
Well, Chelsea,
Take
I
some of the
actually,
money
I
that you're
actually,
getting
we
tonight
need
and
to
make it a
talk.
better
We need
place.
to talk about that money real quick. I need to thank Chelsea with the $50
Yeah,
on Venmo.
yeah,
Thank you for the love, Chelsea.
Hey,
show some love to Chelsea. Yeah, show some love to Chelsea,
Amy, thanks for
Ron.
the $100.
Oh wait, actually, speaking of Amy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Lynn,
Oh,
thank you for the
Amy,
$5 who
you
says I'll
did-
send more once I know you got this. I got it, Lynn. Amanda, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the good fight. Avril, thank you for the $5 saying because rage baiting MAGA is my favorite hobby. Sierra with the $5. Mark with the $5 saying fuck Ron. Lucas with the $25 on
Yeah,
Venmo just to
fuck
piss
Ron.
Ron off. Rebecca with the $5. Thank you so much for the love. And
Fuck
Dylan,
Ron.
thank you so
Get
much
the
for the
baby
$20
shit.
on Venmo. Actually, yes, Dylan, it is. Thank you so much for the $20, Dylan. And then MAGA cries with the $2 on PayPal saying fuck Ron. Ashley with the $5 on
Yeah,
PayPal. Heather with the
yeah.
$5.
Fuck Ron,
Charlie with the
it makes
$6.
sense.
Thank you guys so much for the love.
Also,
Yeah.
Heather, thank you for the 5. You're awesome. I love you. I love
there
that this
we go.
guy's insanely jealous. He is. Jordan,
not-
thank you so
I'm
much
not
for the
jealous.
5.
You
Interested in
guys
going
are
to
so
sleep, listen to
hypocritical
White
and
Noise
it's
Machine like
funny.
Ron.
It's
Absolutely.
not even
Mark, thank
funny
you so
how
much for the 5 for
hypocritical
fuck
you
Ron.
are.
And also, Jillian, thank you so much for the 1 for the MAGA
Everybody
tears. It's
fuck
definitely
Ron, 'cause
MAGA
Ron's
tears right
making
now.
sense.
Ron. Oh, holy smokes.
There you go. I love the bear, dude. That's great.
Okay, so
Me
Ron,
too.
let's just recenter around the facts. Why do you support Trump as
Okay,
president?
yeah, let's do that. Well, let's turn around the facts.
Wait,
So,
real
I
quick
asked
before
the
you reset,
question,
because I just have to
that
say this.
would you
Holy
denounce
fuck,
every Democrat
Leia,
because
thank you
Bud
so
Bill
much for the
Clinton did? And you never
$50
answered that
donation.
question.
These cult
So-
members are
so-
nuts. Ron,
Hey,
Ron, stop.
Hey, Santana.
Ron,
Santana,
shushies.
let
Ron,
me talk sense into
Ron,
you first.
Ron, shushies.
So, no,
W's
no,
in the
you
chat
shut
for
up.
Leia,
Don't
who
kick me
sent
off,
a
'cause I'm not gonna shut up.
$50
Would you
donation
denounce
for
every
these cult
Democrat
members
for
are
what Bill
nuts. You are
Clinton did
absolutely
in
right.
the Oval Office,
Okay,
in the most sacred house in America?
Let's just
Would you
let
denounce that?
let's just let Ron speak. Ron, we want to talk to you about why you support Trump. I want to be able to have this conversation with you to hopefully change your
But
mind.
you guys don't want
I think
to.
that we just need to stop interrupting one another. We need to calm it down. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you why you support Trump as president. You could give us a reason. Then
I
will
already
respond
have.
to it. So if you'd like to
I
either
already
repeat
have.
something you've already said that you don't think was addressed, feel free to, or
I
if you'd like to
no,
bring up a new reason, that also works.
no. I already. When we first got on this conversation, I stated why I support President Trump, and you guys went off on some crazy conundrum about, oh, I got to thank all my donors. So review the tape. You'll see what I asked you and answer the questions. But you can't.
So Ron,
Because you want to go on these, you guys went on this, oh, thank Amy, thank this person, thank that person. So I just want to ask you, what is Trump? Yeah, there you go with the dancing bear. There you go.
I'm
There
sorry.
you
I'm
mad at the
go.
dancing
Yeah.
bear. How are you mad at the dancing bear?
I just see that on my screen. So, anyways, while you're eating that
mad at the
$30
gifts?
piece of chocolate because somebody gave you $100, great job, dude.
Why are he's mad at the dancing
There's the
bear?
dancing bear again. So, good for you, brother. Hey, any way to make a buck, I appreciate that. But anyways, let's get back to the facts and matter at hand.
Yes, Ron.
I asked you this question. What Bill Clinton did in the Oval Office, does that mean that every Democrat should denounce being a Democrat for what he did?
No, I shouldn't
You asked
stop.
that kid about Howard Stearns, about Trump.
Okay, I would. Could I
It's
have a
the
chance?
same question. It's the same question opposed to you now.
Gonna have a chance to.
And there's the dancing bear. Yeah, you guys are crafty.
Hey,
We're not doing that with the bear. What do you want? It's not us.
Hold on. That dancing bear is funny. I will give you that.
Do you mind if I respond to you, Ron?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So before I do, first and foremost, Sarah, thank you for the $20 on
Yeah,
PayPal.
thank you for the $10, Sarah.
No. Sarah with the $20, she says, "Lol, Ron's making you rich." And then
20.
Jason
Holy
with the
shit.
$10, she says, "Love from Canada and shut up, Ron." Thank you guys so much for the
Oh,
love.
Canada. Yeah, like, you know what, Canada?
And then-
You can go fuck yourself. I live on the border here in Buffalo, New
Dude,
York.
Ron!
You
All of
fuckers
Canada?
always say you're
Ron.
not coming over here, but
Ron.
I see thousands of you Ontario cars
Thank you
over
for the
here every
respect.
day
Ron.
in America.
Ron.
Please stay on the other side of
Let's-
the border.
let's-
You don't know how to drive, for one.
Jesus, Ron.
Oh, there's
What?
the dancing bear again.
Okay, Ron. Okay, let's keep
Yes.
the emotional outbursts inside of us. Okay, it's not okay to say all Canadians can go fuck themselves. Like that's kind of rude.
No, I just said that.
It's kind of rude, Ron. Now to respond
It is
to
rude,
now to
but they're
respond
rude
to your
to us.
question, right? So here's what I'd say. I'd say that like we should all be able to agree that like what Bill Clinton did in the Oval Office with Monica Lewinsky was wrong, right? I think that that is something that we should all criticize him for. But I just find it funny that you asked this question, considering the fact that even on this live, right, my main critiques of Trump don't surround the fact that he's cheated on all three of his wives, two more than Bill, but more so the fact that he's been held liable
Well,
for
that we
working-
know of.
Well, exactly
Yes,
what
you're
we
right.
know.
He's probably done more.
Exactly what
You're
we
right.
know.
Clinton's probably done more. You're right.
So you don't accept what Donald Trump has actually done with evidence, but you will accept what Bill Clinton likely hasn't done without evidence? Why?
What evidence? But this is the thing I get. What evidence? And then you know what? When you filter through the CNN, there we go with the bear again. Nice distraction. But anyway,
I do
doing it.
I do apologize for the Bears. If it was my, I'd probably mute the sound. Like I'd probably mute the sound of on them if it was up to me.
yeah. So, anyways, let's not joke. Bullshit. Probably every president in that White House has had one extramarital affair from day one. So whatever. Let's
Wait,
get
but
that
Ron,
aside.
Ron, you're speaking about what was done in the White House with Bill Clinton, but Dean
Right.
was
You
earlier
made a
talking about the
statement on
clip.
Howard Stern.
Yeah, he was
You
talking
know
about Howard
that
Stern
Paul
where
Rousseau
Donald Trump
and-
openly
and, you know,
admitted to
you
perving
know
on
Howard
young girls.
Stern
That's the
is
difference
hard
between. Ron, can I finish my sentence? Dean was talking about the actual clip from Howard Stern where Trump admitted to perving on young girls, and you can talk about whether what Bill Clinton did or didn't do, but it was two consenting
Bill
adults
Clinton did do
versus.
it. Don't do or do
Hey,
that.
let me
Yeah,
finish my
and I
sentence,
won't interrupt you again, but
Ron.
speak facts, not lies.
Ron. But you can talk about the consent between two adults. You can talk about the power dynamic, but it was still two consenting adults. Where Donald Trump is openly admitting on perving on
That's
young
called
girls that did
coercion.
not invite him
That's
into
called
the dressing
coercion.
room.
That he did that. That's somebody, a political figure in power, made a girl do that.
I said we
Well,
can
no,
talk about
that's
the
not
power
two
dynamic and
consenting
we can
adults.
speak on how that actually happens. But Donald Trump openly admitted to
No.
walking
Let's
into the
stick to the
changing
facts, since
rooms
you
of
brought
young
that up
girls
too.
unconsensually.
No, you're wrong. There's the dancing bear. You guys are really good.
Can we just speak one at a time, Ron?
Sure.
Okay, so let Santana finish speaking, and then you could go. Let's just go one person at a time. Let's try to make this debate a little bit more chilled out. Okay, it's late. It's 9 p.m. I just want to breathe. But go ahead.
The only point that I'm making is that Donald Trump openly admitted to actually going into the changing rooms of young girls that did not invite him there, and that's a huge difference. I mean,
You don't know that.
We don't know what.
Oh,
You don't know that he wasn't invited.
well, young girls can't invite older men to look at them while they're naked.
See, you're making an assumption that didn't happen. You are absolutely making a statement that is untrue right now.
So what? All that I said in my statement is that minors can't consent.
You're right. They can't.
Okay, so they can't invite Trump to look at them while they're naked.
No minor can consent to. It's called coercion, like Bill Clinton did to Monica Lewinsky. He took his power and he did sexual things to this girl because he was in power.
So I mean,
He should have been charged with a
what
crime,
you're-
and he never was charged with a crime.
So what you're
do
suggesting?
you denounce that?
So what you're suggesting is actually like a little bit more of like a nuanced position that I think deserves to be explored surrounding the sexual engagements between Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky. And it's funny because like the intelligence that it takes in order to consider like a potential power dynamic that would exist with Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky that could prelude to a certain type of coercion, right? It is just astounding considering the fact that, and in the second breath, you're not intelligent enough to recognize that Donald Trump unconsensually barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and or naked teens is sexual extortion, right? It's sexual exploitation.
Where did he say that he barged into that room? Play that tape. I want to hear him say, "I barged in there." Replay
As
that
the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
I believe I heard him say he's allowed to go back there. If they're getting dressed, here comes the dancing bear. You guys are really.
Thank you for the dancing.
These are
Well,
really.
he's abusing his position of power.
Listen to that again. And when he says that he's allowed to go back there, if they are getting dressed, that's not abusing any power.
Who allows him himself? He allows himself because he's the owner of the pageant.
So,
And he also makes the
he's
statement
not
that he got
one
away
guy
with it.
walking into that room. I'm sure he has an entourage with
Well, Ron, why would he
that
say
are
he
from
got,
that
he
pageant,
gets,
from the state. Let's be real, guys. Let's be
Ron,
realistic.
why would he
Let's
say
be
that he
realistic.
gets away with those things? Do you get
Because
do
he's
you
allowed
get away
because
with
he owns
things
the
that
pageant, he's going to inspect. He's going to
Right.
inspect it. Yeah, he
right? But
probably is
Ron
allowed.
doesn't.
He's the owner.
But Ron, when someone says I got away with this, doesn't that infer like nefarious intent? Like think about it. If you went
No, it
into the kitchen and you got a sandwich, would you say I got away with getting a sandwich, or would you actually say that if let's say you took your
I
wife's
own the
sandwich,
sandwich, I own the kitchen that I'm making it in. So
then
no,
you wouldn't say you got away with it, right?
Do
Right,
you
but
do
you wouldn't
that?
say you got away
Sneak
with
up on
it.
your refrigerator to get a sandwich? Is that what? I mean,
exactly,
you sneak up
but-
on your faucet to get a glass of water? I mean, really? I mean, come on, think
Exactly,
about
Ron.
it.
But that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't say that you got away with that, right?
Exactly. You're not even hearing yourself when you answer that.
Ron, just listen to me for a second. You wouldn't say
I'm not going to
if
listen to your nonsense. Nice Barry. Here comes the Nancy Bear again. I mean, is that all you got?
Ron?
Santana?
Ron,
Santana, listen, you are talking
Ron.
mumbo jumbo. right now.
Okay, can you
Don't
just stop
run
for a
me. All
second?
you want to do is run. Listen, I'm not going to play your manipulating and run games. Listen, the fact is, you have no evidence about him doing anything. You're making misleading and misguiding statements about something that you heard a snippet out of a clip. A Howard Stern show. I mean, who the F takes Howard Stern serious? You know, this guy was trash to women. He made women commit
I appreciate you
suicide
guys
on his
so much
show,
for the
and
love.
now you're gonna glorify.
Thank you guys for the love. Yeah. Howard Stern is just as bad as Trump. You know, thought I'd put that one out there. We're not denouncing that. We're not saying that Howard Stern is a good guy. All that we're saying is that when Donald Trump talked to Howard Stern, he admitted to sexually exploiting naked women and/or naked girls. I just had to mute you because your bullshit's unbearable. But while you're on mute, I'd like to thank Dean Parker 2028 for the $20 over on Super Chat on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love. You are awesome. Thank you so much. As well as Andrew. Thank you for the $10 who says Ron is a massive moron. That's good, Andrew. Thank you for the love. Show some love to Andrew down below in that box. Ron, feel free to unmute. Just make sure that you're not interrupting me too much. I'd appreciate that, bud. As well as Brianna. Thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Brianna. Brianna says, sounds like Ron would use the opportunity to barge into a changing room full of dressing girls if he were running a pageant. I mean, yeah, that's obviously like what it sounds like when he's saying that it's okay, right? Like, obviously, he's saying that he'd do it himself.
Yeah.
Thank you for the $30 on Venmo, Brianna. Show some love to Brianna in that chat.
Like,
As well as Nathan. Thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, who says, love your debates. You're the best, dude. Major respect. Thank you, Nathan. Then Eric. Hey, Ron, is it okay if I just thank 2 more people? Eric, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you, Eric. Show some love to Eric down below in that chat for the $25. And then one big one here. Holy shit, I want to see 750 Natasha W's down below in that live chat.
There's a dancing bear. Thank you, Natasha. You should have made it 1,500. You're greedy.
For the $75 on Venmo. Thank you, Natasha. Natasha with the $75 says, you're amazing, Dean. Thank you for all that you do. Fuck Ron. Thank you for the love, Natasha.
Yeah,
then you're
fuck
saying
Ron.
then
I
you're
am
saying
making you a lot of money. You know what? I think I want a cut of this.
Really quick, massive W's in the chat for Chelsea. Holy shit. Chelsea sent $50. Thank you so much. You said your patience and calm in the face of horrible humans is nothing short of remarkable. Thank you for fighting the good fight. Absolutely. Alexandra, thank you so much for the $1. He said, I'm broke, but fuck Ron. Thank you so much. Sandra, thank you so much for the 12. Thank you for speaking up for us. Absolutely. Kimberly, thank you so much for the 10. Those are some big emotions from Ron. He's feeling super duper strong Republican. Fuck off, Ron. W's in the chat for Amy. Thank you so much for the 20. Ron makes no sense. I miss Phil.
Oh, I make a lot of sense.
Leah, thank you so much for the 5. Tell Ron Jesus loves him. Yes, Jeebus loves you so much.
Yes,
Hannah, thank you so much for the 2 donations for the amount of brain cells that Ron has. Ron, shut up. Thank you for what you do, Santana. Also, Farrell, thank you so much for the 10.
Where was that energy?
I wish I could send more, but this is all I can find. For Ron is definitely having those fifis in his tum-tum. I love you more. Listen, Ron, I guess the question I have for you, because you've been up here and you've
I'm on a liberal channel, and I'm going to get flack, and I'm making you guys a lot of money right
Ron,
now.
But can we, Ron, but can we actually have a conversation? Why can't you let someone speak?
Okay, go ahead.
Ron, you have stood up here and actually defended a man. Not only does he have 26 credible counts of 26 credible accusations of SA, and he's actually been.
That's what they're. You know what, Santana?
Ron, I didn't even finish my sentence, Ron.
I accuse you of something.
Ron, I didn't get to finish my sentence. He has 26 credible accusations of SA. He's also been adjudicated in court as far as SA, and even his ex-wife went on record with their divorce decree saying that he actually raped her and pulled out her hair, and then the day after he did that, he came to her and said, did it hurt? You're literally up here defending one of the most horrible human beings that we've ever encountered, because for some reason you think that he's doing something good, but he hasn't actually proven anything good. You talked about prices being down. Literally everything is up. Ron, can you name one actual price that's down nationwide versus just what you think is down in your area?
Eggs are down. My 401k is going through the roof right now.
Your 401k has to be
eggs are down at 401k. And listen, when you made these
why were eggs up?
Hold on, you didn't. Now you're
Emily,
not.
thank you so much for the Future City. I appreciate you for that love.
Why were eggs up in the first place, Ron?
Joe Biden.
What did Joe Biden do?
Well, he exterminated all these chickens that he
Why
said
did he exterminate the chickens?
euthanized. That he said
Why
he
did-
had to euthanize.
Why did he exterminate the chickens?
No, I don't know. There was no
It was
statement ever
bird
made.
flu, Ron. It was bird flu. It literally
Oh, because of the bird flu. Sure,
bird flu happened throughout
So,
the entire
Did
world.
CNN tell you that?
No, bird flu
CNN tell
happened
you
throughout
that?
the entire world, Ron.
It happens all the time, brother.
Yeah, the actual
yeah.
rate that occurred was on a global scale. Like literally, the difference is that under Donald Trump, he got rid of our actual response team for like certain global pandemics, and we weren't
Useless,
prepared for the
wasted
bird flu.
money. Useless, wasted money.
Wow. Okay.
Do you?
Yes, just like an oversized
the
government
galaxy.
is useless and wasted. Yeah, you guys just keep thinking money because you have nothing. Listen, by the way, Santana, while you sit
Ron,
there
you're
and you're
not
collecting a
engaging into-
paycheck on these suckers that keep donating to you,
Wow.
Ron,
and they say,
don't- be
"Fuck
be
Ron."
nice to the people.
Fuck
Be
Ron
nice to the
means
people,
that
Ron.
I'm hitting a nerve with these people. That's it.
Yeah.
Bottom
Ron.
line, you guys are sad and pathetic. Tell me
Katie,
one
thank you
thing,
so much for
Santana.
the 2
Tell me-
shushies that's sending me. Ron definitely
Yeah,
needs
here
the
we go.
shushies.
Yeah,
Jackie, thank
here
you so
we go.
much for the 5. I'm
Tell me
sorry,
one thing
people,
Trump has
not
done
letting you speak.
that has
They
affected
can't
your
stand
life right
facts.
now.
Ron
Tell me
has a
one
problem
thing that
letting
he's
anyone
damaged
speak.
in your life right
Shannon,
now. Tell
thank
me
you
one
so
thing.
much for the 20 saying you're amazing. Jay, thank you so much for the 5. Mad love, bro. Don't believe Dean. I'm sure we already know what you're going to
Talking
say.
about making money. That's it.
Myra,
Keep
thank you so
donating
much
to
for the
these
2.
guys, you
Fuck Ron
suckers.
and keep going. Ron is horrible. Ron,
Dude,
I guess the
Holy shit! I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
tell me
I'm so
one
sorry
thing
to interrupt
Trump
you
has
guys.
done
So
that has hurt you in your life right now. Tell me one
so
thing.
I'll let Santana respond to that before I do.
No.
Just,
Tell me one thing Trump has
Dude,
done
Ron-
that has affected your life right now. Tell me one thing.
Ron, listen. This is
No.
this
Tell
is-
me one thing that Trump has done that has affected your life right now.
Ron, this is my life. Okay.
Yeah. So tell me one thing he's done to it.
I'll
You
let
sit there
Santana
making
respond.
money in a free country.
I'll let dude, Ron. I'll let Santana
Yeah,
respond.
you're making a lot of money there, brother.
Okay, I understand-
So tell
I
me
understand
one
that
thing
you're, like,
Donald
weirdly-
Trump has done to hurt you.
I
Answer
under-
the question. You and your co-host
Oh my
there.
God.
Answer one thing that Donald Trump has stopped you
Oh
from
my God.
doing. Since yeah, tell me one thing.
oh my God.
Oh my God, tell me one thing.
Ron, you have to
Ron.
stop talking if you want anyone to speak. Stop talking.
Then answer the question.
Ron, I'll happily let Santana respond to your question after I say what I want to on my live stream, right? Which is that for the last 30 minutes or so, I've been talking to the team of someone really cool. I told you guys that I may have someone
Did you get it?
awesome up tomorrow. We're like locking in a time right now. Somebody like
Here comes the
really
sideshow.
cool. Somebody like really fucking cool, right? Might be joining this live tomorrow at like 11:20 a.m. EST. Okay.
Gee.
So we'll see. We'll see. I really hope that this ends up working out. I know that you guys are. I can't give a hint. Right. But like, if this ends up getting scheduled, like on the books, if it works out, tomorrow morning's gonna be awesome. However, it's only gonna be for like around 10 minutes or so. That's what it's looking like right now. But like even that is gonna be fucking sick. All right. But anyways, go ahead, Ron. Go ahead, Santana.
Yeah, Ron. So
Yes.
you were saying name one thing that Donald Trump has done to negatively impact my life.
Yes.
Yeah, Donald Trump has caused massive amounts of job loss within the United States, which has hurt the
Incorrect.
economy. Literally, there's been hundreds of thousands of jobs lost since Donald Trump has taken office. Literally, the job numbers were so bad. Donald Trump fired the head of the labor Labor Bureau and Statistics, and then because he thought the numbers were biased, and then once he fired it, the person that he actually installed literally reported worse numbers. Donald Trump has caused massive job loss across the country and overwhelmingly harmed not only specifically the job market, but black people directly. Black unemployment has
No, don't
skyrocketed.
even go there, brother.
Black unemployment has skyrocketed under Donald Trump, and specifically, even more, black women have been overwhelmingly targeted when it comes to the amount of people losing their jobs. So Donald Trump has been massively harmful.
Where's your proof?
The job numbers, the black unemployment rate.
The African American women are losing their jobs or not gaining employment because Donald
Yes, the
Trump.
black unemployment rate. I just told you.
Boy, you Democrat, have you ever heard of Malcolm X?
What does Malcolm X have to do with the unemployment
Because you
rate
guys
currently under Donald Trump?
smoke and mirrors. It's all smoke and mirrors, my brother.
What does
Listen,
Malcolm X have to do with the
do you
current
hold a
unemployment
full-time
rate?
job somewhere else, or is this your primary?
Why, Ron? Why? What does
I
that?
just
What
want to
does that
know.
have to
Do you
do?
have a 401k? Do you have health insurance? I mean,
What does that have to do, Ron? You
because
told me
it
to
does.
name
It
one
has a
thing
lot
that
to do
Donald
with
Trump
it.
has done, and I actually told you the thing.
Because I don't believe these numbers. They're unfounded numbers.
They come from Donald Trump's actual administration. Those are Donald Trump numbers. His administration put them out.
You, dude, Ron.
I mean, you
So,
guys.
so what do you want? What do you want to do with that?
This is
No,
like
it's-
embarrassing, Ron.
It is embarrassing for you guys. It is
Embarrassing
embarrassing
for you because you're
come
telling
on
us that
here
you dispute the data
talk
that the
about
Trump administration is
bullshit
reporting.
data. Yeah, I'll
Wait,
tell you
wait,
that
you're
right
saying
now.
that the data that the Trump administration is reporting is bullshit?
I think the numbers that prelude who we hired are bullshit. Yeah,
Well, you understand.
absolutely.
You understand that
You
you understand
that
the new
Donald
hirees
Trump-
can revise that
Donald
data,
Trump-
right?
Do you know his what when they have all this September 30th and Joe Biden's?
I don't even know. I don't know what you just said. But you understand that like
September
Donald
30th
Trump's new head of the Bureau of Labor
Joe
Statistics could
Biden-
revise the data that you're saying you don't like?
No, I'm not. But I'm telling you right now, I don't believe in
Right. So if it's wrong, why
I
don't
can
they
also
revise
tell
it?
you-
If it's wrong, why don't they revise it?
They will revise it. It's wrong.
Oh, but they haven't said that they're going to revise it. You're making that up.
Wait, and the time they did revise it, the numbers got worse.
Right.
Literally, the
Right.
numbers got worse the
Joe
last time they
Biden's
did revise it.
Budget yearly plan ended in September 30th.
Oh
You
shit,
guys
yo!
are-
I got a couple people to thank. Chris, thank you for the
Oh,
$20 over on Venmo saying from Chris and Sheila. Fuck Ron. Thank you for the
There you go.
$20,
Yeah,
Chris and
fuck
Sheila.
Ron.
Yeah, fuck you, Ron.
Yeah, fuck you,
Yeah,
Ron.
yeah, fuck you, Ron. Oh, that's great. Sierra, thank you
Yeah.
for the $5 saying my last few bucks, but fuck Ron all the way. Appreciate you for the love,
fuck
Sierra.
Ron.
Jackie with the
I won't buy
$5
my
saying
kid
Dancing
food,
Bears
but
for the
I'll
win.
give you
Thank you for the
20
love,
bucks.
Jackie. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the love, Sarah. Kai with the $2. Terry with the $10 saying fuck Ron. Appreciate you for that love, Terry. Kevon with the $5. Thank you so much for the love. Maya with the $2 and Haley with a $5 saying that Ron's throwing such a fit he's gonna tire himself and sleep all tonight once he calms down. Probably. I'd also like to thank you, Patty. Thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Patty with the $30 says, "How do you not scream? Can you teach me your trick?" Patty, it's because I listen to people like Ron every day, all day. I'm just used to it at this point. Don't confuse, right? Like my agony in silence for patience. It's just that I'm just used to this bullshit. Thank you for the $30,
Yeah,
Patty.
after that.
And then Flory, Florrie, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal.
Whoa.
Thank you so much, Flory. Flory with the $50 says, "Hang up, wrong. You were drunk in honor of the trans community." Thank you so much for the love, Flory. And you were absolutely right. You know, he needs to hang up. He's pretty drunk. How do you feel about that, wrong? Are you
Yeah.
drunk?
No, I am not actually.
Wow. Oh, well, it's a sin to lie, Ron. Sarah, thank you so much for the $20 on
It's a
PayPal.
sin
He says,
to-
"Lol, Ron's making you rich."
Didn't talk
Thank
to
you for the love. Shut up, Ron.
Go out
Sarah with the
about it.
$20, thank you. Jason with the $10 saying, "Love from Canada," and "Shut up, fuck you, Ron." Jesus, you guys.
Oh, from Canada. They can't even
Canada,
clean
man.
their own
Okay,
country,
what-
buddy. They'll
what's-
say something
what's-
about
what's your
America.
problem- what
Go
is your
clean your own country up there, brother?
What's your problem with Canadians?
Well, my first problem with Canadians are full of shit and they want to interfere in American politics. They have no clean up your own country. Canada's a cesspool of shit. That's
Doesn't-
what it is.
Doesn't Donald Trump want to make
What?
Canada a part of America?
It should be the 51st state. I absolutely agree.
What?
That country's broke.
What the hell are you
What?
talking about, Ron?
Wait, how are
country
you? How
is
are you
broke.
going? How are you going from "fuck the Canadians,
listen,
they're full of shit, it's a
listen, I'm
cesspool,"
gonna- listen,
and to "we
listen.
need to make it our 51st state"?
Okay,
How-
hold
how
on.
just- how are
Listen,
you getting from A to B?
Okay, hold on. You live in what the state of Washington? You said
No,
I live in Washington State.
whatever.
That's
so
me. He
anyway,
lives in Colorado.
I live in Buffalo, New York, and I can tell you, I see thousands of Canadians here every day. I see them
I do
at our
too.
malls on the weekend, our
And
grocery stores.
the Canadians are
our
some of the
doctor's
nicest people.
offices. Why are
They're
if they
they're
have
so
free
polite.
healthcare,
They're
why are
so
they
they're so
over in-
awesome.
Where did he go?
So great.
That was the MAGA Wi-Fi.
Probably.
Denise, thank you so much for the 10. It said you think this might be Phil's dad. I think
No,
this might
answer
be
the
Phil's
there
dad as
we go
well.
with that.
Yeah.
Addie, thank
Yeah,
you so
fuck
much for the
Ron,
5. Fuck
50
Ron.
bucks.
Yes, exactly. Chloe, thank you so much
Oh
for
yeah.
the 1.
Yeah, speaking of EJ, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you, EJ. Let's get 500 EJWs down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. EJ says, thanks, Dean, for keeping the narratives of truth alive. Wanted to Super Chat to ask my fellow Americans to remember to vote this week. Your voice matters. Yes, guys, fucking
Absolutely.
vote. Absolutely,
Absolutely.
CJ. As well as Randy,
Absolutely.
thank you for the $20 who says you give me hope for my grandchildren. Dude, Randy, you were always watching. Thank you for being here. Huge shout out to you. And Ron, any last words before I kick you? You're too delusional.
No, you guys are off, and congratulations on making all this money. It was great to
Can you
debate
just
you
stop
guys.
talking about the money?
You're making
Well,
it
you
weird.
guys just keep telling me about these donations. I wish you would have stopped. with
I do
that.
have
So,
one that I would
anyway,
like to
hey,
read
great
off because
talking to
this
you
is
guys,
directly to
but,
Ron. Ron, just really quick, because this is directly to you. Ashley, massive W's in the chat for Ashley for the $50 donation, saying, the way this backwood dude is calling you brother is giving me the ick. Your grace is impeccable, as always. Thank you. Yeah, listen, when people like Ron lean into the brother thing, I don't really respond to it. So anyway, Ron, maybe you should stop doing that. That was it. That was
Yeah,
it.
we kicked him. We're gonna go to load up the next guest, by the way. So let's go and get that next Trump supporter up here. I'm like still in communication with this team of this person that I can't tell you who it is. They just sent a voice message, so I'm gonna have to go on mute and take a listen to that. So let's go and get that.
Yeah, you do it. I got the guest box.
Okay, you wait. I mean, yeah, I'll just go ahead and hang out until we
Yeah,
can
yeah,
get our
I
next
got
Trump
you.
supporter up here. Then I'm gonna have to go on mute and schedule this out because it's like first thing.
Yeah.
Excuse me, tomorrow morning. Oh God, I really hope this works out. That'd be so cool. All right, let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box, guys. Only join in that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Alongside, I want to thank Phoebe for the $10 saying from Australia, fuck Ron, big fan of you, and thank you for educating me, Dean. Thank you for the love, Phoebe. And then Christian with the $5 saying fuck Ron. Thank you so much for the love, appreciate that. As well as Avery, thank you so much for the $2, and Jude, thank you so much for the $25
Good
over on
morning, good
Venmo.
morning, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
What
for
up?
the love, Jude.
I'm on here.
It's morning here in South Africa.
I have a question. Which one of you two's in South Africa? Zero or Anthony?
It's the zero guy. I'm a black.
Well, Zero, I
Got
really
him.
appreciate you so much for joining us. However, we are only looking to talk to Trump supporters from America. Mr. Anthony, do you support Trump?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, how old are you?
22.
All right, go ahead and tell Santana why you support Trump. I'm going to be tuning back into this conversation in maybe like 3 to 5 minutes. I just have to listen to a voice message and respond. I am double tasking, multitasking, hopefully getting somebody very, very cool on the live tomorrow morning. Go ahead and take it away, man.
So why do you support Trump?
He's a president, you know what I mean? Gotta roll with the decisions. Not too big on politics, but he's, you know what I mean? He's already put in office, so why are we going to go against America itself? You know what I mean? When you can run with what you've got, why are you going to, you know what I mean? Just bash.
Okay. I mean, did you vote for him?
I think so, yeah.
You think so?
I did.
Okay. What state did you vote in?
California.
California. Are you in California now?
No, I'm actually in North Carolina as we speak.
You're really? Okay.
Yeah.
What time is it in North Carolina?
It is 11:33, so it is getting a little late out here.
Are you okay? So you live in North Carolina now?
Yes, I am a resident out here.
Okay, cool. Who did the Panthers play today?
Oh, I should know that.
You should.
They just got like their first win. What is that, against Green
They
Bay?
didn't. Okay. All right. Just double checking. Yeah, they did play the Packers. Wasn't the first win. All right. So you don't really keep up with politics, but you just support Trump because he's president.
You know what I mean? We all start at different points. This is just where I happen to take my foot in the race, and you know what I mean?
Okay, but do you know any of the actual things that? What do you know about what he's done?
No, he came out here to talk to the troops. I know he was out there with the Navy a little bit ago.
No. I mean, like
Another one.
what he's done since being in office. What do you know about what he's done since he's been in office?
He's got the troops paid. He got us paid. So
Are
that's
you-
one
wait, are
big
you in the
thing. I know there's a
military?
lot going on with the snaps.
Are you in the military?
Potentially. Potentially, can't say.
What's
Can't
potentially?
specify, rather. Classified.
Okay.
It's classified.
You're saying a lot of vague stuff. Can you actually like anything specific that the reason like you support Trump, like anything that he's actually done and you support that?
No, but I haven't had anything that says I shouldn't. You know what I mean? Can you give
Okay,
me a
so you don't
reason that
have
I
any.
shouldn't support him?
No, no. I mean, yeah, but I don't want to do that. You don't know anything about him, so why do you actually support him if you don't know anything about what he's currently doing? Do you know anything about his history?
He's got a lot of money. I know he's got a lot of money, so that's about it. You know what I mean, it's more like a blind trust. You know what I mean? Hasn't really done anything that I've been super against, like getting our people killed or
What about him
really
actually
affecting.
violating the Constitution? The first, second, fourth, fifth, sixth,
Was
the 14th, 22nd, multiple amendments. What about that?
Is that when he brought the troops in? Which one do you want to talk about specifically? What event?
In any of them, he keeps violating the Constitution. Literally, the Supreme Court has ruled multiple times that he's violated the Constitution, and he's even said that he wanted to run for a third term, which violates the 22nd Amendment of the Constitution. And he's even
Yeah, I
called
don't know
for
if he
the.
could do that.
Well, yeah, he's literally saying that he wants to do that. But even more so, he's called for the abolishment of the Constitution. How do you feel about that? If you're potentially someone that's joining the military, that he's saying that he wants to abolish the Constitution.
Yeah, no, man, you can't give rid of history. That's gonna
The
stay.
Constitution isn't history.
I don't see that ever going away,
No, the Constitution isn't history. That's the law of the land.
which is a part of our history.
Yeah,
Something that
it's
you know what I mean?
literally the
It's
law.
so important to us
It's the
that
governing principle of the country. It's not history. It's the Constitution is supposed to be a living, breathing document. It's supposed to, but it's not history.
it's a part of history. I'd
Hey,
say it's
are
something
you
that came
ICE?
from our history, something that we do need. Ice?
Are you
Like
ICE?
iced out? No, I don't have
Yeah,
any jewelry, no nothing like
Do
that.
you work for ICE?
Oh, no. No. I'm
Are you sure? Because the
Latin
chat's
American,
spamming.
Hispanic myself.
The chat's spamming that you're ICE.
Well, they're gonna talk. You know what I mean? They're gonna say what they want to say. That's not really my concern right now. It's more of a one-on-one. I guess.
That's interesting. I'm
I
gonna
mean,
check
maybe a
out your
one-on-two
profile.
or just a full-around conversation till you know what I mean.
Wait,
Something
I'm kind of back.
something
Sorry,
valid gets brought up.
I'm thinking here. I waiting on a response.
Oh,
Where
good,
are
man.
we at?
This guy doesn't know anything. He doesn't know why he supports Trump. He's not really up to anything. He said it's just a blind trust. He doesn't know any policies.
wait,
He
wait.
said he doesn't know anything.
You blindly
Yeah, I'm saying
support Trump
hit
no
me with
reason?
whatever. Let's get some opinions out
Wait,
there.
I
Let's
just
make
wanna
this like a
clarify.
learning topic.
You blindly support Trump with no reason. So therefore, if I could
Correct.
point out like one compelling reason not to support Trump, you'd have more reason to not support Trump compared to support Trump. So one really compelling reason to not support Trump is not only that he and the Republicans caused the government shutdown, but because of the government shutdown on November 1st yesterday, SNAP benefits got cut off for 41 million American citizens. In response, Trump said that he's not going to allot emergency funding to keep those benefits running, to keep the mouths fed of 41 million Americans, including men, women, and children. And then in response to that, the courts mandated that he send funding to cover those SNAP benefits. So in other words, Donald Trump cares about America so little that he has broken the law in refusing to keep 41 million low-income Americans fed.
I hear that. I also see him spamming ICE, so I really want to tie them both together on who most of those SNAP patrons are that are receiving the money, the benefits, and all that stuff. But I would want to say, just to bring that back, if it were me,
Can
if
you,
I
can you
had
respond to what I just said?
say, yeah, I'm getting to that. I'm just saying that I would, yeah, I would appreciate having that stuff back because I know not every person has it the best, and I do see that as a major support and a major loss for our people, the people that we should be looking out for. So that does suck. I will say that
Okay,
does
so
suck.
there's
and
so that's like a
hopefully
really
it does get brought back
so
soon.
yeah, so that's a really good reason to not support him as president. So why do you still support him as president in lack of this reason?
I want to say things are probably harder times, but There's probably some money out there. I want to say right now, my kind of belief on it is that it's gonna hopefully come back soon, but I will say it does suck. And
Okay, so you don't have any reason.
yeah, maybe he did lose a little bit of my support.
You take care, Anthony. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, folks. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up. Hey, I have a question. If you guys could ask a politician anything, what would it be? Like one question. If you had one singular opportunity to ask like a politician that you really like one thing, what would it be? Let me know down below. One opportunity and only one opportunity to ask one question. Why? I can't tell you why. I wish I could. I wish I could tell you why. I can't. But like, what would the question be?
My question would be, what is your call to action to improve the country, not only over the next 4 years, but over the next 10 years?
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay, Shaitan, I'm actually gonna I'm gonna tell you who it is. You can't
Okay.
share, like, obviously. I just want to let you
Yeah,
know.
no, for sure.
And this is who I'm like thinking about. Like, what should I ask them? I just sent it to you in a text. Eddie, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 34.
Okay, and do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Cool. Yeah, that's fucking crazy, huh, Santana?
Not gonna lie, I kind of expected that and fucking nail it.
Dude.
Fucking nail it.
Dude, that's
Fucking nail it.
crazy, huh?
That's fucking awesome. Holy
yeah,
shit.
Yeah, that is fucking awesome, huh? Eddie, so go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Holy shit.
He is, in my opinion, the face of law and order, or bringing that law and order back.
Okay, so you think that a 34-count felon that has been held civilly liable for raping a woman and has infringed on the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment, all within the last 8 months, is the face of law and order. Are you insane?
I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah. Not insane. Just it is what it is. Like the 34 counts. I mean, if he was convicted of those
Dude,
34
this is
counts
like
and all this other stuff.
This is like saying that like a woman beater is the face of women's rights. This is like saying that a member of the KKK is the face of anti-racist movements.
Yes,
literally. Dude, come on.
You can't put him in that category.
No,
of the,
I'm just giving you like analogies in the sense of like saying that something is the face of a movement or an idea or a political ideology when it said something is so contradictory to that movement, idea, or political ideology.
Okay, so
like you're literally saying that a criminal is the face of justice, dude.
You see those I'm not a lawyer, but those 34 counts, they did seem a bit on the left side, like, you know.
What do you mean? What do you mean,
like,
Eddie?
One second, I gotta thank one person here. Randy,
Yeah.
oh my god. Thank you so much for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Randy, that is so unbelievably kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. For everyone watching right now, show some love to Randy down below in that chat. Thank you so much for your kindness. Let's get some massive fucking W's for Randy down below. Thank you so much for the $100. As well as Woody with the $10 on Super Chat who says, is this politician bigger than Buttigieg? Like arguably, yeah. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you
say
so much for
yes.
the love. Yeah,
I would
arguably.
say yes.
Arguably, yeah.
Yeah.
As well as Deborah. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Deborah. Deborah with the $50 says back to school means back to work for me, so I haven't been able to catch your lives recently, but I still catch up on YouTube. So here's a little late Halloween treat. Appreciate all that you do, and you bring so much reason and truth to those that need it. From Debbie. Debbie, thank you so much for your kindness. I really appreciate you so much, and good to see you. Yeah, tonight we're doing a very special late night live, something that we don't typically do on here. And I honestly may need to end a little bit soon so I could get to bed here shortly. But Deborah, thank you so much. for the
You
kindness.
actually really do.
Right.
Because that's going to be a big day tomorrow.
Yeah. I just need to think of like a singular question. Can we go back
I
to
can
that?
workshop a few for you
Yeah.
if you want me to.
Yeah. If you could help me, I would like really appreciate that. If you
I
could
got
ask
you.
like a politician that you think is great, right? Like one singular question, like what would it be? What would it be? But go ahead, Eddie. I actually have a question because you just said that his felonies were bullshit. Do you know what the felonies are?
It's for, I know it's about money and his him bumping up his Mar-a-Lago or his Florida house.
Okay, no,
Mansion.
no.
Not even close.
So no, it was falsification.
What is it about?
It was falsification of business documentation. Okay, so you didn't even know what the felonies were for, but you knew
And
they're
what
bullshit.
business is that? Which business? Because
It's
all
like
of
it's just like
the
vaguely,
creditors said that.
it's just vaguely his business estate.
All-
Some
yeah, well, all this-
estate that's like signed under like some type of corporation that he's making fraudulent payments out of and then lying about the nature of them within his business records. And that is a Class C felony in the state of New York when you do so in the furtherance of another crime. And that is what he was found guilty of for on 34 different counts. So you said that
Do
the
you
felonies
remember
were
when
bullshit,
his
but
bond-
you didn't even know what the felonies were. So how can you know that he was innocent and he didn't actually break this law when you didn't even know what he was charged with? You goofy. You
I don't
goofy guy?
keep all like in my mind like I know all the 34 felonies. Like, do you have that in your mind?
Yes, I just told
No.
you what they were. I just told you.
All 34? No, you didn't. You
Yeah,
just
there-
said like 6 of them.
Dude, no, all 34 of them
You're
were
not
for the
paying
falsification
attention.
of business
Okay, so
records in the
it
second
doesn't
degree.
really.
Eddie, you're
I
not
mean,
even
I don't
fucking
think
paying
you.
attention, my friend. All 34 of his felonies are for the falsification of business records in the second degree. And you didn't even know that, but you know that he's innocent on all 34 counts that a unanimous jury of 12 found him guilty of. Come on, bro. Dude.
Why isn't he in jail?
Think.
Why
Because by
isn't
the
he in
time
jail?
sentencing came around for the felonies, he was already president, and the judge didn't want to send a sitting president to jail because that'd be a national crisis. That doesn't change that the jury found him guilty on all 34 counts, and if anything, shows pro-Trump bias. Because if anybody else was found guilty of 34 felonies,
So
they
there's more
certainly wouldn't
MAGA.
get a sentence of nothing for them.
So there's more MAGA in the United States of America than there is of Democrats.
Well, there
or
wasn't.
a Democrat.
There was at the time of the election. There isn't anymore, but that definitely doesn't change the fact that a jury of 12 found him guilty for these 34 crimes, and you're saying that he's innocent for them, and you don't even know what they are, which is embarrassing.
So you don't think he's doing a good job
So
with the border?
you're right. I don't think he's doing a good job, but that's a pivot, Eddie. Can we stay on one topic at a time?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think he's doing a good job, and
Okay, but that's not what I asked you.
I know.
I didn't ask you if you think he's doing a good job. I asked you to respond to the fact that you said that he's innocent on these 34 felonies he was found guilty of, even though you didn't even know what the felonies were for.
Yeah, I still think he's innocent.
Okay, why?
They're after him.
Who's
No,
after
no,
him?
the left.
Hey, maybe if he
Nancy
stopped committing
Pelosi.
so many crimes, then like he wouldn't have like so many felonies. Have you ever thought about that? Like no one's actually after Trump, but Trump keeps committing crimes. Like he's actively causing people to quote unquote come after him, Eddie. Eddie, are people after you? Eddie, do you have 34 felonies?
Me? No, I have like about 0.
Okay. Well, that's because you're not committing felony level crimes, but Trump is. So the only thing that Dean and I are trying to get across is that you're sitting up here advocating or saying that he isn't committing these crimes, but you don't know anything about it. Doesn't that make it seem like you're a little hypocritical? Like, I mean,
Well-
shouldn't you at least know what you're talking about?
Well, Letitia James, she's under those same federal crimes, but I'm just like, well, let the court decide that, right? Like,
Wait, so you are willing to hear out the crimes if Letitia James is actually convicted, but you are disregarding the crimes since Donald Trump has already been convicted. So you're more open-minded about
do you own like
possible
a
charges
business?
versus convicted charges. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Did that mess you
So
up?
it's a multi.
Did
No,
that
no,
throw you
'cause-
off?
So you have employees under you? More than 20 employees?
No, but why?
Okay. Well, because I feel like when you have a
Do you
huge
have a business with? Do you have? A
I
business
do,
with
I
more than
do,
20
I do, but
employees?
it's not even that. It's not even that big of a business, but it's a business.
But what does that
Um,
have to do with anything?
business is hard. Like, you have to be really, 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 really careful with your bookings and everything.
Right. And so Donald
So
Trump should not have actually had like false filings. He should have actually filed it correctly instead of
if you hire
committing fraud.
somebody and they mess up your books, is that your fault? I mean,
He
it is until you, and
no
if
one
you
no
knew
one
about
messed
it,
up his books. He actually instructed his lawyer Michael Cohen to actually file that way, and then he made the decision to actually pay him and pay him out of the campaign finances, and had him actually specifically charged off his lawyer fees when it wasn't. Donald Trump made that decision. It wasn't someone messed up his booking. Literally, Donald Trump
So
made the decision. And then when
I
Michael Cohen
apologize,
went to
but
jail,
Santos, but you clearly don't know.
when Michael Cohen went to jail, Donald Trump was listed as the unnamed defendant too. Right, so like literally, throughout the entire case, they didn't name him because he was at the time.
Santos, clearly we both don't know. We're both in the same like boat. Like,
What are you
it's
talking
he
about?
says, it's he says, she said. No, I
What are you
didn't. Yes, you
talking about?
did. That you're saying that Donald Trump did all this and did all that, but
No,
we
he's been
both don't
convicted of
know.
all this and all that. What are you talking about?
So who's the jurors? The people, right, of New York.
Okay.
So New York, the majority is a blue state, right? It's blue, correct?
What does that have to do with anything?
People don't like Trump. You don't like Trump.
You do
Ding
understand
Dong
that
doesn't
Donald
like Trump.
Trump's you do understand that
It's a
Donald Trump's lawyer had the option of picking the jurors, right?
he
Like literally
didn't.
Donald
That I
Trump
remember. He said
yeah,
we didn't have
Donald
the
Trump's
option.
lawyer actually picked. Like they had the option to either accept or reject jurors. That's a part of the process.
They can't add any more people, so they
No, but they
send
can
out
say
those.
that they can disqualify jurors. They had to actually accept the jurors.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I don't believe you, and I'm not
You
gonna
don't
believe
believe me
you.
that that's how it works with
I
jury
don't. I
selection?
don't. I'm being. I'm not gonna.
But that's
Unless
jury
Donald
selection. I'm
Trump,
not even
unless Donald
telling you
Trump
anything
gets caught
special.
red-handed
He's been
doing
convicted.
something bad, like being a chomo or something, then that's the day where I'm gonna say F Donald Trump. But currently,
I'm
right
so
now, the
confused
way
as
the
far as what you're talking about. I mean, like literally Donald Trump was convicted, but you can talk about him perving on young girls, right? I mean, he's openly admitted that, but you can also talk about the 26 credible claims of SA. You can talk about the civil
you're gonna
ruling
talk
of him.
about Joe Biden like sniffing on girls' hair and
Why are we
stuff like
talking?
that.
Is Joe Biden
Yeah,
president?
no, but it's a
Who's the
Democrat,
president?
and who
Okay,
else?
but
Who
who's the
else?
president currently?
If Kamala was president, it's
Yeah,
even
not
worse.
if was a fifth,
Kamala,
we'd all
how do
be
you say
drunk.
Kamala?
Eddie. If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. We're talking about Donald Trump today. He's the president. Stop pivoting. Like
Yeah,
lock
so
in,
Donald
bud.
Trump is doing a good job, in my
By
opinion,
what metric?
closing up the borders.
What did he do to close the
I
borders?
support him using the tariffs
What did he
as a
do?
weapon.
What did he do to close the borders?
Where do you live?
What did he do to close the borders?
Send out the military.
He didn't send out the military to close the borders.
Yes, he sure did. I live right here in California.
He sent the military. He sent the National Guard to California because he said he wanted to quote unquote stop riots. That had nothing to do with the border.
No, that's different. That's different. I don't know what part of the state you live, but the
You
borders
mean the
are
country?
closed.
What?
Yeah, the
Okay,
country.
what piece of legislation was passed to close the border?
He didn't need it. Remember, he said, You don't need a legislation. You just need a new president."
That's not
And
true.
it got.
You know the only way
So
that
there's
you
still
could actually.
immigrants. There's still immigrants
What's
coming
the
in.
only way that you can close the border?
Illegals, because I know
What's the
legals are
Eddie?
coming
What's the
in.
only way that you can close the border?
New president per Donald Trump,
Oh, so you're just
and
stupid.
I'm not
Are
stupid,
you stupid or are you
sir.
disingenuous? Which one?
Santos, I'm not disrespecting you.
Santana, are you stupid or are
Santana.
you
Well, I see Santa.
disingenuous? Which one? Because like at this point, you have to be one of the two. And I just need to know which one I'm dealing with so I know how to talk to you. I just need to know, are you
Neither.
stupid or
Neither.
are you disingenuous? Because if you're
Neither.
stupid, then I can use kid gloves. If you're disingenuous, I'm going to lean into it. I just need to know which one.
Santana, I'm not disrespecting you, you know, as a human being, you know. God bless you. I'm just telling you that
Can you tell me
I'm a
how you can
MAGA.
close the border without legislation?
So you're saying the border's open?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If that's what you believe,
There
that's
was no
okay.
legislation signed to close the border. Title 42 was in place during the pandemic. After the pandemic, it had to go away. Literally, Joe Biden tried to keep it in place, but the Supreme Court said that he could not. The border is
Right. And
open, bud.
they try to blame Trump, right, for the influence of the Republicans, correct?
What are you talking about?
That the legislation didn't pass because
Title 42
Trump
is
told.
not Title 42 is not the bill that we're talking about. You're talking about the actual bipartisan border bill. That's not Title 42. Those are two different things.
Oh, what bill is that one? I'm gonna look it up right now. What bill is that one?
Title 42?
No, the other one. The one that
The
says different from the.
you brought up the
Yeah.
bipartisan. You brought up the Langford bill. You're the one that
I'm
just
just
brought
saying
up the
that the
Langford
borders are
bill.
closed. You're bringing up all these titles.
I'm telling you how you close the border, bud. What are you talking about?
He literally said in the Senate, you didn't need all these
Donald Trump says a lot of
legislations.
stuff. Do you
All you
believe
needed
everything
was
that Donald
with
Trump
a new
says?
president.
Do you believe everything that Donald Trump says?
I feel like sometimes he says things to get a reaction.
Okay,
So
but
no,
do you believe overwhelmingly? Do you believe
no. I
that?
just said no.
Okay, so why would you believe that then all you need is a quote unquote new president?
That's what he said, and that's what I
But you
see.
just said that you don't believe
That's what I
everything that he
see.
says.
Okay, well, he said what people say. Sometimes actions speak louder than words, right?
Okay, so if
So
it's
what he
actions,
said,
can you point me
what
in the
he
direction
said.
where he
I live
actually,
in
the action would
California.
be, right, the action
Okay,
would be a piece
you're
of
gonna cut me
legislation
off.
that actually
Yeah,
closed the border. So can you point me in the direction of the piece of legislation that actually closed the border?
I don't know no legislation like you do, sir. You obviously know all these You're a lawyer or something? How do you know all these legislations? Are you a
Because I
lawyer?
read,
What are
Eddie.
you?
I read. Eddie, do you read?
But I do read, but I don't take my whole life reading all these legislations.
Why wouldn't you
Like
want to actually
on
read
Prop
up on the
50.
things that you're talking about? Like
Okay,
you would want
so
to
you're telling
educate
me
yourself before you,
legislations and law. The way I'm seeing, that's what I'm letting you know. I support Donald Trump because of what I see.
and what do you see, Eddie?
The country being in a better place.
How so, Eddie? By what statistical measure?
I feel a lot safer.
Yeah,
I
we're
feel a
not
lot
talking about the
safer.
fifis and your tum tum.
Oh my goodness.
Can you tell me, like, by what statistical measure is the
Not
country in a better
statistical
place?
measure. Oh, okay. There's the immigration. That's one statistical right there. Immigration.
What do you mean? Just saying
We
immigration,
have
that's not a statistic.
we have the Border Patrol agents. We have DHI or DHI, and we have ICE picking up all the criminals, rapists. Sorry if I don't know how to say that, but yeah, that and drug dealers off the streets of California.
They're literally not doing that. They're literally
Yes, they
targeting.
are.
They're
Oh
literally
my
targeting
goodness, sir.
documented immigrants. They're
No,
showing
they're
up to people
not.
who they're showing up to
I
people
don't know
who
where you're getting that
have actual
information.
court cases.
Okay, so
ICE,
that's it. Like,
ICE. Literally, they're targeting people that are working. They're
okay,
sending
I'm
them
working. They're
to
not targeting me.
places that's
I'm
working.
brown.
Are you undocumented?
You saying that
Eddie,
documented
are
people,
you
right?
undocumented?
You're saying undocumented people. That's what you just said right now.
Eddie, are you undocumented?
Are you ICE? Why are you gonna ask me that question?
Because the
I'm a
point
human
that I'm
being,
making
sir.
is they're targeting undocumented immigrants and they're actually sending them to their jobs. They're not targeting criminals. That's the point that I'm making, Eddie.
They are targeting criminals. People that, oh my goodness. They
have
said it's.
literally,
They
they're
said it
literally working
straight
with
out.
the IRS.
They said
They're
we're
working with the IRS.
we're grabbing criminals, but if there's illegals
Yeah, Eddie, I think I'm going to
on
take a
our
little bit of
paths,
liberty because it seems like
we will take them.
Dean might be a little still preoccupied. So I think I'm going to take a little bit of liberty and say I think it may be time to go ahead and swap you out because I
Yeah, go
don't
ahead.
think that you
Go ahead. I'm almost done over here. I probably just need like another
all good.
minute or two.
Okay, Trump, go Trump.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, Eddie. You suck. Hit the road.
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad.
Yeah, we're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, folks. I just need like another minute or two. I'm just wrapping
I
something
got
out right
you.
now.
Don't worry about it.
But I would appreciate it if you're watching the stream, guys. Make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. And I also want to make sure that I could thank you guys. Thank you so much, Megan, for the $3 on PayPal. Allison, thank you for the $2 on PayPal, as well as thank you for attaching that question. Thank you so much. And then Jonda, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, I don't know how you deal with the MAGA babies. Love you, Dean. Love you too, Jonda. It's good to see you. All the love to you, Jonda. And then Patsy, thank you for the $25, who says, hey, Dean, was in Vegas this weekend for a little Halloween vacay and found myself successfully debating a Trump supporter. Thank you for your voice. And shut up, Ron. Thank you, Patsy. Well, I bet you absolutely destroyed them. As well as Morgan, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you for attaching your question as well. Hello, do you support Trump? Hello?
Hello.
Do you support Trump?
Do you support Trump?
Hello po.
Lynn, are you MAGA?
Yes, talaga.
Oh, where did Santana go? Where did Santana go? What? No! No, did Santana get banned? Did Santana get banned? What happened to him? No, I need you. Okay, he's back at the queue. Awesome. Thank you, Santana. All right,
I kicked myself by mistake. Kicked myself.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. And then one other person here, Carlos. Thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Who says, "Ask this guy what the shape of the Earth is." Big fan of you. Thank you, Carlos. You know what, Carlos? That would have been a good question to ask that last guest. Whiskey, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Hell no.
Dude, based. Hell yeah.
I just thought I'd put in my 2 cents in to let you know that I've been seeing your videos on.
Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Guys, please make sure you're following the rules of the live. You must be 18 years of age or older, a U.S. citizen, and currently support Donald Trump. If you do not, we will kick you. We appreciate the love and support, but guys, we're looking for some debates. So only request up if you meet those qualifications. Hello, do you support Trump? Darcy?
Hmm?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
13. No, I'm 18.
Okay. What year were you born?
07, July 31st.
Okay. All right. And why do you support Trump?
He's just like I don't know. He give me like businessman vibes and shit. You feel me? Like, I don't know. He's just good for the community, I guess. I mean, other than the fact of like the government shut down right now, because like half of my friends can't get paid. But like, yeah.
He's a good businessman, but he's causing half of your friends to go without getting paid. Isn't that, to state the obvious, a refutation of your own argument? He's a good businessman, but he's
He is,
caused million
though.
Americans to go unpaid. He's a good businessman, but he's caused the GDP to go down. He's a good businessman, but he's crashed the stock market like 4 times now. He's a good businessman, but inflation is up, unemployment is up, and for the first time in a long time, there's more unemployed Americans than there are open job opportunities.
Mm. Well, I mean, I still think he's a good businessman.
Okay, good
And
businessman with 6 bankruptcies. Here's a challenge. Name one economic policy that he's passed that you like.
I don't know shit about policies, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, then how do you know that he's a good businessman and is applying that into his presidency through the policy he's passing if you don't know shit about the policy?
Well, cause I could see what he did with the Trump Towers. I mean, you can
Okay,
just look
so
at the
so
guy
Trump
and
Tower
tell
is
he's a
big,
good. You
therefore.
can look at the
So I
guy
just
and
want
tell
to
he's a
clarify.
good businessman.
Big Trump Tower, therefore he's a good president.
Yeah.
Okay, get the fuck off my life. Moving on to the next guest. I gotta finish drafting up this message here. I'm gonna go and pass the mic back to Santana for now, folks. But yeah, Darcy,
Yep.
we need to get her the hell out of here.
Give it a moment, guys. It's the person's loading in the meantime, tap the screen. Let's go ahead and get Dean up to 3 million likes. Tap the screen. Also, if you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button. If you want to support the live, you can do so. The pay links are listed on the background. And if you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and we'll read that message out. Give me just a moment. It looks like the person's loading. I don't see them yet. Also, while it's loading, I had a couple of quick thank yous. Maga Cries, thank you so much for the 2. Yeah, the dancing bear was throwing Ron through a loop. Shantana, sorry. Thank you so much for the 20. Tell Ron he's a brainwashed MAGA idiot. Yes. Jamie, thank you so much for the 20. Fuck Ron, for sure. Kevin, thank you so much for the 2. I really, really appreciate it. Yes. Scott, thank you so much for the 15. You're a powerful voice, my dude. I appreciate it. Ryan, thank you so much for the 5. Yeah, I love that Santana Dean collab. Guys, give it just a few more moments. We're going to see if we can get someone up here for a debate. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter, you're 18 years of age or older, and you are a U.S. citizen. You have to currently support Donald Trump. Make sure you meet those qualifications. Also, please don't request up if you've been up once before, because we're looking for new debates. Let's see here. Hello, do you support Trump? Jalen, do you support Trump? All right, I'm gonna drop you down.
He kicked himself again. Fuck, I almost didn't even recognize, dude. I'm still trying to like workshop this question right now. I'm sorry that that this is taking so long, folks. But it's like if I don't do it right now, then I won't have an opportunity to in the future, right? Just because this is all going down tomorrow on live. So I apologize for kind of being absent, folks. I promise it is with good reason. Like I fucking swear to you guys that like my absence right now is for very good reason. Welcome in.
It's because I'm doing it from this, like the phone instead of my backup. Fuck. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. What's up, hardworking America? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
100%. I'm 40 years old.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
The main thing, he created a task force called the Lady Justice Operation, I believe. I could be wrong with the name, but it's basically to find missing indigenous women. He's the only president to create a task force to find missing indigenous women.
Okay. So you're saying that he created a task force to find missing indigenous women?
Yeah, and get justice for murdered indigenous women.
My question
too.
is, what
He
has the
also
outcome of this
passed-
task force been?
Well, it's very new. I mean, we don't have like a bunch of metronomics for it. But the thing is he's the only president.
When did he
so
create
do
this task force? I got to go back to focusing on this. But when did he
off
create
the top of my head, I wouldn't know, but I don't know off the top
Then how do you
of
know
my
it's
head.
new?
I mean, I'm guessing that it's new.
Oh, okay.
I
So,
shouldn't have supposed. Yeah, you're right.
wait, no, so if it's new, then like when was this created? What is it called?
Also, it's
That's why
not
I
new.
said
It was
it's
created in 2019.
Oh.
Nice.
It's
Okay.
called Operation Lady Justice.
So what is
There you go. Operation Lady Justice.
so what have the outcomes of this
task
task
force
force
to get
been?
indigenous.
So what are the outcomes of this task force been since 2019?
Off the top of my head, I'm sure you got AI and all that. You can look it up there.
No,
little bruh.
you need to look it up and justify your own claim, little bruh.
Doesn't matter. No president's ever made one. That's the whole point. Is like that's
Wait,
unique
wait.
to Trump,
Right,
and
but
you can't
you-
take that from him.
Wait, if you're
Wait, but
saying
you-
if you're saying that the outcomes of the task force don't matter, then you're saying that like saving indigenous women. that are,
That's
like,
not what I
lost
said
don't
at
matter.
all.
Okay, so then
said the point
so then
is-
you have
is
to
that we
agree-
have one.
So the point isn't
can
the outcome
find
of the
it.
task force. The point is like the virtue signal of a title.
Oh, not at all.
Right,
The
exactly,
point
'cause
of
you
it is
care
that
more
we're
about
actually
words than
looking for him,
action.
and you being a white man and you don't care about Native Americans.
I'm so
Dean,
sorry.
You don't.
The only individual that like seemingly doesn't care about like indigenous Americans here is you. If you're telling me that you don't care about the outcomes of said task force.
Oh no, I
So
do.
the
all
point
the-
that Dean is making is that if you're gonna bring this up and this isn't like he just did this. This was done in 2019. Like one, I haven't heard anything about it. Like good that he did it, but what's the follow up? What has actually been the ramifications of this task force? Shouldn't you know more about it if you were gonna actually talk about it? Or is it just virtue signaling, saying that oh he actually did a thing, and I don't really want to know what happened with the thing? And also, yeah, it looks like it ended in 2021.
Under what? And then who was president in 2021?
This was an executive order that was signed, and it was signed to actually end at that time.
But Biden could have also made his own. Why didn't he make his own? It shows you right there that the Democrats once again.
What are you
don't give
talking
two
about? You
shits
didn't
about
even know
Native
anything
Americans.
about
Wait,
this.
what were
you
the-
just knew the name.
What were the outcomes of the task force from 2019 until its end in 2021? What did it do? Like I'm just
In all
asking.
fairness, we had CV19, so it's kind of hard to like measure that data. I mean, it would be kind of fucked.
So you're
up
basically
to say.
saying that there's no measurable outcome of this. Nothing. So you're saying it didn't do anything. You can't prove it did anything, right? In fact, we have more reason to believe that it didn't do anything. But like this is why you support the guy that's taken healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans as president. Weak.
And he's so full of shit. Biden signed an executive order specifically addressing this in 2021, November the 15th, 2021. What the hell are you talking about? Biden literally did that. So you're being you're being disingenuous, or you didn't even take the time to see that Biden had follow up to actually address this executive order that lapsed by Donald Trump. Do you want to talk about that? Hardworking American? Executive order on improving public safety and criminal justice for Native Americans and addressing the crisis of missing and murdered indigenous people. Literally, Joe Biden took to action. Would you like to come off mute and speak on that? Oh, no, he's going to run. Got it.
Did he run?
He ran. He literally ran.
Fucking idiot. Dude, that guy's always in the queue. He's always here. He finally got his chance and he left. Dude, take
He had
that.
the one thing and he had no follow-up.
Oh my God. So, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's great. I'm getting stuck on this.
I'm
on this question. What's up, Brittany? Do you support Trump?
I do actually.
Okay. All right. Go.
But I got a question. If you ask me a question, can I ask you a question? Will that work?
One second, Brittany. 1 second.
Yes, go
Wait,
ahead.
do you have to send the question over now?
Yeah.
He just asked me if I support Trump, so I
Holy
answered
shit,
him.
okay,
So yes.
all right.
I'm
Yes.
working. I'm working. I think I'm cooking. I'm cooking with fire right now.
Oh, you cooking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you, Brittany. I'm talking
You
to
focus on that. I got it. Brittany, what's your question?
My question, first off, I want to know: can we speak with respect first? Because I find you can be very rude at times.
Me?
I'm not. I don't know who you are, particular. I know
my name's
Dean.
Dean. Yeah, I give the same
You are.
energy.
I only know you, Dean, after the
Yeah.
assassination
I-
because
so-
my daughter actually loves you, so
that's
she
cool.
introduced me to you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I definitely.
Yeah.
So I give the same energy I get. You know, like I've no problem like having like a respectful dialogue over these things. But if I have a guest that's not having respectful dialogue, I also have no problem being petty as shit. It's like kind of like an either or for me. It's like I prefer the respectful dialogue, but it's also kind of fun being a petty motherfucker when needed. So listen, you get to decide my tone, you get to decide my energy, and you get to decide the respect that I show you predicated on the energy you give me.
Okay, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I mean, I've heard you sometimes, you can be a little harsh at times, I see, but I'm not going to be, I'll respect you. That's fair enough. Okay. And I don't know a whole lot about the Democratic side because I don't follow the Democratic, so I don't know a whole lot to debate you with. I would like to understand where you're blaming Trump, particularly for this shutdown when we do need only 7 votes.
Sure,
So can you?
sure. I'll be more than happy to speak to that.
Go ahead. Can you? I don't know who you are. I am so sorry.
Yeah, no
Who
worries.
are
I'm
you?
the
Sorry about
co-host.
that.
I'm Santana. So
Okay.
the
Hi. Hello.
reason why, good. How are you?
Hi. I'm well. How about yourself?
Good. The reason why there is such an emphasis on Donald Trump being blamed for this government shutdown is a couple of different things. One, the Republican Party controls the House, the Senate, and the presidency and the Supreme Court.
Correct.
And so they have the responsibility of governing. And so when you have the responsibility of governing, it's your duty to actually negotiate deals and reach across the aisle and convince the other side of the aisle to get the votes that you need. But even more so, it's not even us saying to blame Donald Trump. It's literally Donald Trump saying blame Donald Trump. Donald Trump specifically said if there's a government shutdown, then the president is at fault. And because the president is supposed to be the leader that makes the deals. So we're only following what Donald Trump said. His words specifically, he said the president is to blame and he's the president.
So besides that one little button that he has, that nuclear button, other than that, he's all powerful. He's the Wizard of Oz. He can just make it all better.
No, it's your job to actually negotiate. Joseph Robinette Biden got some of the most consequential legislation passed in a bipartisan way, including the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and even the infrastructure bill, which was something that not only Donald Trump wanted to do, but even Barack Obama wanted to pass, and they couldn't pass it. Joe Biden was able to actually work with Republicans, negotiate with Republicans, and get legislation passed. And that's what Donald Trump should be doing. But instead, he's actually throwing Great Gatsby's parties and,
I did see
tweeting
that.
out
Yeah, that
wild
was
stuff
something. I
on
did see that.
Twitter. Yeah, like it's wild. He's literally doing everything except actually trying to get the government back open.
Okay. Can I get your thoughts on Chuck Schumer? Is that how you say his last name?
Yeah, sure.
'Cause
Chuck
there's a lot
Schumer.
of debate about him not
I think
voting
Chuck
white.
Schumer is ineffective. He's weak and he needs to be replaced, but that's just my opinion. But the thing is, him and Hakeem Jeffries have been trying to actually work with Donald Trump and make a deal. But Donald Trump specifically has told the Republican Party to not work with the Democrats. Donald Trump, and this isn't coming from like CNN or Democrats or whatever. Lisa Murkowski, the Republican senator of Alaska, went on record and said that prior to the shutdown, Donald Trump told them, do not negotiate with the Democrats. We have a plan. And so they followed the lead and the shutdown occurred. And ever since then, she's been waiting for the plan. And Donald Trump has not actually given them the plan. They just keep telling them, don't negotiate with the Democrats. So while the Republicans in the Senate want to actually negotiate with the Democrats to get the government back open, the Trump administration keeps saying, do not negotiate with the Democrats. Do not reopen the government.
Okay. Do you think it's quite scary that many Americans are relying on the government to survive?
Do you mean the 42 million Americans that won't get SNAP benefits?
It is scary that many people have that to begin with. Isn't that true? It's kind of scary.
Not really. I mean, I believe in everyone should be able to eat. I mean, like, I don't care if it has to be through SNAP benefits or whatever. I mean, I think food should be a right, but the actual number of SNAP beneficiaries, it's decreased because over the last, I want to say 5 years, 30% of people that were on SNAP benefits were able to actually come off of SNAP benefits because they were raised above the poverty level due to being able to access SNAP benefits. So these social safety nets that are put in place, they have been shown to actually improve the quality of life of people. Like, it's there for the needs of the people.
Okay. So with what I'm understanding, if Trump just agrees to just, turn it back on and the Democrats just don't get what they want, Trump just has to cave and then it's just okay again and Trump.
No, see, and the thing is there's misleading information about what is being asked for. The Democrats want the actual Affordable Care Act subsidies to be extended. They're willing to agree to the current budget that they've continued to agree on over and over and over. But the last time this continuing resolution was agreed on, the Republican Party told the Democrats that they were going to negotiate and extend the actual subsidies. But now that it's time to do so, they're not willing to actually extend the subsidies. And the Democrats don't want that to happen because if they do, 7 million Americans are going to lose access to their health care, and healthcare costs is going to go through the roof.
Are we talking about just the SNAP, or are we talking also about all the other
it's
millions
healthcare.
of dollars, trillions to the foreign countries?
No, it's just healthcare. See, the actual catch-22 is right now it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, right? Because right now 42 million Americans are losing out on their SNAP benefits. But if the subsidies aren't extended, then 7 million Americans are going to lose out on their health benefits. And then for everyone else who's using the Affordable Care Act, their health benefits are going to skyrocket. Now, this is the interesting part. Donald Trump just lost in court on Friday, and the judge, a federal judge, said that Donald Trump had to release the emergency funds. We literally have emergency funds in place to handle situations just like this, where if there is a government shutdown, the SNAP benefits were not supposed to be interrupted, right? But Donald Trump has refused to release those emergency funds. So on Friday, a judge said that Donald Trump had to release it. And then Donald Trump said, well, he doesn't know if it's legal. He's gotten other, types of information. And so the federal judge wrote a notice saying that Donald Trump has to release those federal funds by November the 4th. They have to be released by November the 4th.
That tomorrow?
So,
2 days from now, Tuesday?
Yes. So
Okay.
if he does not release them by November the 4th, then he'll be in contempt of court. So
that
Donald
would
Trump
be
is
too
saying
bad.
that he wants to release them, but he's not releasing them. That's the problem.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll just have to sit here and see if that happens or not, correct?
I mean, I guess, or he could just release the funds. I mean, like literally our tax dollars go into that for the funds. He's playing games with people.
He can do that, but the Democrats are playing games too, right? I mean, it's all a game. It's a cat and mouse game, both back and forth. He could do that, or they can
again. Do you understand why the Democrats will not sign the CR? Did you hear the part about the healthcare?
Yeah, I heard about the healthcare part too. But do you also understand why the Republicans don't want that either too? Do you know why
they
we
want
don't
more
want
people to pay healthcare?
They want
more
more
people
people
to
to
pay-
go out and work for their money and not just get
No, this has
free.
nothing to do with people working for money. This literally is just people and the actual cost that it costs for people to afford healthcare. I'll give you this example. Listen, so currently with these subsidies, there's 13 plan options for the silver package for the Affordable Care Act, and you can get healthcare for as low as $552 a month, right?
Right.
Without the
I
subsidies,
think
that
so. I think
same
so. I don't know. I'm not a participant in either one of those programs.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I'm just telling you. So you can get a plan as low as $552 a month for healthcare. Without the subsidies, those same 13 plans, the lowest plan that you can get is $4,826 a month. So it's the same 13 plans. The subsidies is just allowing people to be able to afford healthcare.
Okay.
So why would the Democrats not want people to be able to afford healthcare?
I don't know. I can't answer that question because I honestly don't know. I mean, I don't think any of us predicted this was going to happen when we voted for him in November. I mean, you never know when
He
it
said
comes.
that it was going to happen.
I don't
Okay.
think. Did he say I'm
Wait.
going to cancel
I'm
Snap?
gonna hop in here real quick. I'm back.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm back, Santana. I
Okay.
did just send you over like an idea of a question. You should read that and let me know. But I obviously, you could finish out like this line of
Hey,
dialogue.
hey, Dean. I'm so sorry, Dean. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Did you have something? I'm
No,
sorry.
no, go ahead.
I read a rumor about you, and I really needed to know if it was true or not. And I don't know if you would
Which one?
have the audacity to say on camera if you would do it, if it's true or not. I ironically happened to watch your reaction to his assassination on camera.
I have a feeling that. What are you gonna ask me about? Polls on Discord.
Did you go on Discord?
No, that's Republican propaganda.
It is. You did not go on Discord and say that it was a real reaction.
Well, dude, listen, I'm just focusing on the facts here. Just looking
Okay.
at all that I'm gonna say is that the whole Discord
Okay.
poll thing, it's made up by
Uh-huh.
Republicans because
I was gonna say, I
Republicans like
never saw it.
because
That's why I wanted to
Republicans
ask
like
you
to
before.
lie. Republicans like to lie to attempt to
Ooh,
make other
that's-
Republicans hold vitriol and hatred in their hearts towards Democrats, right?
No, I don't hate you. I just don't agree with
Well,
half what you said.
I'm
My
talking
daughter
about
likes you, so that's why I agree with
I'm talking about the propagation of that lie. Okay?
Yeah.
Right? So that is an
Yeah.
example of Republicans manufacturing a lie that they know will invoke hatred, disdain, and vitriol in the hearts of other Republicans.
I mean, it
right,
was no lie. You
towards
hated him.
that
That
of like
wasn't
a
a lie.
larger Democrat, right? With me.
You hated him.
Right? So I'm just making it clear that is a lie. And that's actually a really good example of the misinformation machine that is MAGA. Okay? Right? The reason why, right? There's a video on TikTok saying I created a poll laughing about Charlie Kirk or whatever, posted by the older millennial, some super big Trump supporter, is because he knows that that's exactly what Donald Trump did to win the election. He lied, right? All the way into the Oval Office. So maybe the older millennial can lie his way up to 4 million views, right? And the reason he did that was to get the likes, to get the comments, to get the reposts, the shares, right? And to attempt to convince people on the right to hate me because I'm on the left, right? So you'll never
I
be
know.
able to
My
find any
daughter
proof
said
for
you
that.
were the Charlie Kirk of the left side,
Well,
and when I
don't know.
loved you,
Listen, I don't want to talk about Charlie Kirk. I just want to talk
no,
about
I said
that
you were
lie.
the Charlie Kirk
I don't
version.
know.
You're
I-
not the Charlie Kirk version because Charlie Kirk wasn't ever like mean to anybody. You might not agree, but he wasn't mean.
Oh, come on. That's completely insane. That's so
can you
false.
can you tell me an incident where he was mean?
Yeah, for sure, right? I was actually there in person when a kind student was asking him about his thoughts on Kamala Harris. Then in the middle of nowhere, just out of nowhere, he starts to say that DEI black woman with hatred and vitriol in his voice. Okay? Right? Dude, I thought that Charlie Kirk had a real issue when it came to his thoughts and comments on women and his thoughts and comments on black people. Okay?
I will totally send you an apology.
I don't think.
If you give me a link
I
and
don't
private
think
message
that
me that
Charlie
link.
Kirk. I don't think that Charlie Kirk was ever too mean to white guys. All right. Like,
Okay,
I mean,
if you send me a-
I'm not done
DM
speaking.
me
I'm
that
not. I'm
link.
not done speaking. I mean, just like look at the way that he
Exactly
talked.
whatever I
Look
said.
at the way that he talked about me.
Never would.
Okay.
You've never.
Right?
I didn't see other than the debate. you
Brittany,
had
I'm
with
still
him.
speaking. Why are you speaking over me?
You sound like that white girl. I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Okay.
I'm still talking.
Okay. Well, yeah, she was talking, and so am I. Right? Charlie Kirk was interrupting her, and you're interrupting me. Do I need to mute you?
Ooh. Okay, continue. My bad. Go ahead.
Thank you. So anyways, back to what I was saying. Yeah, I don't ever think that Charlie Kirk was too mean to white guys, right? I mean, even just look at what he said about me. He's like, oh, I like Dean. I like him. He's a great guy, you know, smart guy. He's going to grow up to be conservative or whatever the hell. But then look at his comments on black people. Look at his comments on women. All of a sudden, 9-year-old victims of rape should be subjected to bodily torture and mutilation forcefully because he doesn't think that they should be allowed access to abortion. Or black individuals, he hates them so much that he thinks the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. Or, right, to women like Nancy Pelosi, when somebody showed up to her house to try to kill and kidnap her, couldn't find her, then bashed the skull of her husband in, called him a patriot, and said some other patriot should go bail him out of jail. Does that mean? I've never called for anybody's death. I've never called somebody a patriot because they try to kill somebody else.
You also don't leave the confinements of a room.
Well, I
to
do.
speak on your
Well,
debates.
I do leave the confinements of my room. I mean, but that's completely irrelevant to me. Just completely dismantling your claim that Charlie Kirk was not a hateful man.
Charlie Kirk was very much hateful. Dean, I just text you back, and not only hateful, but like adamantly portrayed negative stereotypes, not only towards Black people, towards the queer community, just towards anyone that was not a straight white cis Christian man. And for anyone to actually like pretend that he did anything besides that, like you're being willfully ignorant. Like he was
If he was not a
very open
Republican,
and
would you feel the same way about him?
yes, because he was very open and adamant about his words. I don't care about the label beside his name, a R, a D, or an I. I care about the content of his character. I care about the words that he spewed and how he used those words and weaponized those words towards people that look like me. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like he actively tried to harm people that look like me and tried to downplay my education, tried to downplay my accomplishments, tried to downplay any achievement that I had in my life, and said that it was something that was did not earn or whatever the case may be.
He
Like
said you could be whatever you wanted to be. It wasn't matter the color of your skin.
he said that black people were violent and on the prowl looking to harm white people. He literally
this-
portrayed that.
He said the
that
statistics for a
he
black
said
gentleman
black people
were
went
higher.
out on the prowl for white people. He said that as if black people were animals. Literally.
Is there a link that either one of you are willing to
Yes,
show me?
go
when
look
you
it
do
up.
that?
He's on video saying all of
trust
these
me, I've
things.
spent hours watching Charlie, and I have never seen a link where either one of you have said either one of those things.
So if I play just that black people on the prowl sound for you right now, would you be willing to abandon like this whole thought process that Charlie Kirk was some type of saint?
if you will send it to me in my DMs,
No,
I
don't have to send it to you. I'm just gonna play it for
I
you
don't
right
listen
now.
to sound bites. I want to see proof that he said it from his mouth, not
Yeah,
what a
that's
sound
fine.
bite.
No, that's fine. Either you can go look it up because obviously whatever you're
I want to
looking
see a
for,
whole clip. I don't want to see a snippet. I wanna
whatever
see a
you're looking
whole-
for, I'm not gonna send it to you in a DM because you're being willfully ignorant at this point.
No, because I'm
Like,
asking for an entire clip, not a
Then
sound bite.
go
A clip.
look it up. You like all of the information. If I can find it, you can find it as well. Also, I have a video on this page right here, this page that I made specifically towards Charlie Kirk, and there's multiple clips of him saying racist, sexist, classist shit, like all the fucked up shit that he said. And so like no, if you want the actual clips, you can go look it up, but you're being willfully ignorant at this point because you're trying to portray him as something that he wasn't because it fits whatever talking point you have at this moment.
Okay, if he was that way, then why was there so many people upset with his passing?
White supremacists were upset with his passing. And just because
White
people did not want to,
supremacists.
yes, literally.
So every
but also
single
just
person
because
that watched his
just
funeral
no
that
just
said that
because
he died were
people
white
did not want
supremacists.
to no just because people didn't like the way that he actually lost his life on live on national TV does not mean that he deserved to actually lose his life that way. But the
No one
people
does,
that
of course.
overwhelmingly continue to actually portray him in the way that he was after everything came out. We're not talking about in the moment, right? We're not talking about in the moment. We're not talking about in the moment. We're talking about afterwards, right? After the smoke cleared, after everyone had time to allow this to set in, after everything had happened, and then we started to talk about who he was. Not in the moment, because in the moment, that was a real reaction by everyone. I watched it in the moment and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
after all the dust settled and after everything cleared and after everyone had time to take a step back and the actual, temperature started to drop, people realized that what he had been doing was spewing hatred in multiple ways. And people were able to come to the table and say, while we did not want to see this man lose his life the way that he did, it does not negate the things that he has continued to say and portray. And that's the point. Just because people didn't want to see him lose his life on TV, just because people didn't wish death on this man, does not negate the fact that he said and did all the things that he said and did. And he can never wash those things away.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the education from you, sir, and I appreciate the honesty from the Discord mix-up, Dean. Thank you for clarifying, because I did need to ask you that, because that's been rampant. And I will take your information. I'll exit out of this because I will agree to disagree on some of these things because I'm not necessarily MAGA.
I would
but I am
love to
definitely
actually
Charlie.
bring the conversation back to like
Go ahead.
Trump, not like can
sorry
you
about
tell
that. Go
me,
ahead.
because we talked about the actual SNAP benefits, but
Right.
even more than that, like Donald Trump is actively harming millions of Americans in multiple ways, and you can talk about farmers and the way that they're harming the farmers and shipping money to Argentina at the same time. How can you still support a man today that is actively harming millions of Americans, and even while doing so, doing something as gaudy as like throwing a Great Gatsby's Halloween party?
Because when it was given the choice between the two, especially when the Democratic Party didn't even have a primary to decide, what were we supposed to do? We didn't even get a choice. We were just thrown Kamala.
Are you a Democrat?
I am not a Democrat.
Okay, so you wouldn't have been able to vote in the Democratic primary anyway. So why?
I could have chosen to vote Democrat if there was a good person, and possibly that was better.
You would have had to be a registered Democrat to vote in the primary, and also if you
I've
knew
actually
that
moved, so actually I could have voted because I
well,
moved.
yeah, that's fine. When there was a primary, there was a
Kamala.
primary. Literally, the Biden Harris ticket was on the primary.
But she was only the VP. She was thrown. Where was the primary?
What
for the
happens?
president?
What happens today? Let's say, God forbid, Trump kicks the bucket. What happens?
I could say so much about that because I never mind.
No, what happens if
Don't say much.
Donald Trump loses his life today? If he passes away,
Correct.
what
We all
happens?
know Vance would take that. We know
Okay,
that.
so saying that she's just the VP, the actual job of the VP is to step up when the president steps down, and literally that's what Kamala Harris did. Just
But
like
why
if
don't we have an
something
election
happened,
to have
just
a
like
primary candidate though? He didn't pass away. He just stepped down. We should have an election for a candidate.
there was literally an open run up to the DNC. Anyone could have ran against Kamala Harris. Everyone chose not to run against Kamala Harris.
What does that tell you?
That tells me that Kamala Harris was given impossible odds, and
Well,
even with
let me tell you-
impossible odds.
Let me tell you, what that tells me is that everybody knew that she was the most viable candidate in the moment, which I still
should've
agree
won.
to this day,
Then why didn't she win?
because she only had 107 days. That's why she didn't win. Right? That doesn't
But
change
she
the
had
fact
4 years
that
to
to
convince the
have
American
those
people.
107 one moment, that doesn't change the fact that in having those 107 days compared to any other Democrat, she was still yet the most viable candidate. Right? Like
But she had
that's
4
my
years
position.
to make a difference.
Oh, and she did make a difference. She helped the Biden-Harris administration pass the PACT Act that funded the VA $800 million, the infrastructure bill that invested $1 trillion into the renewal and rebuilding of American infrastructure, creating jobs and sparking economic stimulus following the pandemic. She also passed the CHIPS and Science Act that invested $35 billion into the manufacturing chips on American soil to bump our
And
supply
have
from less than
millions
1%
upon
to
millions
35%. And she did make that difference. What difference did Donald Trump make? Oh, was it difference that he taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, refusing to allow emergency funding to go to food stamps for 41 million Americans, or passing the big beautiful bill, which isn't only the most expensive policy in American history, but also the largest redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich in modern American history? Right? Yeah, go ahead and talk about a difference, but then consider the fact that every single time, right, we revisit your support for Trump, the only difference that he is making is moving us back to a country that's weaker, moving us back to a country that's worse in the sense that more people are losing their rights, more people are losing their access to the bare minimum, and moving us back to a country that's more similar to the kingship that we fought to rid ourselves of with the American Revolutionary War. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm like half tuned into this conversation, but I just had to say that because I'm doing something else. But I'm almost done. Go ahead and respond.
I said, you're okay with the millions upon millions of illegal immigrants that invaded our country. Hey, little bear, that was cute.
Okay,
That was
so
cute, Little
so
Bear.
the millions of undocumented immigrants that you say invaded our country came into this country with the use of undocumented means because our government has neglected the legal means of entry into this country for so long. Okay, if we want to
So do it
stop
right.
undocumented entry, then what we do is we need to make the legal means of entry into this country significantly faster. But if you're going to sit over here and criticize like a hardworking mother or father that is actively contributing to this country, scaling and growing our economy, while also providing to the moral and social fabric of this country by being 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime in American soil because they committed a misdemeanor, but then you're going to turn around and support the 34-count felon adjudicated rapist that is infringed on the 1st, 2nd, 14th, 10th, and 22nd Amendment in the last
Well,
10
our
months
veterans are
is very
suffering.
hypocritical. Oh, you mean the veterans? The
I'm a
veterans that
fucking
fought...
veteran
the,
that-
the
yeah,
veterans that took
that
an
I'm a
oath...
veteran of,
The veterans that took an oath to defend our Constitution that Donald Trump has infringed
Yeah.
8 times on in the last 8 months, really. That one, right?
Yeah.
How disrespectful is it when Trump says we're quote unquote taking your free speech away, says that it's illegal to criticize him in the media?
Because Charlie Kirk died for his free speech.
The free speech that Donald Trump is now trying to take away.
That his speech was silenced.
Right. The free speech that Donald Trump is
that
now
Jimmy
trying to take
Kimmel-
away.
oh my
so
God,
I just want to
cry about
clarify.
him.
Do you think that Donald Trump is like really representing the message of Charlie Kirkwell by infringing on the First Amendment by saying it's illegal to criticize him in the media? Do you think he's
Do you still have your free
honoring
speech
Charlie
right now?
Kirkwell by passing an executive order to try to ban the burning of the American flag when that was expressly ruled as protected by the First Amendment in the 1980s with the Texas v. Johnson court case? Is Donald Trump honoring
The
you as a
reason you
veteran
are
well
even able
by
to
infringing
have
on the
this debate
14th
right now
Amendment?
is because of free speech.
Yeah, that doesn't change the fact that Donald Trump is actively eroding that amendment. So maybe that's a good reason to not support
At
him as
least we can
president.
understand
So we
what
could
he
still be
says,
having this
right and
debate in
no.
4 minutes. In 4 years.
Could you even understand what Biden said half the time he spoke?
Oh, exactly.
At least-
so the butt Biden. See, all that veteran shit, all that Charlie Kirk shit just went out the window. You try to pretend like you care about free speech. You try to pretend like you care about the Constitution.
you can
but when I
understand
bring
what
up,
he
but
said.
listen,
Biden was like,
listen.
buh,
But when
buh,
I'm
buh,
bringing
buh,
up
buh.
Brittany, but when I bring up how Donald Trump has infringed on the First Amendment by trying to ban the burning of the American flag or order,
He's
or
not
arguing,
burning. Yeah, he wants people punished for it as they should.
Oh, so you don't care about the Constitution either. It's more anti-American to
You
ban the
should be
burning of
punished
the
for
American.
burning a flag.
Yeah, you're more.
You should
You're
be punished for not standing for a flag.
and you're a traitor because you think I should lose my constitutional right to
I'm a
symbolic
traitor.
speech.
I was willing to die. Are you willing to die for this country?
If you are willing to die for this country and the Constitution which represents it, then how come are you calling for the termination of First Amendment protections right now by arguing that you should be punished for free speech?
Because you don't get a right to burn a flag that you live under.
Oh, according to SCOTUS, you do, ma'am. I'm so sorry. That's what the First Amendment
Ooh,
protects.
boo-hoo. Are you willing to pick up
Right,
a rifle and take
exactly.
aim?
Boo hoo! I don't care that the Constitution protects
won't
this
do
right
crap
for you.
a bitch about the
Exactly.
country that you
Listen,
live under.
listen. You just said it yourself. You just said boo hoo. I don't care that Donald Trump is infringing on the
You're not
Constitution.
willing to do anything for it, but bitch about it.
What's more anti-American, burning the flag or infringing on the Constitution?
They're both equal.
Okay, well, if they're both equal, then you think that Donald
So
Trump should be
besides
punished for
bitching
infringing
about
on the
this country,
Constitution.
what are you willing to do?
Wait, I'm
So
willing to.
if you don't
listen,
like this country, this administration, then why are you still here?
Well, I mean, you stayed in here for 4 years and you were just
Because I
like
like this
bitching about how much you hated
administration. I like the
Biden.
country.
But listen, no, I just want to make it clear here, right?
I suffer.
Hey,
You don't. You bitch.
Brittany, I want to make this point clear. So you just said that burning the American flag is equal to infringing on the Constitution, and you
It's
said
just as much.
and you said that you should
be in prison for it. Yep.
So if you should go to prison for burning the American flag, and that's equal to
And get the
infringing.
fuck out of the country. Yep.
Hey, Brittany, if you should go to
Yeah.
prison and get the fuck out of the country for infringing, if you think that you should go to prison and get the fuck out of the country for burning the flag, and that's equal to infringing on the Constitution, therefore, from your perspective, you should go to prison and get the fuck out of the country for infringing on the Constitution. So what is your response to Donald Trump signing Executive Order number 14160 into law his first day into office that infringed on the 14th Amendment by attempting to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, even though they have expressly had that protection under the 14th Amendment since its ratification in 1868, and then it was expressly ruled on by SCOTUS that they have that protection
Because it wasn't passed. It didn't get passed, though, right?
The EO, yeah, it was signed into law.
He
It
tried to
violated the
do it, and
Constitution
it failed, correct?
because it was unconstitutional, because it infringed
Correct.
on the 14th
He
Amendment.
tried. Correct.
And then it
Because
failed.
it's unconstitutional.
Yeah, so
It's
so therefore he should go to
Correct.
prison, right?
He tried.
Because he did
was
something.
unconstitutional.
Because he did something that infringed on the
And
Constitution.
it didn't work. Have you ever
because it
speed
infringed on the
or-
Constitution.
Have you ever driven
Wait,
over
wait,
the
wait,
speed
wait, wait!
limit?
It didn't work
Have you
because
ever driven over the speed limit?
Brittany, it didn't work because no, I'm muting you now. It didn't work because it infringed on the Constitution, and judges after that shot it down. And you said that burning the flag is equal to infringing on the Constitution, and because you think that individuals who burn the flag should go to jail for a year, does this mean because you just conceded that Donald Trump infringed on the Constitution with EO number 14160 that you think Trump should go to jail for a year? And by the way, if your answer to this question is no, you're a raging fucking hypocrite that wants rules for thee but not for the T, that T being Donald Trump, the 34-count felon adjudicated rapist that boasted about sexually exploiting little girls to Howard Stern. So go ahead and answer the question. You're going to have to unmute Brittany. Still in the middle of trying to draft this question.
I just sent you a. There we go.
Sorry, I didn't know how to do that. My bad.
Yep. No worries. I sent it to you. Can you go ahead and answer the question, please?
Does sitting around complaining make a difference, honestly?
Ma'am, I'm not sitting around here complaining. I'm exercising. Hey, Brittany, if you're going to ask a question.
You're free speech.
Hey, Brittany.
Right.
Hey,
we all have
Brittany.
free speech.
Hey, Brittany.
Yes, sir. Yes,
if
sir.
you're going to ask me a question, then you're going to let me answer.
I was letting you. I'm letting you. I heard your whole question.
So you said sitting around and complaining, do anything. Ma'am, what we're doing here is we're not just merely sitting around and complaining. I'm exercising my patriotic duty to fight for a country in which represents the values I believe to be true. And the way in which I am doing that is by arguing, right, that reason, fact, and logic, right, separates you from the mind virus that is MAGA. And by asking individuals, pleading for individuals to simply come to reason, fact, and logic. And I find this conversation, Brittany,
my bad.
and I find this conversation to prove what I am saying to be true. You said burning the flag should be punished. You said it should yield a year in jail. Then you said that is equivalent to infringing on the Constitution. Therefore, that should yield a year in jail too. You agree that Donald Trump infringed on the Constitution when he tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born in American soil. But then you failed to say that he should go to jail for a year, proving you to be a hypocrite. Then you ignored that all and then asked a silly question that bared no relevance to the question that I had asked you. Okay, so succumb to reason, fact, and logic, answer the question, and wipe yourself clean of the MAGA mind virus.
How would you like me to answer that question? Because I don't think,
honestly,
that
fuck, I don't know.
I mean, do you think it's okay? It's not against the Constitution to burn a flag? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think that. I know that. Because that's what the Supreme Court ruled in their Texas v. Johnson SCOTUS case.
I mean, you think it should be okay to burn an American flag, then it should be okay to burn any flag?
I absolutely think that it should be legal. Yeah.
But why would you want to burn a flag of a country that you live under the blanket that it provides? Freedom that
why do you keep on shifting the goalposts?
I'm asking the question.
Okay, well,
why would you want to burn a flag of the same blanket of freedom it provides?
So because of your now 3 shifts of the goalposts, I'm totally fine with answering that question after you respond to the original question that I asked you that you still haven't responded to.
You're asking me if I think that he should be in jail?
Yeah, for infringing on the Constitution.
Infringing upon the Constitution because he tried to put people in jail for burning a flag?
No.
But it's in the Constitution that you shouldn't, it didn't work?
So, I mean, that's an example, sure. But another example of infringement on the Constitution that I gave you is EO number 14160 that tried to take constitutional rights away from the children of undocumented immigrants born in American soil. I mean, you said that was equal to burning the flag.
Birthright
you said if you burn the
citizenship.
flag, right, you should go to jail for a year.
Okay, birthright citizenship. I don't know enough about that to argue with you. I don't think the parents weren't here legally. Why?
So now you're asking why the parents are here and they're undocumented. You're just not answering the question, Brittany.
I don't know enough about birthright citizenship. It should be right or wrong. I don't know.
Okay.
Why can't?
I don't know. Santana, I'm gonna pass.
I understand the question.
Santana,
I understand what birthright.
I'm gonna pass the mic back to you. I gotta focus on this question. She's losing her mind.
So I guess the only thing that I the point that Dean is trying to get across as well is the actual Constitution is being violated, right? You can talk about burning the flag, but literally it's been ruled by the Supreme Court that burning the flag is protected, right? It's a protected right.
Okay.
And you as an actual veteran, you took an oath to the Constitution, right?
Yeah, my personal belief doesn't make it right or wrong if they voted.
And we're not even talking about personal beliefs. We're talking about the actual Constitution. So literally, the oath that you took to the Constitution, the actual law of the land, The Constitution says that burning the American flag is a protected right for American citizens. And
Okay.
you fought to defend the Constitution against all enemies, domestic and foreign, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So if someone is attacking the Constitution, then they're attacking you, right?
If you want to look at it like that, but that's a
Come
really
on, Brittany,
twisted way to look
be
at it like
genuine
that.
with me. Be
No,
genuine.
I understand what you're saying, but you're twisting the way it sounds.
I'm
Because
not
it's
twisting
saying,
it. I'm just
because
saying.
it's like saying, you know, if you break the law, because aren't laws part of the Constitution too? That would be the same type of thing.
No, the same thing would be is if I'm talking to a police officer and I'm telling the police officer that someone is actively breaking the law, then the police officer who swore to uphold the law, if they don't care about that, then they're not actually upholding what they swore to do. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
So
but
I'm not
like,
talking to a normal civilian. I'm talking to, you're a veteran. I'm talking to someone who took an oath to the Constitution. If you were just any other person, then yeah, you could say, oh, I don't necessarily agree with that, whatever. But literally, you swore an oath to the Constitution, and Donald Trump is actively attacking the Constitution, which you swore to.
so do you agree with him? I'm sorry. I'm just my husband's
agrees
here. I'm
with
just
me?
asking his opinion too. I'm
I
sorry.
mean, like,
No,
it's a
okay.
serious question.
I know, and I'm asking his opinion about it because I don't know enough
sure,
about
go
it.
ahead.
So sorry, my husband Josh is here. He did not vote. I will answer that for him. He did not vote. But he has an opinion sometimes, and I let him say his opinion briefly.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. And again, the point that I'm just trying to get across, and we can talk about the first, the second, the fourth, all of this other stuff. But I think that as Americans, as all of us, like the Constitution is supposed to protect all of us. And if someone is actively attacking the Constitution, so as Americans, we should all come together and forget our party affiliation and say, no, you can't actually get rid of the Constitution. You can't destroy the Constitution. You can't abolish the Constitution. And we should all be fighting for that, no matter what your party affiliation is, right?
If you're an illegal immigrant.
Right. And what he's talking about Trump trying to do it is what he's talking about. He's not talking about aliens doing it. He's talking about Trump by trying to make it a crime to burn the flag is what they're talking about.
I know, but his original question to you, I think, was, yeah, I get that. But he had asked you if you're an illegal immigrant.
Birthright
and you're-
citizenship.
Yeah, birthright citizenship. But if you're a legal immigrant and you're over here illegally and you have a child, that child should not
They're
have
trying to
birthright.
they're trying to abolish birthright citizenship. So technically two illegals have a baby. That baby is by
Two undocumented people. Yeah, I hear you,
Correct.
but again,
what I meant.
that's
Yeah,
something
those-
that's
he's trying
protected
to
under
abolish
the
that.
right. But
But
that's something that's
protected under
protected under the Constitution. It's not that Donald Trump took them to court to try to actually, abolish birthright citizen. He just signed an executive order which was illegal. He's not even going about trying to address this in the right way.
Well, is
He's
that
not trying to
order
address the
in
Constitution.
law yet? Is it run by the House and all that yet? Is it like
No,
in
he didn't
stone?
do any. Executive orders don't have to be approved by the House. It would be different if
Okay.
there was legislation. He literally just signed an executive order that went directly against the Constitution, and that's the problem.
So he's trying to quote unquote clean house, right?
He's trying to directly sign an order that goes against the Constitution. He's saying that I get to write executive orders because I'm the president, and this executive order goes directly against the Constitution. That's a problem.
Did Joe Biden never sign any type of orders that were like that? Not that context, but any executive orders that did things like that? Or
Yes.
anything?
Yes. And what happened was when Joe Biden signed, let's say they found it, well, not specifically violated the
Right.
Constitution, but there were executive orders that the Supreme Court ruled that he couldn't do, like with student loan forgiveness. And what Joe Biden had to actually do was rewrite his executive orders to fit within the law. And Donald Trump isn't doing that. Donald Trump not only is not signing executive orders that are being found unlawful, but he's signing executive orders that directly violate the Constitution, which is more than being unlawful. That's the problem. So even with like Donald Trump, you can talk about his bump stock ban, right? That directly violated the Second Amendment right. He's actually, Donald Trump deported Kilmar Albergo Garcia, and
I'm sorry, who is that? I don't know who that person
he was a man that was here that was that Donald Trump actually deported, right? He deported him without giving him rights or access to due process. And all 9 of the Supreme Court justices, even the conservative ones, even the 3 that Donald Trump appointed to the Supreme Court, said that Donald Trump violated the Constitution when he did that. They ruled against Donald Trump 9-0. When's the last time you heard the Supreme Court justices all ruling in agreement on any decision?
Was he an undocumented immigrant?
No, he was documented. He was here. He had a stay. He had an order of protection to be in the country.
Okay, I don't have an. I don't.
Right, but the Trump administration illegally deported him.
What's his name again?
It's Kilmar Albergo Garcia.
Kilmore. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna look that up later. I'm honestly curious about that one. I don't know that name.
Yeah, but they deported him.
I'm
and
sorry, I
all
don't know
9
about that.
Supreme
Like I
Court
said, when I started this
justices-
call, I don't know a lot about policy. So like I said, I don't have a whole lot of argument. I just know that I wanted to kind of put my 2 cents in because I kind of been, for some reason, Dean pops up on my FYP. I don't know why, because I do not fall on this side of TikTok. I don't know why. I don't know. I think it's my daughter torturing me.
But do you stop and watch?
I don't want to answer that question.
You do. It's because you do. It's because he's saying some stuff that kind of listen.
No,
you
he
may
says
not
some
like
stuff
it,
that
but he
pisses
says
me
some
off,
stuff
to be
that
honest.
you're like, I don't like
I'm not
how it
saying I
sounds,
don't-
but
No,
you might be
my
right,
daughter-
but
My daughter made me do this test where I don't know what the fucking questions were, but it said, "Are you a Republican or Democrat?" And we did this fucking test, and it said that I was 70 to 30%, and she was 80 to 20 Democrat Republican. So like I wasn't.
So Dean says some stuff that
I don't
has
like
the
Dean's- I
stuff
don't like
tingling in the
Dean's
back of your
presentation
head,
sometimes.
but he's
I only
not
started
wrong,
watching
right?
him.
You might
Some
not
things I don't like.
you might not like how he says it, but you're not saying that what he's saying is wrong.
I do not believe that the ground that Tangerine Man stands on is gold. I don't think it is. I have friends that do. I do not like him as a moral. I did not vote for that man for his character. I do not want him in my house. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want him as a friend. His money would be nice, but that's about fucking it. It's probably dirty money. But I am a Charlie Kirk fan. I think there's a difference, but we're not going to go there. But I did vote for Trump. But he's not. He's going to be gone in 2.5 years, 3 years, and you guys have another chance of maybe getting a Democrat. My husband thinks everything's rigged. I don't know if the truth behind that. I don't know. I don't know how you guys think if it really is rigged.
I told you, I love my country, but I fear my
He says, I love my country, but I fear my government.
no matter who's in office.
I don't know how sure he is about that. So, I don't know. But I don't know how to exit the conversation. I'm glad we had this kind of dialogue here. I appreciate not too many rudeness, but we can agree to disagree on some things
Why
sometimes.
still in cheats?
Thank you, Dean, for
I would just say like if you, because obviously this isn't the first time that you listen to Dean. I would just say
I do.
like if you
occasionally some
scroll
reason
by
listen to
again,
him.
just like sit back and listen.
I don't
And if
hate
you
the
hear
guy.
something,
you don't need to be rude sometimes, Dean.
right? But if you hear him say something that like elicits an emotional response, right? Sit in it for a second and think about like why is that getting you so upset? Because it might be the fact that it's hitting a nerve, but it's something that you need to hear. A lot of times, we hear things and we don't like it and we have an immediate response, and that response is just us saying, "Oh," but if you stop and listen and think about it, it might give you a different perspective. So
I mean, I don't
maybe
sit
just
here-
sit
I
and
don't
listen.
sit here.
Oh, dude, listen. Brittany, appreciate you for
damn.
coming up. You have a good one. Guys, for over the last hour, oh my God. I just looked at the time. It's been an hour. For the last
been a while.
hour, I have been fucking drafting. I've been drafting a question to ask somebody on my stream tomorrow, and I finally got it done. I finally got the one question done. Do you want to see it real quick, Santana?
Yeah.
It's
Shoot it to
similar
me.
to the first one, but it's just a little bit updated. Dude, it's literally taken me an hour to think about this.
I mean, it's an important question if that's the only one that you get. So
right, exactly. Take a look real quick. And then for the viewers, there's a couple people that I'd like to thank here super duper quickly. Jess, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. Bailey, thank you for the $5. And Judy, thank you so much for the $44 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Judy. Judy says 44 will always be my donation number because MAGA responses make me miss Obama so much more. But treat yourself and your girlfriend to a nice Domino's cheese pizza delivery since you never leave your room, Dean. Judy, I fucking love Domino's. It is unreal how like big of a fan I am of Domino's. Thank you so much for the $44. Show some love to Jody down below, as well as Joshua. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo, who says your ability to take on stupidity has lowered my blood pressure. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, watching this live every single day for a while, it'll make you more of a patient person. I mean, certainly having these debates has made me more of a patient person. And then as well as Mary, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Yeah or nay? Was that better than the first revision?
fucking nailed it. I like it.
You like it?
I like because the end, the twist, it's very intentional, and the part that I like. Yes,
that's good.
Yes,
okay,
that's fucking it.
Okay.
That's fucking it.
Yeah, that took me.
I like the hold on like the last part of the system, the last part of the sentence when it goes from this to that.
Yeah,
fucking perfect.
Thank
fucking
you.
perfect.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Santana. Well,
I like that.
Folks, for everybody watching, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. I need to go.
I had 3 quick thank
Oh, yeah,
yous.
go for it.
Abigail, thank you so much for the 2. You're amazing. Lucia, sorry. Thank you so much for the 3. They are definitely in a cult. And Gwendolyn, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate you. Yes, it is. Yeah. It's a whole conspiracy. I really appreciate you. I appreciate all of the donors. And Dean, thank you for letting me come up and ride shotgun with you. And you definitely go get some rest because it's gonna be fucking huge.
It's gonna be an early morning, but it's gonna be a huge morning.
Wait, what time again?
Right now it's set up for 11:20 a.m. EST. And honestly, like I might even just like announce who it is like here like pretty soon, like within the next hour. I'm just gonna try to go hop on the phone with this individual. And
as long as
get it
when they lock
confirmed.
it in, I would say fucking do it. That's gonna be crazy.
Just because it's such a quick turnaround, when I lock it in, I'm just gonna announce it. But anyways,
it's gonna be fucking crazy,
folks. I'm telling you, you guys are going to want to keep like a lookout for the stream tomorrow morning. I'm gonna have somebody up. They're only gonna be up for like very, very shortly. Okay, very shortly, like 10 minutes, unfortunately. But it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. If it happens, it's gonna be cool. Santana, I hope you have a good rest of your night, man. I appreciate you so much for joining. I
see you, bro. Have a good one.
And then for everybody else hanging out with us on YouTube and TikTok, I'm gonna go ahead and head off for the night. Thank you guys so much for being here. And Bernard, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Take care, peace and love. If you want an update on like who is gonna be joining my stream, if they do, or what time, go join my Instagram channel. Okay, I have an Instagram channel. It's called my Updates channel. That's where I post all my updates. So if you want to know who it possibly is and or what time it is, go join that updates channel and turn the bell on, like literally right now. I think there's like 98,000 people in there. Go join it. Go fucking join it. It's awesome. But yeah, of course, it's on the Instagram. Just search up Dean Withers. You'll be able to find it. Peace and love, y'all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.